I don't think it's supposed to be looking back, but it is. It's staring right at the lens. Welcome to my channel, Calm and Creepy. Tonight we close the curtains and listen to the dark. Just breathe and let it in. If these stories bring you the comfort of the dark, hit the like button so the algorithm knows to keep these quiet nightmares coming. Subscribe to keep the feed going. Story 1. It started with a sound, a soft one, so quiet, I almost ignored it. A faint, hollow knock, coming from somewhere inside the wall. At first, I thought it was just the house settling, old pipes, shifting wood, the kind of noises you stop noticing after a while. But this was different. It didn't feel random. It felt intentional. Like something was trying to get my attention. I had only moved into the house a few weeks earlier. It was small, quiet, and far enough from the city that nights felt heavier. Still, I liked it. It felt peaceful, safe, at least in the beginning. The sound came again the next night, this time louder. 3 knocks, slow, spaced out. Deliberate. I followed it, down the hallway, past the living room, until I reached the far wall near the kitchen. And that's when I noticed it. Something I was sure hadn't been there before. A door. It blended into the wall so well. I almost missed it. Same color, same texture. But now that I was looking directly at it, I couldn't unsee it. A thin outline, a handle, old, worn, like it had been there for years. I stood there for a long time, just staring, trying to convince myself I had simply overlooked it before. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true, because I remembered that wall perfectly, and there had never been a door. Still, curiosity has a way of pulling you in. Slowly, I reached out, my hand hovering over the handle, hesitating. Something about it felt wrong, not dangerous, just out of place, like opening it would change something. But I opened it anyway. Inside was a room, small, bare, empty. Just plain walls, a single light above, and nothing else. It looked normal, too normal, like a room that had no purpose, no reason to exist. I stepped inside. The air felt colder, still, almost untouched, like no one had been there in a long time. I turned around to leave, and the door slammed shut behind me. I jumped, heart racing, but when I grabbed the handle, it opened easily, no resistance, no sign that anything had happened. I laughed it off, told myself I was overthinking. Just an old house, just a strange little room, that's all. But the next night, the knocking came back. 3 knocks, same place, same rhythm, and without even thinking, I went back to the door. This time, I didn't hesitate. I opened it immediately, and that's when I realized something had changed. The room wasn't empty anymore. There was a chair in the center, old, wooden, facing the wall. I stepped inside slowly, carefully. The air felt different again, heavier. I walked toward the chair, and as I moved closer, something about it felt familiar. I reached out and touched it, and suddenly I remembered. It was mine, a chair I had growing up, from my childhood home, the one I used to sit on, late at night, when I couldn't sleep. But that didn't make sense. That chair had been gone for years, thrown away, forgotten. I stepped back, breathing faster now, trying to understand. I left the room quickly, closing the door behind me. That night, I didn't sleep, and the next night, The knocking returned. 3 knocks. Slower this time, almost impatient. I didn't want to open it again. Every part of me told me not to, but I still walked toward it, because now I needed to know. I opened the door. The room had changed again. This time, there were more things. A desk, a lamp, a bed, and the moment I saw it, I felt it. That same recognition, that same certainty. This wasn't just a random room anymore. It was becoming mine. The desk was the one I used in college. The lamp, from my old apartment. The bed, from a place I hadn't lived in for years. Every object, a piece of my past, carefully placed, perfectly arranged, like someone was rebuilding my life. Inside that room, I backed away slowly, my chest tight, my thoughts racing, and that's when I noticed something else. On the wall, there were marks, faint at first, but when I stepped closer, I saw them clearly. Photos, dozens of them, all of me, some I recognized, old memories, moments I had lived, but others were different. They were newer. Photos of me, inside this house, sleeping, sitting, standing in the hallway. Even one of me, standing in front of the door, taken from behind. My breath caught, because I didn't remember anyone being there, and yet the photo proved otherwise. I turned slowly, looking behind me. The hallway was empty, silent, but now that silence felt different. It didn't feel safe anymore. It felt occupied. I left the room, faster this time, closing the door, but I didn't go to sleep. I stayed awake, watching the hallway, waiting, and sometime, late into the night, I heard it again. Not knocking this time, footsteps, coming from behind the door, slow, steady, moving. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. The handle turned slightly, just enough to make a sound, and then it stopped. Morning came eventually, light filling the house, making everything feel normal again, but I knew it wasn't. That night, I didn't wait for the knocking. I opened the door first. The room had changed again, but this time, it wasn't showing my past. It was showing something else. The room looked like my bedroom, exactly the same, except I was in it, lying on the bed, asleep. I stepped closer, slowly, watching myself, breathing, still, and then the version of me in the bed opened its eyes and looked directly at me. It didn't move, didn't speak, it just smiled, a slow, unnatural smile, and then it sat up at the exact same time. I felt something behind me, a presence, close, too close. I didn't turn around. I couldn't, because I already knew. The room wasn't showing my memories anymore. It was replacing me. And somewhere behind me, standing in the hallway, was something that had been watching, learning, waiting for me to step inside. And this time, when the door closed, I knew it wouldn't open again. Story 2. At first, I thought I was just being careless, forgetting things, misplacing them. You know how it is, right? You leave something somewhere, and later you can't remember where you put it. It happens, all the time. At least, that's what I told myself. It started with small things, so small, they barely felt worth noticing. A glass in the sink I didn't remember using, a cabinet left slightly open, a chair just a few inches out of place. Nothing dramatic, nothing that screamed danger, just wrong, subtly wrong. I ignored it. Of course I did, because what's the alternative? That someone was inside my house, living there, watching me. No, that's ridiculous, isn't it? But then the food started disappearing. Not everything, not enough to be obvious, just small amounts, a slice of bread, a little milk, half a leftover meal I know I hadn't touched. At first, I blamed myself again, late night eating, forgetting, but then I started paying attention, really paying attention. And that's when things got worse. One night, before going to bed, I made sure everything was exactly how I left it. I checked the kitchen, closed every cabinet, placed a glass in the sink, looked at it carefully, memorized it. Then I went to sleep. When I woke up the next morning, the glass was gone. Just gone. Not moved, not misplaced. Gone. I stood there for a long time, staring at the empty sink, trying to process it, trying to come up with any explanation that made sense. But nothing did. Nothing. That's when the thought hit me. A quiet one at first, barely formed. What if I'm not alone? I laughed, actually laughed. Because that's insane, right? Who thinks like that? Who jumps to something like that? But the thought didn't go away. It stayed, quiet, persistent, growing. So I started checking things more carefully. Every night before bed, I would take mental notes, positions, objects, details, small things most people wouldn't even notice. And every morning, something was different. Always small, always subtle, but always there. Until one night, I decided not to sleep. I turned off all the lights, pretended to go to bed, then waited. Hours passed. Silence filled the house. Nothing moved. Nothing happened. And just when I started to think I was imagining everything, I heard it. A sound. From the kitchen. Soft. Careful. Like someone trying not to be heard. My heart started racing. Slow at first. Then faster. Louder. Almost too loud. Like it would give me away. I got up. Slowly. Carefully. Every step measured. Every breath controlled. And I moved toward the sound. The kitchen was dark. Completely dark. But I could feel it. That presence. That awareness. I reached for the light switch. Hesitated. Then turned it on. Nothing. The room was empty. Still. Exactly as it should be. Except one thing. The fridge door was slightly open. I know I closed it. I know I did. So who opened it? I stepped closer. Slowly. Every nerve in my body screaming at me to stop, to leave, to run. But I didn't. I opened the fridge, and that's when I saw it. A note, placed neatly on the shelf. My hands were shaking as I picked it up, slowly unfolding it, not wanting to see what was inside, but needing to. It said, I was getting hungry. That's it. Just that. Simple. Calm. Normal. But it wasn't normal. Nothing about this was normal. Who wrote that? Who just walks into someone's kitchen, eats their food, and leaves a note like that? I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. The next morning, I checked every door, every window, every possible entry point. Locked. All of them. No signs of forced entry. No signs of anything. So how? How was someone getting in? Or worse, how long had they already been there? Days passed. Then weeks. The notes continued. Small at first. Simple. I cleaned up a bit. You left the window open. You should eat earlier. Each one more unsettling than the last. Not because of what they said, but because of what they knew. My routines, my habits, my life. Things I had never told anyone. How do you explain that? How do you explain someone knowing things about you that you've never said out loud? I started changing my behavior, closing things differently, moving things randomly, trying to confuse whoever was doing this, but it didn't matter. The notes adapted. You changed your routine. That won't help. I'm still here. Still here. Those two words stayed with me, echoing in my head, over and over again. Still here. Where? That's when I started thinking about the house differently, not as something I owned, but as something I shared, or worse, something I had moved into after someone else already had. I checked everywhere: closets, attic, basement, every corner, every shadow, nothing, until one night I noticed something I had missed before. A small door, hidden behind a shelf in the hallway, barely visible, and I swear, I had never seen it before. My hand was shaking as I moved the shelf, slowly revealing the door. It was locked. Of course it was. I stood there for a long time, just staring at it, thinking, questioning. Do I really want to know? Do I really want to open this? But the truth is, I already knew the answer, because whatever was inside already knew me, better than I knew myself, and that's what terrified me the most. I found the key later that night, sitting on the kitchen counter, waiting for me. Who put it there? I didn't ask. I didn't want to know. I took it, walked back to the door, and slowly inserted it into the lock. It turned easily, too easily. The door creaked open, and inside was a space, small, dark, but not empty. There were things inside, my things, clothes, notes, objects I had lost, forgotten. And then I saw it, a bed, used, recently, and next to it, more notes, stacks of them. I picked one up, my hands trembling, and read it. Day 32. He still doesn't notice everything, but he's getting closer. Day 32. I flipped to another. Day 18. He talks in his sleep, says things he doesn't remember. Another. Day 7. He leaves the kitchen light on when he's nervous. I stopped reading, because I understood. This wasn't random. This wasn't recent. This had been happening for a long time, and whoever was living in that space had been watching me every single day. I felt something behind me, a shift in the air, a presence, close, too close. And then, a voice, soft, calm, right next to my ear. You're not supposed to be in here. I didn't turn around. I couldn't, because deep down, I already knew something I didn't want to accept. This wasn't just someone living in my house. This was someone who had been living my life, learning me, studying me, becoming me. And the worst part, I still don't know which one of us is supposed to be here. Story 3. It started with a single photo, just one. Nothing dramatic, nothing obviously wrong. I found it on my phone, in my gallery, between two pictures I clearly remember taking. Same date, same time, same location. But this one, I didn't remember at all. It was a photo of me, sitting on my couch, looking at my phone, completely unaware, taken from across the room. At first I assumed it was some kind of glitch. Maybe I had taken it by accident. Maybe the camera triggered somehow. Who knows? Phones do weird things sometimes, right? But something about it felt off. The angle. It wasn't just random. It was intentional. Carefully framed. Centered. Like someone had taken their time. And that didn't make sense. Because I live alone. At least that's what I thought. I deleted the photo. Didn't think much of it. Told myself I was overreacting. And honestly, I almost forgot about it. Until the next one appeared. This time, it was different. I wasn't sitting. I was asleep. In my bed. The room was dark, but the image was clear enough to see everything. The position of my body, the blanket pulled halfway up, even the faint shadow near the corner of the room, a shadow I didn't recognize. My heart started racing, slow at first, then faster, louder, because this time there was no explanation, none. I hadn't taken this. I couldn't have. So who did? And, more importantly, when? I checked the timestamp. 2:43 a.m. I was asleep at that time. I can know I was, which means someone else was awake. Inside my room, I didn't delete that one. Not immediately. Instead, I stared at it, zoomed in, looked at every detail, every corner, trying to find something, anything, and that's when I noticed it. In the reflection of the mirror, there was something there, a shape, faint but unmistakable. Someone standing behind me. My stomach dropped. I zoomed in further, closer, closer, but the more I looked, the less clear it became, like it didn't want to be seen, like it wasn't supposed to be seen. I locked my phone, put it down, tried to breathe, tried to think, but one question kept repeating in my head, over and over again. Who was taking these? That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in my room, lights on, every corner visible, every shadow gone, or at least, that's what I told myself, because even with the lights on, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Morning came, eventually. Everything looked normal, too normal. No signs of anything, no evidence, no explanation, so I checked my phone again. The photo was gone, deleted, but I didn't delete it. So who did? I started checking everything, every app, every setting, every permission. Nothing, no unknown logins, no strange activity, nothing that suggested someone else had access. So how was this happening? Days passed, then weeks, and slowly I started to convince myself it was over, that maybe it was just a one-time thing, a glitch, a mistake, something I didn't understand, until the photos came back. Not one, not two, dozens, all at once. I opened my gallery, and they were just there, waiting, photo after photo of me walking through the house, cooking, sitting, sleeping, some from angles that didn't make sense, some from places that didn't exist, and some from inside the house, looking out, as if whoever was taking them was already inside, watching, waiting. My hands were shaking as I scrolled, faster now, heart pounding, and then I saw something that made me stop. A photo of me looking directly at the camera. But I didn't remember that moment. I didn't remember turning. I didn't remember seeing anyone. So why was I looking straight at it? Why did it feel like I knew it was there? I zoomed in, slowly, and that's when I saw it. My expression. It wasn't normal. I wasn't confused. I wasn't surprised. I was smiling. A slow, calm, unnatural smile. Like I was expecting it. Like I knew exactly what was happening. My chest tightened. My breathing became uneven. Because that didn't feel like me. That felt like someone else. Or something else. That night, I set up my own camera. I needed proof. I needed to know. So I placed it in the corner of my room, pointed directly at my bed, and I waited. I didn't sleep. Not really. Just lay there, eyes closed, body still, pretending. Hours passed. Silence filled the room, until something changed. I heard movement, not loud, not obvious, just enough, a shift, a presence, somewhere behind me. My heart was racing again, faster now, louder, but I didn't move. I couldn't, because I knew if I turned around, I might see something I couldn't unsee. Morning came, eventually, and the first thing I did was check the camera. My hands were shaking as I pressed play. The footage started normally, nothing unusual, just me lying there, still. Minutes passed, then hours, and then something happened. I saw myself sit up, slowly, deliberately, but I didn't remember doing that. I didn't remember waking up. I didn't remember moving at all. Yet there I was, sitting on the bed, looking directly at the camera, smiling, the same smile. And then I reached out toward something just out of frame, like I was handing something over. The footage glitched, just for a second, and when it came back, I was lying down again, asleep, like nothing had happened. I paused the video, replayed it, over and over again, trying to understand, trying to explain, but I couldn't. Because one thing became very clear. I wasn't just being watched. I was part of it. That night, I didn't set up the camera again. I didn't check my phone. I didn't want to know. Because deep down, I already understood something. Those photos weren't being taken without me knowing. I just wasn't remembering. And honestly, I'm not sure which is worse. Being watched, or being part of whatever is watching. Story 4. It started with a notification. Nothing unusual. Nothing that should have stood out. Just a simple alert on my phone. One of those random reminders you don't even think about. But this one felt different. It read, "Don't forget your umbrella." I remember looking at it for a second, slightly confused, because I hadn't set any reminder like that, and as far as I knew, there was no rain forecast for the day. Clear skies, no clouds, nothing. So I ignored it, dismissed it, went about my day until it started raining. Not light rain, not a drizzle, a sudden downpour, heavy, unpredictable, and I just stood there for a moment, getting soaked, staring up at the sky, trying to understand how my phone knew something that I didn't. Coincidence? Maybe. Sure. That's what I told myself. But then it happened again. The next day, another notification. Leave earlier. That was it. No context, no explanation, just those two words. I frowned at the screen, standing there in my kitchen, trying to figure out what it meant. Leave earlier for what? Work? An appointment? Nothing made sense. Still, something about it made me uneasy. So I listened. I left the house 10 minutes earlier than usual, and halfway through my drive, traffic came to a complete stop. An accident, bad enough to block the entire road, the kind that would have delayed me for hours. I sat there in my car, gripping the steering wheel, staring at the scene ahead, and all I could think was, how did it know? How does a phone predict something like that? That's not normal, right? But I didn't question it too much. Not yet, because part of me felt relieved, like it was helping, protecting me. And that's how it starts, isn't it? Small, harmless, useful, until it isn't. The notifications became more frequent, more specific. Don't answer that call. Take the other route. Stay inside tonight. Each one vague enough to question, but accurate enough to follow. And I did, every time. Because every time I ignored it, something went wrong. A missed warning, a small accident, a situation I could have avoided. So I stopped ignoring them. I started relying on them, checking my phone more often, waiting for the next message. What should I do next? Where should I go? What should I avoid? It became a routine, a pattern, and I didn't even realize how dependent I had become until the notifications changed. They stopped being helpful and started becoming personal. Don't trust him. I remember reading that one late at night, sitting on my couch, the room quiet, the message glowing on the screen. Don't trust who? I looked around, confused, trying to understand what it meant. But there was no one there, no one to not trust. So why send it? Why now? I ignored it, told myself it didn't matter, that it was probably nothing. But the next day, something happened. A coworker I had known for years, someone I trusted, completely lied to me. Not a small lie, not something harmless, something serious, something that made me question everything I thought I knew about them. And suddenly, that notification didn't feel random anymore. It felt intentional, like something was guiding me, or worse, watching me. That thought stayed with me, growing, expanding, until I couldn't ignore it anymore, because the messages kept coming and they kept getting more specific. Don't go home yet. I remember that one clearly, standing outside my building, keys in hand. I froze. Why? What's inside? I didn't go in. I waited. 5 minutes, 10, 15, and then I heard it. A loud crash from inside my apartment. Something breaking. I stood there, heart pounding, staring at the door, realizing if I had gone in, I would have been there. Whatever happened, I would have seen it. Or worse, it would have seen me. That's when I stopped thinking of it as coincidence, because it wasn't. It couldn't be. Something new, something was watching, and it wasn't just predicting things anymore. It was controlling them. That's when I tried to stop. I turned off notifications, disabled apps, even tried resetting my phone completely. But it didn't matter. The messages still appeared. Same tone, same style, same calm, unsettling certainty. And then one night, it sent something different, something I still can't forget. Stay awake tonight. That's all it said. No explanation, no reason, just that. I didn't listen. I was tired, exhausted, mentally drained from everything that had been happening. So I ignored it, and I went to sleep. Big mistake, because sometime during the night, I woke up, not fully, not consciously, just enough to feel something was wrong. The room was dark, silent, but I could feel it, that presence, close, too close. I tried to move, but I couldn't. My body felt heavy, frozen, and then I heard it, a whisper, right next to my ear, soft, calm. You should have stayed awake. My eyes snapped open, but there was nothing there, nothing I could see, just darkness and the sound of my own breathing, fast, uneven. Morning came, eventually, and the first thing I did was check my phone. There was a new notification, waiting. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the screen. Part of me didn't want to open it, didn't want to know, but I did anyway. It read, "I tried to warn you." I stared at it, longer than I should have, trying to process, trying to understand, but one question kept repeating in my head. What exactly did I avoid, and what didn't I? Because ever since that night, the messages haven't stopped. They've just changed. They don't warn me anymore. They tell me what I've already done before I even do it, and sometimes before I even think it. which makes me wonder if I'm still making my own choices or if I'm just following something that already knows how this ends. Story 5. It didn't happen all at once. There was no moment where I suddenly realized something was wrong. No loud noise, no obvious change, just a feeling, a small one, easy to ignore. You know that moment when you walk past a mirror and for a split second something feels off, like your reflection didn't move exactly the way you expected? That's how it started. At first I brushed it off, blamed it on being tired, distracted, maybe even imagining things. Because what's the alternative? That your reflection is wrong? That doesn't make sense. It can't make sense. But the feeling didn't go away. It came back the next day, and the day after that. Subtle, barely noticeable, a delay, not even a full second, just enough to make me pause. I would move my hand and my reflection would follow, but not immediately, a fraction too late. I told myself it was nothing, just my eyes playing tricks on me. That happens, right? It has to. But then one night, I decided to test it. I stood in front of the mirror, completely still, the room quiet, the air heavy, and slowly, very slowly, I raised my hand. My reflection didn't, not at first. It just stood there, looking at me, smiling. My stomach dropped because I wasn't smiling, not even close. And yet, there it was, that same face, that same expression, but wrong, too calm, too deliberate, like it was choosing to smile, not copying me, becoming something else. I stepped back, suddenly, sharply, and just like that, it moved again, perfectly in sync, like nothing had happened, like I imagined the whole thing. I stood there for a long time, trying to make sense of it, trying to come up with any explanation that didn't sound insane, but nothing fit, nothing worked. So I did what anyone would do. I avoided it. I stopped looking at mirrors, covered the one in my bedroom, turned the one in the hallway toward the wall, even avoided reflective surfaces, windows, screens, anything, because I didn't want to see it again. Days passed, then weeks, and slowly I started to feel normal again. The unease faded, the tension disappeared, until one night I forgot. I walked into the bathroom, half asleep, distracted, and I looked, just for a second, and everything seemed fine, normal, exactly as it should be. My reflection moved with me, matched perfectly. I almost laughed, because maybe, just maybe, it really was all in my head. But then, as I turned to leave, I caught something, a movement, behind me, in the mirror, but not in the room. I froze, slowly turned back, and there it was, my reflection, still standing there, looking directly at me. Even though I had already moved, even though I was no longer in front of the mirror. How is that possible? How does that even happen? I stepped closer, slowly, carefully, and as I did, it didn't move. It just watched, smiling again, that same smile, slow, controlled, unnatural. I could feel my heart pounding now, louder, faster, because something was very wrong. This wasn't a delay anymore. This was something else, something intentional, something aware. I reached out, slowly, my hand moving toward the mirror, and just before I touched it, it moved first. Its hand pressed against the glass, from the inside, before mine did. I pulled back instantly, my breath catching, my chest tightening, because that shouldn't happen, that can't happen, and yet it did. That's when I noticed something else. Its eyes. They weren't following me anymore. They were studying me, watching, learning. like it was trying to understand how I move, how I react, how I exist. Why? Why would a reflection need to learn unless it wasn't trying to copy me anymore? It was trying to replace me. That thought stayed with me, wouldn't leave, wouldn't fade. So I tested it again. The next night, I stood in front of the mirror, completely still, and I waited. Seconds passed, then minutes. Nothing happened, until suddenly it blinked. I didn't. My entire body went cold, because now there was no doubt, no explanation, no logic. It was moving on its own. And then, very slowly, it leaned closer, closer than I was, and whispered something. I didn't hear the words, but I understood the meaning, because at that exact moment I felt something behind me, a presence, close, too close. I didn't turn around. I couldn't, because I knew if I did, I wouldn't see my reflection. I would see it, the real one, the one that doesn't need the mirror anymore. I don't look at mirrors now, not ever, but sometimes, late at night, I still feel it, standing behind me, perfectly still, waiting for me to stop checking, because the moment I do, it won't have to pretend anymore. Story 6. I noticed it by accident, just a small thing, easy to miss. The elevator display. I had lived in the building for almost a year, so I knew it well. 10 floors, nothing unusual, nothing confusing, just a simple layout you stop thinking about after a while. So when I stepped into the elevator that night and pressed the button for my floor, I wasn't paying attention. Not really, until I saw the number, 11. I frowned, because that didn't make sense. There is no 11th floor. I know that. Everyone knows that. The building only has 10. I stared at the panel again, thinking maybe I misread it. Maybe the display flickered or glitched or something. But no, it was there, clear, stable, unmistakable. 11. The elevator kept moving, slow, steady, like nothing was wrong. And that's when I realized something else. It hadn't stopped at any of the floors, not one. It just kept going, up. My heart started to beat a little faster now, not out of panic yet, but out of confusion. That strange kind of unease you get when something doesn't line up with reality. I pressed the button for my floor again. Nothing. Pressed another one. Still nothing. The buttons didn't respond. The elevator didn't slow down. It just kept going. And then it stopped. Softly, quietly, as if it had arrived exactly where it was supposed to. The doors opened, and for a moment I didn't move, because what I saw on the other side didn't look like a floor. It looked like a hallway, but not like the ones in my building. This one was longer, narrower, dimly lit. The lights overhead flickered slightly, casting uneven shadows along the walls, and there was something about the air, something heavy, still, almost untouched, like no one had been there in a long time, or maybe, like no one was supposed to be there at all. I should have stayed inside the elevator. I know that. Anyone would have, right? So why didn't I? Why did I step out? The moment my foot touched the floor, I felt it. That shift, that subtle change, like I had crossed into something I wasn't meant to. Behind me, the elevator doors closed. I turned quickly, reaching for them, but it was too late. Gone. No buttons, no panel, no way back, just a blank wall. I stood there, staring at it, trying to process what had just happened, trying to understand how an elevator could just disappear. That's not possible. That's not how things work. Is it? I turned back slowly, looking down the hallway. It stretched farther than it should have, farther than the building allowed, and along the walls there were doors, dozens of them, all identical, all closed, no numbers, no labels, nothing to tell them apart, just doors. I hesitated. Of course I did, because every instinct I had was telling me the same thing. Don't open them. Don't go further. Just stay where you are. But something else, something quieter, pushed back. Curiosity, or maybe something worse. I walked forward, slowly, carefully, each step echoing louder than it should, each breath feeling heavier than the last. And as I passed the first door, I noticed something, a sound, from inside, faint, barely there, like movement. I froze, listening. Was that? Footsteps? No, too soft, too irregular, more like someone shifting, waiting. I moved away quickly, not wanting to know, not wanting to confirm it, but the sounds continued, from behind the next door, and the next, different each time. Whispers, scratches, something tapping softly against the wood. What is behind those doors? Who is behind those doors? Or maybe the better question is, what happens if one of them opens? I walked faster, now, trying to ignore it, trying to reach the end, but the hallway didn't end. It just kept going. And then I saw something that made me stop completely. At the far end, there was a door, different from the others, slightly open, just enough to see inside. I don't know why, but I knew that one mattered. That one was different. I stepped closer, slowly, my heart pounding now, louder, faster, and as I reached the door, I looked inside, my breath caught, because the room was my apartment, exactly as I left it, every detail perfect, every object in place, except someone was inside, standing in the middle of the room, facing away from me, still, silent. I couldn't see their face, but I didn't need to, because something about them felt familiar. Too familiar. I stepped closer, just slightly, and the floor creaked. The sound echoed, louder than it should have, and the figure stopped. Slowly, it turned its head, not all the way, just enough, enough for me to see it was me, or at least something that looked exactly like me, but wrong. The posture, the stillness, the way it moved, like it was copying me, but not perfectly, like it was still learning. My chest tightened, my breathing became uneven, because I understood something in that moment. That wasn't my apartment, that was a version of it, and whatever was standing inside was practicing, trying to become me. I stepped back, slowly, carefully, not wanting to make another sound, not wanting it to see me fully. But as I moved, it smiled, that same slow, unnatural smile, and suddenly the door slammed shut, loud, violent. The hallway went silent, too silent, and then all the other doors started to move, handles turning, locks clicking, wood creaking, one by one, opening. I ran. I didn't think, didn't look back. I just ran, down the hallway, past the doors, past the sounds, past whatever was coming out of them, until suddenly I was back, inside the elevator, standing alone. The doors closed, the panel lit up, floor 10, like nothing had happened, like it was all normal. I got off immediately, didn't look back, didn't question it, because I didn't want answers anymore. But sometimes, late at night, when I take the elevator, it skips a number, just for a second, and I see it again, 11, waiting, and I still don't know if that floor exists, or if it's just waiting for me to come back. Story 7. It started with the sheets, just that, nothing dramatic. Nothing that should have meant anything. I came home late one evening, tired, distracted, not really paying attention to anything except getting some rest. And when I walked into my bedroom, something felt off. Not obvious, not immediate, just a feeling. You know that feeling, right? When something isn't where it's supposed to be, but you can't quite explain how. I stood there for a moment, staring at the bed, trying to understand what was bothering me, and then I saw it. The sheets. They weren't messy, not exactly, but they weren't how I left them either. I always make my bed before leaving, always. Same way, same pattern. It's a habit, one I don't break. So why did it look like someone had been lying there? I walked closer, slowly. The blanket was slightly creased near the center, the pillow just a little sunken, like someone had rested their head there recently. I touched it, still warm. I pulled my hand back instantly, because that didn't make sense. That can't make sense. No one has a key. No one comes here. No one even knows my schedule well enough to... Wait, who would know that? I stepped back, heart beating faster now, trying to think, trying to rationalize. Maybe I forgot. Maybe I left it like that. Maybe. No, I didn't. I know I didn't. I checked the door. Locked. Windows closed. No signs of anything. So how? How does someone enter a locked apartment, use your bed, and leave without a trace? That night, I didn't sleep in the bed. I stayed on the couch, lights on, TV running, just enough noise to keep the silence away. Morning came, everything felt normal again. Too normal. The bed looked perfect, untouched, like nothing had happened. So I told myself it was nothing, a mistake, a misunderstanding, until it happened again. This time, it was worse. I came home earlier than usual, no warning, no delay, and as I opened the door, I felt it immediately. That presence, that feeling that someone was already inside. I froze, hand still on the handle, listening. Silence, too quiet. I stepped in, slowly, carefully, every step measured, every sound amplified, and then I heard it. A shift from the bedroom, soft but unmistakable. My heart started racing, faster now, louder. I moved toward the hallway, each step slower than the last, and when I reached the bedroom door, I stopped, because it was slightly open. I never leave it open, never. So who did? I pushed it gently, the door creaked, and I looked inside. The room was empty, no one there, but the bed was different, more disturbed, more obvious, like someone had just gotten up. And then I noticed something else, the pillow. There was an impression, not just from weight, from a face, turned slightly to the side, as if someone had been lying there, watching the door, waiting for me. I stepped back, quickly, my breath catching, because that meant they knew when I was coming. They knew my routine. They knew me. How? I didn't sleep again that night. Instead, I made a decision. I needed proof. So the next day, before leaving, I set up a camera, small, hidden, pointed directly at the bed, and then I left. Hours passed. I didn't check it immediately, didn't want to rush, didn't want to overreact. But when I finally sat down, phone in hand, ready to watch, I hesitated, because part of me already knew something was wrong. I pressed play. The footage started normally, empty room, still, quiet. Minutes passed, then hours, nothing, and then movement, the door. It opened, slowly, carefully, but I didn't open it. I was at work. I know I was. So who did? The camera shook slightly, just enough to blur the image. And then someone walked in, or something. The figure was hard to see, too dark, too still, but it moved toward the bed, sat down, and then lay down, exactly where I sleep, exactly how I sleep. Same position, same posture, like it knew, like it had practiced. I leaned closer to the screen, trying to see its face, trying to understand, and then it turned, slowly, directly toward the camera, and for a split second I saw it, myself, or something that looked exactly like me, but the expression, it wasn't mine. It was calm, too calm, like it belonged there, like I didn't. The footage glitched, just for a moment, and when it came back, the bed was empty again, like nothing had happened. I stared at the screen for a long time, too long, trying to process, trying to deny, trying to find another explanation, but there wasn't one. That night, I didn't go home. I couldn't, because one thought kept repeating in my head. If something is sleeping in my bed, living in my space, learning my habits, then what happens when I'm there at the same time? I still haven't gone back, but sometimes, late at night, I check the camera and it's still there, sleeping, in my bed, like it's waiting for me to come home. Story 8. It started with a whisper, so quiet I almost didn't hear it. Just a faint sound, barely there, like someone speaking from far away. At first I thought it was coming from outside, maybe a neighbor, maybe someone passing by. But then it happened again, closer this time, and clearer. My name. I froze, because I knew exactly what I heard. There was no mistaking it, no misinterpretation. Someone had just said my name, inside my house. I stood there for a moment, completely still, listening, trying to figure out where it came from, trying to convince myself there had to be a normal explanation, because there always is, right? But the silence that followed didn't feel normal. It felt heavy, like something was waiting, watching, listening. "Hello?" I called out. No response, just silence. So I laughed, nervously, because what else was I supposed to do? Call the police and say what? That my walls were talking? That doesn't make sense. It can't make sense. So I ignored it. Or at least, I tried to. The next day everything felt normal again. Too normal. And for a while I convinced myself it had been nothing. A trick of the mind. A moment of confusion. Until that night, I was lying in bed, lights off, phone beside me, just about to fall asleep. And then, I heard it again. My name, right next to my ear. I sat up instantly, heart racing, breathing uneven, because this time there was no distance, no echo. It wasn't outside, it wasn't far away, it was inside the room, inside the walls. How? The word barely left my mouth, because I didn't want to ask the question. I didn't want the answer. I turned on the light. Nothing. The room was empty, exactly as it should be, but the feeling didn't go away, that presence, that awareness, like something was right there, just out of sight. I got out of bed, slowly, walked toward the wall, pressed my ear against it, and listened. At first, nothing, just silence. But then, a faint sound, movement, shifting, like something was inside, not behind the wall, inside it. I pulled back quickly, my heart pounding now, faster, louder, because that's impossible. Walls don't have space inside them, not enough for someone, not enough for... Another whisper, this time, clearer, closer. Don't. I stepped back. What? I didn't even realize I said it out loud, but I did, and that's when everything changed, because for the first time, it responded, don't leave. My breath caught, because that wasn't just a sound anymore, that was a voice, and it was talking to me, from inside the wall. Who does that? who hides inside walls and whispers to people. Why would anyone do that? I didn't sleep that night, or the next, or the one after that, because the whispers didn't stop. They came at random times, day, night, sometimes soft, sometimes urgent, sometimes just my name over and over again, other times full sentences. I can hear you. I know what you're doing. I'm right here, right here. Those words stayed with me, because where exactly is here? Inside the walls, inside the house, or something worse? I started checking everything, tapping the walls, listening for hollow spaces, looking for hidden openings, anything, any explanation, but there was nothing, no gaps, no hidden doors, no signs of anything unusual. So how does a voice exist when nothing else does? I tried ignoring it again, putting on music, keeping the TV running, anything to drown it out, but it didn't matter, because somehow I could still hear it, through the noise, through the silence, always there, waiting, listening. And then one night, it said something different, something I still can't forget. Why don't you ever answer me? I froze, because I had spoken, I had responded. So what did it mean? Unless it didn't hear me before, unless it only hears me when I'm close enough. I walked toward the wall again, slowly, pressed my hand against it, and whispered, "Who are you?" For a moment, nothing, just silence. And then, right beneath my hand, something moved, not behind the wall, inside it, sliding, shifting, toward me. My entire body went cold, because I could feel it, following my voice, tracking me, like it knew exactly where I was. And then it whispered back, "I'm you." I pulled my hand away instantly, stumbling back, because that doesn't make sense. That's not possible, right? But the whispers didn't stop. If anything, they got worse, more frequent, more personal. Things I had never said out loud, things I had only thought. My favorite place is the hallway at night. I don't like the dark corners. I check the door twice before sleeping. How does it know that? How does something inside the walls know what I'm thinking? Unless it's not inside the walls, not completely. That thought hit me suddenly, hard. What if the walls aren't containing it? What if they're hiding it? And what if it's already closer than I think? That night, I heard something new, not a whisper, a sound, from behind me, in the room. I didn't turn around. I couldn't, because if the voice was in the walls, then whatever made that sound was not. And slowly, very slowly, I realized something. The whispers weren't coming from the walls anymore. They were moving, getting closer. And the last thing I heard, right before the light went out, was my own voice, perfect, clear, whispering, "I'm not in the walls anymore. I don't stay in that house now. I don't go near it." But sometimes, late at night, I still hear it, not from the walls, not from the house, but from somewhere much closer, right behind me. Story 9. I installed the cameras for safety. That's it. Nothing dramatic, nothing paranoid, just a simple setup. Front door, living room, bedroom, basic coverage, the kind most people have, because it's better to be careful, right? At least, that's what I thought. For the first few weeks, everything was normal. The footage showed exactly what you'd expect. Empty rooms, occasional movement, nothing unusual, until one night I noticed something. It was small, easy to miss, a shadow in the corner of the frame. At first, I didn't think much of it. Shadows move, lights shift, that's normal, but this one felt different. It didn't follow the light, it stayed. I replayed the footage, once, twice, and each time it was there, still, unmoving, just a dark shape in the corner of my bedroom. I leaned closer to the screen, trying to see it clearly, trying to understand what I was looking at. But the more I focused, the harder it was to define, like it didn't want to be seen, like it wasn't meant to be seen. So I ignored it, because what else could I do? Assume something was in my room, watching me? No, that's not logical, right? But the next night, it moved. Not much, just a little, a slight shift, but enough to notice, enough to feel it, that unease, that creeping awareness that something wasn't right. I checked the room, personally, physically, nothing, no one there, no shadows, no movement, just me, alone. So why was it on the camera? The nights passed, and slowly I became obsessed, checking the footage, every morning, every night, watching, waiting, and every time it was there, sometimes closer, sometimes further, but always behind me. That's when I noticed something worse. It only appeared when I was in the room, never when it was empty, never when I wasn't there, only when I was present, watching me, following me, staying just out of sight. Who does that? What does that? Why can't I see it? That question stayed with me, wouldn't leave, wouldn't fade. So one night I decided to test it. I sat in my bedroom, lights on, camera recording, and I watched. Not the room, the screen. Because if it was there, I would see it. Minutes passed, nothing. Then, there it was, behind me, clearer than before. A shape, tall, still, standing just inches away. My breath slowed, my body froze, because I couldn't feel anything. No presence, no movement, no sound. But on the screen, it was right there, close enough to touch, close enough to... I turned around, nothing. The room was empty. I turned back to the screen, and it was still there, unmoved, unbothered, watching. How is that possible? How can something exist in one place, but not the other? Which one is real? The room or the camera? That's when I made a mistake. I reached out, slowly, carefully, toward where it should have been, and for a moment, I felt something, cold, just for a second, but enough to confirm it. It was there. I pulled my hand back instantly, heart racing, breathing uneven, because that means the camera wasn't wrong. It was showing the truth, and I was the one who couldn't see it. That realization stayed with me, heavy, unavoidable. So the next night, I tried something different. I stood in front of the camera, facing it, and slowly, I stepped backward toward where it usually appeared. My eyes locked on the screen, watching, waiting, and as I moved, it didn't. It stayed exactly where it was, waiting for me, like it knew what I was doing, like it was letting me come closer. My heart started pounding harder now, faster, because I understood something. This wasn't random. This was intentional. It wanted me to see it, on the screen, not in real life. Why? What happens if I actually see it? I stopped, just a few inches away. On the screen, it was right behind me, close enough to touch. And then, it moved, slowly, leaning closer, toward my ear. I felt it again, that cold, that presence, and then I heard it, a whisper, not from the room, from somewhere else. You're looking the wrong way. I froze because that didn't make sense. What does that mean? What is the right way? I didn't turn around. I couldn't, because suddenly I wasn't sure where it actually was, on the screen or behind me, and which one was worse. That was the last time I checked the cameras. I unplugged them, removed them, got rid of everything, because I thought if I stop looking, it will stop too. But sometimes, late at night, when I'm alone, I still feel it, standing just behind me, perfectly still, waiting, and I can't help but wonder, was the camera showing me something that was always there, or did it let something in that I was never supposed to see? Story 10. The first package felt like a mistake. That's the easiest way to describe it. It was sitting right outside my door when I got home. Plain box, no return address, just my name written on top. Nothing unusual. People get packages all the time. Wrong deliveries happen. So I picked it up, brought it inside, and placed it on the table without thinking too much about it. I don't remember feeling afraid. Not then. Just curious. I opened it slowly, carefully. Inside, there was a watch. Old, worn, familiar, too familiar. I stared at it for a long time before it finally clicked. It was mine. A watch I used to wear years ago. Something I had lost. Something I had completely forgotten about. So how did it end up here? Who found it? And more importantly, who sent it back? There was no note, no explanation, nothing, just the watch. I told myself it was coincidence, that maybe someone found it and returned it. That happens, right? But then the second package arrived, exactly 1 week later. Same time, same place, waiting for me. This time, I didn't hesitate, didn't overthink. I opened it immediately. Inside was something else. A photograph, old, faded, of me, standing in front of my childhood home. I remember that day, I remember that moment, but I didn't remember anyone taking that photo. And yet, there it was, captured perfectly, from a distance, like someone had been watching. Even back then, my chest tightened, because this didn't feel like coincidence anymore. This felt intentional, like someone was sending me pieces of my past. But why? Who does that? Who keeps things like this for years, just to send them back later? The third package came the next week, and by then I was waiting for it, checking the door, listening for movement, almost expecting it. And when it arrived, I didn't feel curious anymore. I felt something else, something heavier, something closer to fear. I opened it slowly, my hands unsteady. Inside was a key, small, metal, attached to a tag, an address written on it, an address I recognized immediately. My old apartment, the one I moved out of years ago, the one no one should still have access to. I stared at it for a long time, trying to understand, trying to connect the pieces, but nothing made sense. Why send this? What am I supposed to do with it? Go back? Why would I go back? That thought stayed with me, and that's when I realized something. Each package wasn't random. It was leading somewhere, building something, a path, back. But back to what? The fourth package came a week later, and this time there was a note. Simple, short. Not everything was left behind. My heart dropped, because that didn't feel like a message. It felt like a warning, or maybe a reminder. I didn't open the fifth package right away. I let it sit there, on the table, for hours, because part of me didn't want to know, didn't want to see what was inside. But eventually, I gave in. I always do. I opened it. Inside was something different, not from my past, not something I lost, something new. A photo of my apartment, my current one, taken from outside, at night, the lights on, and inside, I was there, standing near the window, looking at my phone, completely unaware. My hands started shaking because that meant this wasn't about the past anymore. This was happening now. Someone was watching me, right now. I ran to the window, pulled the curtain aside, looked outside. Nothing. Empty street. Silent. But that didn't mean anything, because whoever took that photo was careful, patient, and close enough to see everything. That's when I understood something. The packages weren't just reminders. They were proof. Proof that someone had always been there, watching, from the beginning. The sixth package came the next week, and I almost didn't open it. Almost, but I did. Inside was a mirror, small, handheld, and taped to it another note. Look closely. I hesitated because I didn't want to, didn't need to, but I still did. I picked it up, held it in front of my face. At first, everything looked normal. My reflection, my room, nothing unusual. And then something moved behind me, in the reflection, but not in the room. I froze. Slowly, I lowered the mirror, turned around. Nothing. Empty. I raised the mirror again, and there it was, standing behind me, clear now. No shadows, no distortion, just a figure watching me, perfectly still. I dropped the mirror. It shattered on the floor. I stepped back, heart racing, breathing uneven, because that means it's not just watching, it's here, in the room, and I can't see it. The seventh package hasn't arrived yet, but I know it will. It always does. Same day, same time, and I already know something. Whatever is inside won't be from my past, and it won't be a warning, because at this point, there's nothing left to remind me of, nothing left to show me, except one thing, me, and I can't stop thinking, what happens when the package doesn't arrive outside my door? What happens when it's already inside? Story 11. The first time it happened, I didn't notice. Why would I? It felt like a normal day, completely normal. I woke up, checked my phone, got out of bed, same routine, same thoughts, same everything. Nothing felt wrong, nothing felt different. Until it happened again, and this time, something felt off. Not obvious, not immediate, just a small detail, a conversation. I was talking to a coworker, someone I see every day, someone I've had the same casual conversations with dozens of times before, and halfway through I realized I already knew what they were going to say, word for word, before they said it. I remember pausing for a second, just staring at them, waiting, and then they said it, exactly as I expected. Same tone, same words, same timing. My stomach dropped, because that shouldn't happen. That can't happen, right? I laughed it off. Of course I did. Coincidence, déjà vu, something like that. That's normal. People experience that. But then it kept happening. Small moments, simple things, a car passing at the exact same time, a message arriving with the same words, a stranger dropping something in the exact same way, again and again and again, the same day, repeating, but slightly different. At first, I thought I was just remembering things better, paying more attention, but deep down, I knew something wasn't right, so I tested it. The next morning, I woke up and immediately did something different. I didn't check my phone. I just sat there, still, waiting, and for a moment, nothing happened. The room was quiet, the air still, until suddenly my phone buzzed. I looked at it, a message from the same person, same time, same words, even though I hadn't checked it. even though I changed the routine. How is that possible? How can something repeat even when I don't follow it? That's when I realized something. This wasn't just memory. This wasn't just coincidence. This was happening over and over again, the same day, and no matter what I did, it kept coming back. I tried changing bigger things, leaving the house earlier, taking a different route, avoiding people, but it didn't matter. The events would adjust, shift slightly, but always lead back to the same moments, the same outcomes, like something was correcting it, keeping everything in place. Why? Who would do that? Or maybe the better question is, what would do that? Days passed, or at least it felt like days, but it was always the same one, repeating, and the changes, they started getting worse. At first, they were small, harmless, but then people started acting differently. Subtle at first, a pause in conversation, a strange look, like they knew something, like they remembered something, even though they shouldn't. And then one day, someone said something they weren't supposed to. "You're still here?" I froze. What? They blinked, confused, like they didn't remember saying it, but I heard it, clear as anything. "You're still here?" Still here. What does that mean? How many times has this happened? How long have I been repeating this day? That thought stayed with me, wouldn't leave, wouldn't fade. So I pushed further. I stayed awake all night, didn't sleep, didn't rest, just waited. Because if the day resets, what happens at the end? What happens when it's supposed to start over? Hours passed. The sky stayed dark. The clock stopped moving. And then something changed. The silence. It became heavier, like the world itself had paused. And that's when I saw it. Something moving. Outside. Not fast. Not obvious. Just a shape. Standing still. Watching. Watching what? Watching me? I stepped closer to the window, slowly, carefully, and as I did, it moved. Not away, closer. My breath caught, because I realized something. That thing wasn't part of the loop. It wasn't resetting. It was staying, watching every version of this day, every time I lived it. Why? What is it waiting for? The next moment, everything went dark. Not like night, not like the lights turning off, just gone. And then I woke up, back in my bed, same morning, same time, same day, again. But this time, something was different. The room felt wrong, the air heavier, and then I noticed it. My phone, already unlocked. A message on the screen from an unknown number, waiting. I didn't want to open it, didn't need to, but I did anyway. It read, "How many times have you done this now?" My hand started shaking, because that means something else remembers, something else is aware, and it's been watching every single time. I don't know how long I've been here. I don't know how many times this day has repeated, but I do know one thing. Each time, something gets closer, and I can't help but wonder, what happens when it finally reaches me? Story 12. I didn't notice him at first. Why would I? He was just there. One of those faces you see in passing, on the street, in a store, at a distance. Nothing unusual, nothing memorable, just another person, or at least that's what I thought. The first time I actually noticed him was at a coffee shop. I was standing in line, half focused on my phone, half listening to the noise around me, when I felt it. That feeling, like someone was watching me. You know that feeling, right? When your instincts tell you something's off, even if you don't know why. I looked up, and there he was, sitting in the corner, completely still, looking directly at me. Not casually, not briefly, just staring. I held his gaze for a second, maybe two, and then I looked away, because it felt uncomfortable, too intense, and honestly, people stare sometimes. It happens. So I ignored it. I got my coffee, left, didn't think about it again, until later that day. I was walking home. Same route I always take, same streets, same routine, and as I turned the corner near my building, I saw him again, standing across the street, in the exact same clothes, same posture, same stillness, looking directly at me. My steps slowed, just slightly, because that's not coincidence, right? You don't just randomly see the same person twice in one day in completely different places, do you? I told myself it was possible, that maybe he lived nearby, that maybe it meant nothing. But deep down, I didn't believe that, because something about him felt wrong. Not dangerous, not aggressive, just wrong. Like he didn't belong there, like he didn't belong anywhere. Days passed. I didn't see him again, and slowly, I convinced myself it was nothing, just a strange coincidence, a moment I overthought, until it happened again. This time, at work, I was sitting at my desk, focused, distracted, not thinking about anything except finishing what I was doing, when I felt it again. That same feeling, that awareness. I looked up, and there he was, outside, standing across the street, looking through the window, at me. My chest tightened, because that's not possible. How does someone appear in places they shouldn't be? How does someone know where I am, without ever speaking to me? I stood up, slowly, walked closer to the window, and as I did, he didn't move, didn't react, just stood there, watching. Why? What does he want? I stepped back, turned away, and when I looked again, he was gone, just like that. No movement, no trace, just gone. That's when I started paying attention, really paying attention. Every place I went, every street, every room, looking, waiting, and eventually I saw him again, at a distance, always at a distance, standing, watching, never approaching, never speaking, just there, like he was part of the environment, like he belonged in the background, but not in my life. So why was he always in it? That question stayed with me, growing until I couldn't ignore it anymore. So one day, I decided to do something about it. I followed him for the first time. I saw him standing at the end of the street, still, watching. And instead of turning away, I walked toward him, slowly, carefully, step by step. And for the first time, he moved, not away, but forward, toward me. My heart started racing, faster, louder, because this wasn't supposed to happen. He wasn't supposed to move. He was just supposed to watch. That's how it had always been. So why now? Why is he coming closer? I stopped. So did he. We stood there, facing each other, a few steps apart. And for the first time, I saw his face clearly. And that's when everything changed. Because it wasn't a stranger. It was me, or something that looked exactly like me. Same face, same features, but different. The expression empty, still like it was waiting for something. For me, I felt my breath catch, my chest tighten. Because that doesn't make sense. That's not possible, right? But then it spoke, for the first time, soft, calm. You're noticing faster now. I froze, because that didn't sound like a question. It sounded like a statement, like it had seen this before, like this had happened before. What do you mean? I asked, but it didn't answer. It just smiled. That same slow, unnatural smile, and then it stepped back and disappeared, not walked away, not turned around, just gone. Like it was never there. I stood there for a long time, trying to understand, trying to process, but nothing made sense. Nothing explained it. That night, I didn't sleep. I couldn't, because one thought kept repeating in my head. If that thing looks like me, and it's been following me, then where has it been when I haven't seen it? The next day, I saw him again, but this time, he wasn't at a distance. He was closer, standing at the end of my hallway, inside my building, watching, and I realized something. Each time I notice him, he gets closer. Each time I acknowledge him, he moves forward. So what happens when there's no distance left? What happens when he finally reaches me? I don't know. And honestly, I'm not sure I want to find out. Story 13. It was supposed to be a short trip. Just one night. Nothing serious. A break from everything. From the noise. From the routine. So I drove out to the forest. Somewhere quiet. Isolated. The kind of place where your phone barely works. And the silence feels heavier than usual. I've been camping before. Plenty of times. So I wasn't worried. Not really. Until that first night, it started with a sound. Not loud. Not obvious. Just something off. A rustling. Somewhere beyond the trees. At first I ignored it. Because that's normal, right? Animals move. Branches shift. The forest is never completely still. But this felt different. It wasn't random. It had rhythm. Like footsteps. Slow. Measured. Circling. I sat there by the fire, trying to listen without making it obvious, trying to convince myself it was nothing. But the longer I stayed still, the clearer it became. Something was out there, moving, watching. I stood up, grabbed my flashlight, and pointed it toward the trees. Nothing, just darkness, thick, unmoving. But the feeling didn't go away. That presence, that awareness, like something was just beyond the light, waiting. I told myself not to panic, not to overthink. So I went back to the fire, sat down, tried to relax. But then it stopped. The sound, completely. No movement, no rustling, no footsteps, just silence. And somehow, that was worse, because now it wasn't circling. Now it was still. Why stop? What changes when something stops moving? I didn't sleep much that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt it. Closer. Watching. Waiting for me to look away. Morning came eventually, and everything felt normal again. Too normal. The forest looked the same. Peaceful. Quiet. Like nothing had happened. So I packed up. Left early, didn't question it, because honestly, I didn't want to. The drive back felt long, longer than usual, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone anymore. You know that feeling, right? When something doesn't feel right, but you can't explain why? That's what stayed with me, even when I got home, even when I locked the door, even when everything looked exactly as I left it. It didn't go away. That night, I heard it again. The same sound, a rustling, outside my window. My heart dropped, because that shouldn't happen. Not here, not in the city, not outside my house. I walked slowly toward the window, pulled the curtain back. Nothing, just the street, empty, still, but the feeling, it was stronger now, closer. Like it wasn't outside anymore, like it had followed me. Why would something follow me? What did it want? The next night, it got worse. I was lying in bed, lights off, room quiet, and then I heard it, inside the house, a soft step from the hallway, I sat up instantly, heart racing, breathing uneven, because that's not possible. The doors are locked, the windows are closed. So how is something inside? I didn't move. I couldn't, because I knew if I went out there, I might see something I couldn't unsee. The footsteps continued, slow, careful, moving toward my room, and then they stopped, right outside the door. Silence, heavy, uncomfortable, and then a sound. Not footsteps, not movement, something else. Breathing, slow, deliberate, right on the other side. My chest tightened, because whatever was out there wasn't trying to hide anymore. It was waiting for me. Why me? What did I bring back with me? That question stayed with me, wouldn't leave, wouldn't fade. Days passed. I didn't go back to the forest, didn't want to. But the sounds didn't stop. Every night, closer, louder, more certain, until one night I saw it, not clearly, not fully, just a shape, standing in the hallway, tall, still, watching. I couldn't see its face, but I knew it was looking at me, and then it moved, not toward me, around me, like it was studying the space, learning the layout, understanding the house. Why? What is it preparing for? That night, I didn't sleep. I couldn't, because I realized something. This wasn't something that followed me by accident. It wasn't lost. It wasn't confused. It came with me, on purpose. And now, it knows where I live. The forest felt empty when I left. Too empty. Like something had been removed. Like something had been waiting for someone to take it out. And I did. I still hear it at night, moving through the house. Slow, careful, getting more comfortable, like it belongs here now. And sometimes, when everything is quiet, I hear something else. Not footsteps, not breathing, a sound, like something scratching, not at the door, not at the window, but at the walls, from the inside. And I can't help but wonder, did I bring something back from the forest? Or did I bring something out that was never supposed to leave? Story 14. It started with the same sound. Every night, at exactly the same time, 2:47 a.m. Not 2:46, not 2:48, always 2:47. The first time I heard it, I didn't even check the clock. I just woke up suddenly, heart racing for no reason, the kind of wake up that feels unnatural, like something pulled you out of sleep instead of you waking on your own. And then I heard it, a footstep, soft, slow, from the hallway. I stayed still, listening, trying to understand what I was hearing, trying to convince myself it was nothing. Another step, then another, moving through the house, my house. I sat up slowly, my eyes adjusting to the dark, my breathing uneven, because that sound didn't belong there, not at that hour, not in a place where I knew every corner, every creak, every shift of the floor. This was different. This was deliberate. Who walks through someone's house at 2:47 in the morning? Who does that? I grabbed my phone, checked the time. 2:47 a.m. Exactly. The footsteps continued. Slow, measured, not rushing, not hiding, like it had no reason to, like it belonged there. That thought made my chest tighten, because this is my house, right? I didn't go out. I couldn't, because whatever was out there was moving with purpose, and I didn't want to find out where it was going. Eventually the footsteps stopped, just like that. Silence, heavy, uncomfortable, and somehow that was worse, because when something stops making noise, you don't know where it is anymore. Morning came, eventually, Everything looked normal, too normal. No signs of anything, no doors open, no windows disturbed, nothing. So I told myself it was a dream. It had to be. Until the next night, 2:47 a.m., I woke up again. Same way, sudden, sharp, and there it was, the footsteps, same pattern, same pace, walking through the hallway. I checked the time immediately, 2:47, again. That's not coincidence, that's not random, that's something else. The third night, I stayed awake. I didn't want to be caught off guard again. Didn't want to wake up in the middle of it. So I sat there, lights off, room silent, watching the clock. 2:45, 2:46, and then 2:47. The moment the time changed, I heard it, right on cue, a footstep from the hallway. I didn't move, didn't breathe, just listened. Because now I knew, this wasn't in my head, this was real. The footsteps passed my door, slow, steady, and for the first time, they didn't stop. They kept going, toward the living room, then the kitchen, then back toward me. My heart started pounding, faster, louder, because that wasn't how it went before. Something changed. Why? Did it know I was awake? Did it know I was listening? The steps stopped right outside my door. Silence. And then a hand on the handle. I saw it move, just slightly. I froze, because that means it knows exactly where I am. The handle turned, slowly, carefully, but the door didn't open. It stopped halfway, and then the footsteps continued, walking away like nothing happened. I didn't sleep after that. I couldn't, because now it wasn't just walking through my house. It was checking my door, checking me. Why? What is it waiting for? The next night, I did something different. I opened my door, just slightly, left it that way, because I needed to see, needed to know. 2:47, the footsteps started, closer this time, faster. No, not faster, more direct, like it already knew where it was going. The hallway creaked, and then it passed my door. I looked, just a small gap, barely enough to see. And what I saw, I still don't understand. There was something there, a shape, not clear, not human, but it moved like one. Slow, controlled, and as it passed, it turned its head toward my door, toward me. I stepped back instantly, heart racing, because I knew it saw me, even through that small gap. Even in the dark, it saw me. The footsteps stopped. Silence. Then a voice, soft, calm, from the hallway. You're awake now. My breath caught, because that wasn't a guess. It was a statement, like it had been waiting for this, like this was part of it. Part of what? The footsteps didn't continue that night. They just stopped, right outside my door, and stayed there for hours. I could feel it, standing, waiting, listening. Morning came, eventually. The house looked normal again, but I knew it wasn't, because that night 2:47 came again, and the footsteps returned. But this time, they didn't start in the hallway. They started inside my room, right behind me. And now, I don't check the time anymore, because I don't need to. I can feel it, every night, getting closer, and I can't help but wonder what happens when it doesn't need to walk anymore. Story 15. It started when I was walking home. Late. Alone. Nothing unusual about that. I've done it hundreds of times. Same route, same streets, same quiet feeling that settles in when the world starts to slow down. But that night, something felt different. Not obvious, not immediate, just off. You know that feeling, right? When your surroundings feel normal, but something inside you says they aren't? That's what it was. I kept walking, telling myself it was nothing, just my mind playing tricks, until I heard it. A footstep, right beside me, not behind, not ahead, beside me. I stopped. The sound stopped too. I looked around. Nothing. Empty street. Silent. No one there. I waited. Listened. Nothing. So I laughed, quietly, because what else do you do in a moment like that? Assume something invisible is walking next to you. That doesn't make sense, right? So I started walking again, and it came back. Another step, perfectly in sync with mine. Left, right, left, right. I stopped again. It stopped. Exactly at the same time. My chest tightened, because that's not coincidence. That's not random. That's something else. I started walking slower. The footsteps matched. I sped up. They sped up. I stopped suddenly. Silence. Complete silence. Who does that? Who walks beside someone perfectly without ever being seen? I turned around, looked behind me. Nothing. Checked the other side of the street. Still nothing. So where is it? Where are those footsteps coming from? I didn't want to find out. So I kept walking. Faster now. More aware. And the footsteps stayed. Beside me. Always beside me. Never ahead. Never behind. Just there. Like something was walking with me. Matching me. Learning me. Why? What does it want? That night, I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I could hear it. That same rhythm. Step, step, step. Beside me. The next day, I tried to ignore it. Tried to move on. Tried to convince myself it was nothing. Until it happened again. Not outside. Inside my house. I was walking down the hallway. Alone. And then a step. Right beside me. I froze. Because that shouldn't happen. Not here. Not inside. I looked to my side. Nothing. Empty space. But the sound. It was clear. Precise. Right there. I walked again. It followed. Step for step. Exactly the same. My heart started racing. Faster. Louder. Because now there was no doubt. This wasn't in my head. This was real. Something was walking beside me, inside my house, and I couldn't see it. That's when I made a mistake. I tried to outpace it. I walked faster, then almost running, but it kept up, perfectly. No delay, no hesitation, always beside me, like it was connected to me, like it couldn't leave, or worse, like it didn't need to. I stopped, suddenly, and instead of silence, I heard something new, a second step, slightly out of sync, then a third, then more. My breath caught, because now, it wasn't just one, there were multiple, walking beside me, all at once, matching me, surrounding me. Where did they come from? How long have they been there? Why didn't I notice before? That night, I stood in the middle of my room, completely still, not moving, not breathing, and slowly, the sounds stopped, one by one, until there was nothing. Silence. I stayed like that for a long time, because I didn't want to trigger it again, didn't want to move, but eventually, I had to, and the moment I took a step, they came back, all of them, at once. Step, 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 beside me, around me, everywhere, and then a voice, soft, calm, right next to my ear. You're not walking alone anymore. I froze, because that wasn't just a sound, that was a statement, a fact, something I couldn't ignore. something I couldn't escape. I don't go out at night anymore. I don't walk alone. I barely move at all, because every time I do, they're there, walking with me, matching me, learning me. And sometimes, when everything is quiet, I hear something else. Not footsteps, not movement, breathing, close, too close, like something is leaning in, listening, waiting. And I can't help but wonder, if they're walking beside me now, then what happens when they decide to walk ahead? Story 16. It didn't start with fear. That's the strange part. It started with comfort. The first time I heard it, I wasn't scared. I was just walking. Late, alone. Same route I always take. Same quiet streets. Same slow rhythm of footsteps echoing off empty buildings. And then, there was another step. Right beside mine. Perfectly timed. Left, right, left, right. I stopped. It stopped. At the exact same moment, I turned my head slightly, expecting to see someone, but there was no one there, just the empty street. Silent, still. I stood there for a few seconds, trying to make sense of it, trying to come up with a logical explanation, because that's what you do when something doesn't feel right. You try to fix it with logic. Maybe it was an echo. Maybe my steps were bouncing off the walls. Maybe I started walking again, and it came back. That second set of footsteps, right beside me, matching me. Exactly. Now that should have scared me. It should have. But it didn't. Not yet. Because there was something else. Something subtle. Something I didn't expect. It felt natural. Like it had always been there. Like I had just never noticed it before. That thought stayed with me, long after I got home, long after the silence returned. Because the moment I stepped inside, the footsteps disappeared, completely. No echo, no second rhythm, just me, alone. Right? The next night, it happened again. Same time, same street. And the moment I took my first step, it joined me, beside me, walking, perfectly in sync. This time, I didn't stop. I just kept going, listening, feeling it, because now I was curious. Who is it? What is it? Why is it there? I tried to test it. I changed my pace. Slower. It slowed. Faster. It matched. I turned suddenly. Nothing. Still nothing. So where is it? Where are those footsteps coming from? And why does it feel so close? That's when I noticed something else. The sound. It wasn't echoing anymore. It wasn't bouncing. It was coming from a fixed point, right next to me, as if something was actually there, walking with me. Night after night, it continued, always the same, always beside me, never ahead, never behind, just there. And slowly, something changed. The feeling. At first it was strange, uncomfortable. Then it became familiar, and eventually it became reassuring. That's when I realized something. I stopped feeling alone, even when I was, even in empty streets, even in silence, because I knew it was there, walking with me, keeping pace, staying close, and I didn't question it anymore. Until one night, it didn't show up. I took my first step. Nothing. Second step. Still nothing. I stopped, waited, silence, and suddenly that comfort was gone, replaced by something else, something heavier, something colder. Where did it go? Why isn't it here? I started walking faster, then slower, then stopped completely, but it didn't return, and for the first time I felt alone again, truly alone. That's when I heard something. not beside me, behind me. A footstep, single, delayed, not matching, not following the rhythm, just there. I turned around. Nothing, but the feeling was different now. Before, it walked with me. Now, it was watching. Why did it change? What did I do? The next night, it came back, but not the same way. I started walking, and instead of one set of footsteps beside me, there were two, one on each side, perfectly synchronized. Left, right, left, right. I froze, because that wasn't how it used to be. It was only ever one. So where did the second come from? And why does it feel like they're closing in? I walked again. They followed. Closer this time. Not just beside me, but almost touching. And then I heard it. Not a step, a breath. Right next to my ear. Soft, warm. You noticed my heart stopped, because that wasn't random. That wasn't noise. That was a voice. And it wasn't alone. There was another breath on the other side. You walk with us now. I couldn't move, because suddenly I understood something. It was never just one. It never was. I just couldn't hear the others before. I don't walk that route anymore. I don't walk alone. I barely walk at all, because every time I take a step, I feel it, not just beside me, but closer, around me, inside my space, matching me, becoming me. And sometimes, when everything is quiet, I don't hear footsteps anymore. I hear something else, my own, but slightly out of sync, just enough to notice, just enough to wonder which one is actually mine. Story 17. It started with headlights. Just that. Nothing unusual. I was driving home late. The roads were mostly empty. The kind of quiet you only get past midnight, where every sound feels louder and every light feels brighter than it should. And behind me, there was a car. I didn't think much of it. Why would I? Cars share roads. People drive the same routes. That's normal. So I kept going, turned at the usual intersection, drove past the same streetlights, followed the same path I always do, and the car stayed behind me, not too close, not too far, just there, matching my speed, matching my turns. At first, it felt like coincidence, then it started to feel like something else, because no matter where I went, it stayed. Same distance, same pace, always behind me. Who drives like that? Who follows someone that precisely, without ever getting closer? I checked the rearview mirror again. The headlights didn't flicker, didn't shift, just stayed fixed. Watching. That's when I did something simple. I slowed down, just slightly, and the car slowed too, perfectly. No hesitation. No delay, exactly the same. My chest tightened, because that's not normal. That's not how people drive. I turned onto a different street, one I don't usually take. The car followed, same turn, same timing, no mistake, no confusion. That's when I knew. It wasn't coincidence anymore, it was following me. Why? What does it want? I sped up. Just a little. The car sped up too, still keeping that same distance, never getting closer, never falling behind, like it was locked to me. That thought stayed in my head, growing, because if something can match you perfectly, then it's not reacting. It already knows what you're going to do. I turned again, sharp this time. The car turned with me, no hesitation. That's when I made a decision. I pulled over, suddenly, without warning, and the moment I stopped, the car was gone. Just gone. No passing, no turning, no sound, nothing. The road behind me was empty, completely empty. I got out of the car, looked around. No headlights, no engine noise, no movement, just silence. How does that happen? Where does a car go in the exact moment you stop? There was nowhere it could have turned, no side streets, no exits. So where did it go? I stood there for a long time, trying to process, trying to explain, but nothing made sense. Eventually, I got back in the car and drove home. That night, I didn't sleep because one thought kept repeating in my head. If it disappears when I stop, then what happens when I keep going? The next night, I drove again, same time, same route, and there it was, right on time, behind me, same headlights, same distance, waiting, watching, like it never left, like it was just waiting for me to come back. This time, I didn't panic, I didn't speed up, didn't change direction. I just drove, and it followed, perfectly, for miles, until I made another decision. I stopped again, and just like before, it disappeared, instantly. No trace, no explanation. That's when I started testing it. Different routes, different times, different speeds, but it didn't matter. It always came back, always followed, always disappeared. Until one night, something changed. I stopped the car, but this time it didn't disappear. It stayed, right behind me, for the first time. My heart started pounding because that's not how it works. It's supposed to disappear. That's what it always does. So why is it still there? I slowly looked in the mirror. The headlights were closer now, brighter, and for a moment, I saw something inside the car, a figure sitting in the driver's seat, still watching me. I turned around, and the road was empty. No car, nothing. I looked back in the mirror. It was still there, closer now, almost touching my bumper. My breath caught, because that means it's not on the road, it's not behind me, it's somewhere else. Somewhere I can only see it. I drove, fast this time. Didn't stop, didn't look back. But the mirror, it didn't change. The car stayed, right behind me. No matter how fast I went, no matter where I turned. Always there, watching, waiting. That was the last time I drove at night. I don't take that route anymore. I don't check my mirrors, not unless I have to. Because sometimes, even when I'm not driving, I still see it, parked behind me, silent, waiting, and I can't help but wonder, if it only disappears when I stop, then what happens when I finally can't keep moving anymore? Story 18. I realized I wasn't alone in my house about a week after I moved in, and the worst part is I didn't even notice it at first. I just kept going about my days, unpacking boxes, making coffee, letting my dog out into the yard, completely unaware that something else was already there, already watching, already settled into the corners of a place I thought was mine. Moving into your own place is supposed to feel like freedom, right? And for those first few days, it did. I set up my furniture the way I wanted it, cooked my first dinner in my own kitchen, stayed up too late watching whatever I wanted with nobody to answer to. Just me and my dog, quiet, peaceful, finally something that felt completely mine. But looking back now, I don't think I was ever truly alone in that house, not even on day one. It started with the dog. He'd be walking across the living room and just stop, mid-step, body completely still, ears straight up, staring into a corner of the room like something was standing there that I couldn't see, not growling, not barking, just locked on. You know how people always say dogs can sense things that we can't? Yeah, I really tried not to think about that. I told myself it was a new place, new sounds coming through the walls, maybe a smell from outside drifting in. Dogs do weird things. That's what I told myself every single time he did it. But he did it a lot. The first thing that made me stop explaining it away wasn't something I saw. It was something I smelled. About a week in, I was sitting on the couch doing absolutely nothing, and out of nowhere, cigarette smoke, strong, immediate, like someone had just lit up and was standing right next to me in the room. I checked the windows, went to the front door, nothing, no neighbors outside, no smell in the hallway, and then just like that, it was gone. I wrote it off. Bad ventilation maybe, old building quirk, sure. But then a few days later, it happened again. Except this time it wasn't cigarettes, it was perfume. Heavy and floral and old, the kind of scent that feels like it belongs to a different decade entirely, like something your grandmother kept on a little glass tray on her dresser. It filled the room so suddenly that I actually turned around to look behind me. Nobody there, and every single time my dog reacted. His head would snap up, nose going, tracking something moving through the air that I couldn't follow with my eyes. He could smell whatever it was too, which meant I wasn't imagining it. That's when I started paying attention differently. Once you start noticing things, you genuinely cannot stop. The lights were next, and I want to be clear, this wasn't flickering, wasn't a bulb going out. This was lights in rooms I wasn't in turning on by themselves, and lights in rooms I was sitting in just shutting off. No sound, no flicker, just dark. I'd get up, flip the switch back on, and it would work perfectly. No loose wiring, no electrical issue, just off. I started noticing a pattern to it too. It happened most in the hallway and the guest bathroom. Always those two places. Like whatever was doing it had a favorite part of the house. I didn't love thinking about that. Then things started moving. At first it was easy to dismiss. Keys in a slightly different spot. A cup on the wrong side of the counter. The kind of thing you blame on your own memory. I'm tired. I'm distracted. I just forgot where I put it. But then one night I was sitting at the kitchen island with a friend of mine. Normal night. Just talking. My AirPods case was sitting right there on the counter between us. We both saw it, and it flew off the edge of the island and hit the floor. Not slid, not tipped, flew, like something had reached out and backhanded it clean off the surface. We both froze, just stared at each other for a solid 10 seconds without saying a word. Then she asked me, "Has that happened before?" And I didn't know what to say, because the honest answer was, yeah, kind of, but I'd been telling myself it hadn't. Here's the part that really messed with me. I never told anyone what I thought was going on. I kept it completely to myself, because I didn't want to sound like I was losing it. So nobody who came into that house knew a single thing about what I'd been experiencing. And then people started having their own experiences without me saying a word. A good friend came to stay for a few days. He was using the guest bathroom and came out looking a little quiet. Said he'd been standing at the sink and took a step back and backed into someone. The full solid presence of a person standing right behind him. He spun around immediately. Nothing there. He told me over dinner, casual, like he was still deciding whether it was real, and I just nodded, kept eating, said nothing. Then my mom came to visit. Same bathroom. I was still in bed, hadn't even gotten up yet, just the two of us in the house. She came into my room and asked if I'd called her name while she was getting ready. I hadn't said a word. She heard her name spoken clearly, right outside the bathroom door, like someone was standing in the hallway just calling out to her. That's when I told them both. Everything. All of it. The smells, the lights, the AirPods, the dog staring at nothing. And the part that still gets me is that they had both experienced something real in that house before they ever knew there was anything to experience. Nobody planted a suggestion. Nobody primed them to be scared. They just felt it on their own. But nothing compares to what happened on a Tuesday night a few months in. Completely ordinary evening, dinner at the table, some show playing low in the background, dog curled up at my feet, the kind of night you don't even remember, except I will remember this one for the rest of my life. Something grabbed me, not brushed past me, not tapped me on the shoulder, grabbed me around my torso, all 5 fingers, tight, warm, like someone had been sitting right beside me at that table the entire time and just decided to let me know. I knocked my chair back so fast it crashed into the floor, spun around, heart going absolutely insane. Nothing, just my dog looking up at me from the floor with those big eyes, like he didn't know what had just happened either. I stood in the middle of my kitchen for a long time after that. Just stood there, breathing, trying to decide what was real. And that's when something shifted in me, because I stopped asking whether any of this was actually happening and started wondering what it wanted. The last thing I'm going to tell you was also the quietest, which somehow made it worse. I was in the bathroom, totally routine, picked a towel up off the floor, stood back up, glanced into the mirror the way you do without even thinking about it, and in the reflection I could see my bedroom doorway behind me, and in that doorway, a shadow, human-shaped, the height and width of a person, just standing there. And then, slowly, it moved across the frame and disappeared. I didn't scream, I didn't run, I just stood there holding that towel, completely still, waiting to see if it would come back. It didn't. But that shape, that slow, deliberate movement across my doorway, I still see it sometimes when I close my eyes right before sleep, just walking, like it belongs there, like it has always belonged there, and I'm the one who just showed up. I still live there. I know that probably sounds crazy, but whatever shares that house with me, it has never once felt violent, never felt like it wanted me gone. It's more like a presence, something that existed there long before I signed a lease, and apparently had no plans to leave just because I moved in. My dog barely reacts anymore. Either he got used to it, or whatever's there got used to him. Some mornings I'll walk into the kitchen and catch that perfume again, heavy and floral and old, and I don't jump anymore. I just pause, take a slow breath, and say good morning out loud to nobody I can see. I don't know their name, I don't know their story, I don't know why they're still in that house instead of wherever they're supposed to be. But sometimes, late at night, I'll wake up and just lie there in the dark, and I'll get this feeling that someone is standing in the doorway, not threatening, not coming closer, just checking, like they want to make sure I'm still there. And the strangest thing is that I find it kind of comforting. I guess I don't technically live alone, and honestly, I've stopped minding. Story 19. Every generator in my neighborhood shut off at the exact same second, and that wasn't even the worst part. I don't know how to explain this without sounding crazy, but I need to tell someone, because some nights I still wake up at 2 a.m. and just listen, waiting for that sound to stop again. It was hurricane season in Florida, and if you've lived here long enough, you know the drill. Board up the windows, fill the bathtub, charge everything you own, and when the power goes out, you fire up the generator, and you wait. That's what everyone on my street was doing that night. I'll live in a condo built into a hill, 2 floors. Office up top facing north. Lower floor opens into a fenced yard out back. My 2 dogs were with me. Older dogs, but still sharp, still alert. The kind of dogs that start barking before you even hear the knock. Here's something you need to know about my building though. We'd had visitors before, not the friendly kind. A few times over the years, men would show up at the door. Big guys, built like linebackers. They'd look through the windows, real slow, like they were taking notes. My dogs would absolutely lose it, and these men, they'd just walk away. No rush, no panic, like they'd already gotten what they came for. Some nights there'd be a car sitting out front, usually a Lexus, always tinted windows, always one of those license plate covers that blurs the numbers on cameras. I stopped asking questions about my neighbors a long time ago, but what happened the night Hurricane Elsa came through, that's something else entirely. The storm came from the wrong direction, southwest instead of the Atlantic coast. Everything about it felt off, like the weather itself hadn't gotten the memo. Power had been out for a few hours already, totally normal for a bad storm, and you could hear everyone's generators running on their decks and porches. That sound, that low, constant hum, it's almost comforting during a hurricane. It means people are okay, things are still running. And then, somewhere around 9 p.m., the darkness changed. I know how that sounds, but this wasn't just nighttime dark. This was a different kind of dark, the kind that has weight to it, the kind that presses against your eyes and makes you feel like you've gone blind. The eye of the storm had drifted over us. Usually you get a window, 20, 30 minutes of weird calm, maybe some stars. Not that night. That night it was pitch black, and I mean pitch black. No streetlights, no city glow from a few miles out, nothing. And then the generators stopped, all of them at once, not one by one, not a few sputtering out. Every single generator on the block went silent in the same second. No wind, no hum, no nothing, just that heavy dark and the sound of people shouting out there, confused yanking pull cords, trying to get their machines back on. Nothing would start. My generator runs on a push-button battery start. It had only been running 3 or 4 hours on a full 12-hour tank of gas. I pressed the button. Dead. I pointed my flashlight out into the yard and the beam just stopped, like the dark was eating it. You know that feeling in old video games when the brightness is cranked too far down and you can't tell walls from floor from sky? That's exactly what it looked like out there, like something had broken the contrast between light and everything else. My dogs wouldn't leave my side. The older one pressed her whole body against my legs and just stayed there. The other one was whimpering, this low, soft sound she only makes when she's genuinely scared. Not bark scared, not mailman scared, actually scared. I cracked a glow stick. That little green light became the whole world for a while. The 3 of us just kind of settled into it and waited. Cell service was down. Not unusual in a bad storm, but the combination of things, the generators, the darkness, the dogs, something in my gut was telling me something I didn't have a name for. I kept thinking about EMPs, electromagnetic pulses, the kind that fry electronics. Every generator stopping at once made a weird kind of sense, if something had wiped the whole grid at the same moment. But my flashlight still worked, my phone still powered on, just no signal. So what was it? At some point, I drifted off. Dogs pressed up against me. Glow stick almost faded out. I remember hearing the second wall of the storm kickback up outside, that low roar coming back, rain sideways again, wind picking up, and then I was out. I woke up, and it was morning, partly cloudy, quiet, that thick, wet Florida air you only get after a storm moves through. I went outside. Every generator on the block was running, including mine. I hadn't touched it, hadn't restarted it, hadn't added a single drop of gas. It was just running, like nothing had ever happened, like some switch somewhere had flipped everything back on while I was asleep. I asked a few neighbors about it later, the ones who'd been out in the dark yanking pull cords and getting nothing. They remembered the silence. None of them had an explanation either. I've thought about that night a lot since then. The darkness that had weight to it. The generators dying all at once, like something had just decided. The dogs that wouldn't stop pressing against me. That flashlight beam getting swallowed whole. Part of me wants a clean answer. Weather phenomenon. Equipment failure. Some kind of freak coincidence. But I stood out there in my yard that morning, coffee going cold in my hand, listening to every single generator hum like nothing had happened, and I still don't know what turned them all off. And honestly, I'm not sure I want to. Story 20. When I was 6 years old, I woke up alone in the middle of the woods, and when I finally made it home, there was a letter on my pillow, written in a child's handwriting, saying I had run away on purpose, that I didn't want to come back, that I didn't love my mom anymore. I read it twice, and then I looked up and said the only thing I knew for certain, that's not how you spell my name. I didn't write that letter, which means someone else did, and to this day, nobody has ever been able to tell me who. I grew up with just my mom in a small neighborhood that backed up against a stretch of woods. During the day, those woods were everything to me. I knew every trail, every shortcut, every fallen tree worth climbing. Me and the kids from the street spent entire summers in there without a single worry. But at night, those same woods became something else, bigger, darker, like something inside them had been waiting all day for the sun to go down. And every night, just as I was finally drifting off to sleep, I heard it. Soft footsteps, right next to my bed. Here's the thing about that sound. If you press your ear into a pillow in a quiet room, you can hear your own heartbeat, muffled and rhythmic, and to a 6-year-old lying alone in the dark, that does not sound like a heartbeat. It sounds like something walking, slow and steady, back and forth across a carpeted floor, getting closer to where you're lying. Every single night it yanked me back from the edge of sleep, heart slamming, eyes wide open, staring into the dark above me. I told my mom. She said it was my imagination. I kept telling her until she blasted warm water into my ears with a turkey baster just to make me feel better, because I'd convinced myself that would fix it somehow. It didn't. The footsteps kept coming, but for a long time, nothing actually happened. Until one night, something did. I heard the footsteps that night like always, but I was already too far under, too deep in sleep to be dragged back. And when something finally woke me up, it wasn't the sound, it wasn't a nightmare, it was the cold. I opened my eyes and saw stars, a whole sky full of them, right above my face. I sat up fast, and my brain just refused to process what it was looking at. Trees, dark, ground beneath me, open sky overhead. I was outside, no memory of getting up, no memory of opening a door or walking down the porch steps. Nothing between closing my eyes in my bed and opening them right here on the ground, in the dark. surrounded by woods, completely alone. I thought I was dreaming. I had to be dreaming, but the cold on my skin was too sharp and the ground beneath me was too real. And right in front of me, sitting in a patch of moonlight, like the strangest thing I'd ever seen, was a deflated pool float. One of those cheap ones, shaped like a shark, just lying there, like it had been placed, like it was waiting. This was not a dream. I stood up to figure out where I was, and immediately stepped on a thorn. Pain shot straight up my leg and knocked me right back down. I looked at my feet, already cut, already torn up from thorns I hadn't felt yet. But the rest of me, perfectly fine, no scratches anywhere else, not even that dirty, like I hadn't walked there at all, like someone had carried me through those woods in the dark and set me down gently right next to that shark float. I cried for a little while. Then I stood back up. I looked around for something familiar, something from all those days I'd spent in these woods, and I didn't recognize a single thing, not one tree, not one trail. These didn't look like my woods at all, which meant I had no idea where I was or which direction was home. I didn't call out. Something in my gut told me that was a bad idea. I wasn't sure I wanted to be found by whoever or whatever might still be out there listening. So I picked a direction and started walking. I tried to walk in a straight line, tried to correct myself every time I had to detour around thick brush or a collapsed tree. But I was 6 years old and terrified, and my feet were getting worse with every step. So I started watching the ground more than I watched where I was actually going. Then I heard something that made me stop thinking straight entirely, a cry, high and sharp and completely wrong in the dark. I know now it was probably just a cat, but at 6 years old, alone in the woods past midnight, it did not sound like a cat. I ran, veering left and right around everything in my path, not thinking about direction anymore, not thinking about anything except getting away from that sound. And then I stopped, because right there in front of me, in a patch of moonlight on the ground, was the shark pool float. I was 10 feet from where I had woken up. 10 feet. I hadn't escaped anything. I'd walked in a massive circle and come right back to the start, and standing there staring at that deflated shark, something in my thinking cracked open, because up until that moment I'd only been focused on getting out. I hadn't let myself think about how I'd gotten in, about the fact that I'd gone to sleep in my bed and woken up in the middle of the woods with no memory in between. Now I was thinking about all of it. Or worse, what if I hadn't been walking in a circle? What if I just hadn't been allowed to leave? I picked the brightest star I could find and followed it. I don't even know if it was the right one, but slowly, gradually, things started looking more familiar. The trees started feeling like trees I'd seen before, and then I saw the ditch, this long dirt ditch, where me and my friends used to have dirt-clod wars after school. I knew that ditch better than almost anything in the world, and if I knew that, I knew where I was. I was almost home. My feet were in rough shape. Every step sent a little jolt of pain up my legs. But when I saw the roof of my house peeking above the neighbor's lower roofline, I made this sound I've never made before or since, this small broken sob, and I started running. I'd already decided I wouldn't say anything. I'd sneak back in, clean up, get under the covers, never think about this again. I just needed to get inside. I climbed the porch steps, put my hand on the doorknob, turned it, and right before I pushed it open, 2 arms wrapped around me from behind and yanked me back. I screamed with everything I had. "Mom, help me, please, Mom." That feeling of being that close to safe, that close to home, and being physically torn away from it. I don't have a word for it. Even now, the door swung open. A flash of hope shot through me. But it wasn't my mom. It was a man, enormous, filling the whole doorway, blocking out the porch light behind him. I thrashed harder, kicked backward at whoever was holding me. I was terrified, but I was absolutely furious. "Let me go. Where is she? What did you do to her?" And then underneath my own screaming, I heard a voice that had been there longer than I'd realized. "Honey, please calm down. I've got you." The arms loosened, set me down. I turned around, and it was my mom. The man stepped into the light, and I saw his uniform. He was a cop. It was over. I started crying the way you only cry when the fear finally has somewhere to go, when the thing you've been holding gets to just let go all at once. She held me, told me she was so glad I was home, that she'd been terrified she'd never see me again. I told her I was sorry, that I didn't know what happened, that I just wanted to come home. She laughed through her tears about her shins from where I'd kicked the officer. A tiny bit of normal broke through all of it, and then she said, "We found your note on your pillow." The officer slid a piece of paper across the table toward me. A letter, child's handwriting. It said I was unhappy, that I never wanted to see my mom or any of my friends again, that I was leaving and not coming back. I read it twice, sat there staring at it for a long time, even if I sometimes walked in my sleep and didn't remember, even if I could have somehow wandered out of the house on my own, even if there was some explanation for every other piece of that night that I just couldn't see. There was one thing I knew with complete certainty. I looked up from the letter. "This isn't how you spell my name." I set it back down on the table. I didn't write this. Someone knew where I lived. Someone got into my house, got into my room, and wrote a letter in a child's hand, trying to make it look like I'd left on my own. I still don't know how I ended up in those woods that night, but sometimes, when I think about those footsteps I used to hear right next to my bed, I wonder something I probably shouldn't. What if they were never just my heartbeat in a pillow? What if they were someone actually standing there, right next to where I was sleeping, waiting for me to finally close my eyes? Story 21. She told me not to respond to her when she talks in her sleep. Last night, I found out why. I don't know how to explain this without sounding completely out of my mind, but I need to say it out loud. I need someone to hear this, because what happened last night, it doesn't feel over, not even close. It started with something I convinced myself was normal. I was obsessed with her, and I don't mean that lightly. I mean the kind of obsession where some part of you knows something is off, but you can't pull yourself back. I'd sit there staring at my phone, rehearsing reasons not to text first, and then I'd look down and realize I already had. My thoughts didn't feel like mine, like something kept nudging me toward her, over and over, and I just followed. The way she laughed with her hand over her mouth, the way she touched her necklace when she got nervous, even the way she smelled. At the time, I thought it was just falling hard for someone. Looking back, that was my first warning. She stayed over for the first time last night, 8 weeks in, and every single time before, she'd found a reason to leave before midnight. I never pushed it, but eventually I asked. She went quiet, set her glass down slowly, looked away, and said it like it was something she'd been dreading. I talk in my sleep. I almost laughed out loud, but she didn't smile back. She looked scared, actually genuinely scared. "It's not normal," she said. "The things I say, they're not random. They're horrible. I pulled her close, told her it didn't matter, told her to stay. Right before she fell asleep, she grabbed my arm. Don't respond to me. Whatever I say, just don't answer. She paused. And don't wake me up, please. I told her she was overreacting. I was wrong. No, I don't know how long I was out, but I woke up with this feeling I can't fully describe, like something in the room had shifted, like the air was different. I remembered she was there, smiled to myself, rolled over and stopped breathing. She was sitting straight up in the bed, not moving, not blinking, just staring down at me in the dark. Her posture was completely wrong, too rigid, too deliberate, like it wasn't really her holding that body upright. Then she spoke, and it was not her voice. I'll chew the skin from your bones. I didn't move. I couldn't. I just laid there, heart slamming, telling myself, it's just sleep talking. It's fine, she warned you. It's fine. Then slowly, she laid back down. I tried to close my eyes, but every few minutes, the same thought crept back in. What if she's sitting up again? So I turned to check. She was inches from my face. I hadn't heard her move, hadn't felt the mattress shift. She was just there. Suddenly, her breath hit me first. Rotten, thick, nothing like her. If you don't move to the couch, you'll be dead by morning. I was off that bed before I even made a decision. The second I stepped into the hallway, something followed me out. Not footsteps, not her voice. A sound like laughter, wet, broken, like something that had forgotten how laughing was supposed to work. I didn't look back. I sat on the couch telling myself to calm down. Disorder, sleep talking, brain misfiring at night, completely explainable. And then I heard my name, Stephen, low, gravelly, like it was being dragged up from somewhere it shouldn't be. I didn't answer. I know you're awake. Still nothing. Why don't you come back? I stayed completely still, and then she said something that made my stomach drop. Sorry if this spoils your plans. It's the two of you were supposed to walk that trail again. You'd reach the top, look out over the city, and then you'd get on one knee. My chest went tight, and bring out the ring. Then she laughed. I have never said that out loud, never told a single person. That thought lived in my head alone, in the quietest part of it. There was no way she could have known, no possible way. That's when something shifted inside me. This wasn't a disorder. This wasn't the brain misfiring. Something had been in that room long before last night, watching, learning, and it had been patient enough to wait. And then the thought hit me like ice water. The obsession, the way I felt pulled toward her from the very beginning, the way I couldn't think straight around her, couldn't control myself, couldn't leave even when I should have. What if that wasn't love? What if something else was doing that, making sure I stayed close enough, long enough for whatever was supposed to happen next? I'm still on this couch as I write this, waiting for sunlight. I can still hear her sometimes, from the bedroom, that low, awful sound, not quite a laugh, not quite anything human. I know I should go. I know that. Get up, walk out, get in the car and drive and don't stop. Any rational person would, but I can't move. I literally sit here and think about leaving, and nothing happens. My body just stays, and maybe that's the part that scares me most. Not the voice, not what it said, not even what it knew. It's that I've felt this way since the moment I met her, like something has been holding the wheel this whole time, and I was just along for the ride. I'm the elide one, so I keep coming back to the same question. If this isn't love, then what is it? And why can't I leave? Story 22. A family disappeared on a ride, and I know exactly where they are. They never got off. I worked security at one of the biggest theme parks in the world for 23 years. I've pulled lost kids out of crowds, broken up fights, handled things I never expected to see at a place people bring their families for fun. I've seen a lot of ugly things dressed up in something bright and cheerful, but nothing prepared me for this. It started 3 days ago with a call from management. A family had checked into one of the resort rooms 5 days earlier. Mom, dad, 2 young kids. Standard vacation, but housekeeping had flagged the room because nothing had moved. Luggage still unpacked, clothes still folded, snacks sitting on the table. Kids' toys scattered across the carpet like they just stepped out for a minute and were about to come back. They hadn't checked out. They hadn't called. And when I tried their phones, straight to voicemail. Every single time, my first thought was a family emergency. People leave in a rush sometimes, forget to grab everything. It happens. So I checked the parking lot. Their car was still there. That's when things stopped making sense. If they hadn't driven out, they were still on property somewhere. And at a place like this, the system tracks everything. Every ride, every meal scan, every time a door gets tapped open. You don't move through this park without leaving a trail. So I pulled their activity logs and started working backwards. They'd arrived late on check-in day, probably just settled in. Next morning, 2 meal scans at one of the other parks, normal family stuff. The morning after that, 1 scan at the bigger park, breakfast, and then nothing. No more meals, no more door taps, no rides, just silence in the system, stretching across 2 full days. Except for one final entry, the last logged activity on all 4 of their accounts. Same timestamp, same location, was boarding a ride. It's a small world. Around 11 in the morning, that's when everything changed. I called a friend who works park security and asked him to pull the camera footage. When I got there, he already had it ready, but something about his expression when I walked in felt off, like he'd already watched it and was waiting to see my face when I did too. We started with the boarding camera. Clear footage, all 4 of them right there, scanning in, smiling, climbing into the boat, the ride pulling them slowly into the dark. Then he switched to the exit camera. The boat came back out. Other guests stepped off, looked around, walked away. The family wasn't in it. We watched it again and again. Same result every time. They got on. The boat came back. They weren't there. 4 people just gone somewhere between the entrance and the exit of a ride that has nowhere else to go. We shut it down immediately. Middle of the afternoon, packed park, didn't matter. And when that music cut off mid-note and went completely silent, I don't know how to describe that sound, or that absence of sound. If you've heard that song loop 1,000 times and then suddenly it just stops, it doesn't feel like relief. It feels like something holding its breath. We turned on every light inside and walked the whole thing. Me, my buddy, eventually close to 10 of us, moving through every section and every maintenance corridor, looking for anything. We found 3 cell phones and a child's hat. That was it. No people, no sign of a struggle, no explanation that made any sense. I told myself there had to be something I was missing, so I kept digging. 2 days later, I found it. The family had purchased a photo package, the kind that automatically saves every picture taken of you throughout the park, every ride camera, every photographer, all of it collected in one album tied to their account. I opened it expecting maybe 30, 40 photos. There were over 700. The first handful were normal, smiling in the sun, happy, a regular vacation. Then I started scrolling every single remaining photo, all of them, was taken inside that ride, which didn't make sense. The ride only snaps one photo per trip through. That means this family had gone around over 700 times and never once showed up on the exit camera. The second photo was just them, no other guests in the boat, and they looked confused. Not scared yet, just that look people get when something isn't adding up and they haven't decided how to feel about it. By photo 15, the dad was yelling. You could see it even in a still, jaw tight, arms out, the posture of someone who has tried the calm approach and is done with it. The mom had both kids pulled against her, arms wrapped around them. The kids were crying. It kept going. Photo after photo after photo, the same boat, the same painted walls sliding past behind them, and this family getting more and more desperate inside it. Around 50 photos in, they were trying to get out, standing up in the moving boat, reaching for the edges of the track, and then a few frames later, the dad was gone, just not in the shot. Empty seat where he'd been, but the very next photo, he was back. Same seat, same position, like something had put him back. I kept scrolling. I don't know why. I should have stopped. By photo 450, it was just the mom and the two kids. There was something in the seat where the dad used to sit. I'm not going to describe what it looked like. I'll just say it wasn't right, and I closed my eyes for a second before I kept going. By 675, one of the kids was gone too. The last photos, they weren't reacting anymore. Mom and the one remaining child just sitting there, staring straight ahead, pale, completely still, like whatever had been happening in that ride had slowly emptied them out, and what was left was just the shape of them. And then I noticed the dolls. I've ridden that attraction more times than I can count. I know every figure, every scene, exactly where everything is positioned, and in some of those later photos, things weren't where they were supposed to be. Figures that should have been in one scene showing up somewhere else. In one photo, a doll was missing from its spot entirely. In the next photo, it was sitting in the boat, right next to them, facing forward. I closed the album. I sat there for a minute, just staring at my desk, trying to slow my breathing down. And then, I don't know what made me do it. I checked the file size. It was larger than when I'd opened it. I refreshed the page. New photos were being added. In real time. I didn't open it again. The police showed up while I was sitting there. I handed over everything. Footage, logs, the full photo record. Whatever happens next is out of my hands. But I already know how these things go. A quiet internal review. A tidy explanation for the press. A family that simply chose to leave and didn't inform staff. Nobody asks the harder question. I'm not going back after today. I've already decided that. I can't walk past that ride again. Can't hear that music start up and not think about what I saw in those photos. The boat just moving and moving. The little painted figures in every scene watching from their fixed positions. And that family sitting there going around and around in the dark, long past the point where there was anything left to feel. The boat doesn't stop for them. It just keeps going. I still don't fully understand what I found. And honestly, I don't think I want to. Story 23. There's a man who narrates my life. And yesterday, he said something he has never said before. I don't know how to explain this without sounding completely out of my mind, but I need someone to hear it, because whatever is happening right now, I don't think I have much time left. For as long as I can remember, he has been there, always a few feet behind me, never beside me, never in front, always behind. I've never seen his face, just the back of him, black coat, collar turned up, dark boots, and he narrates everything I do, every single thing. Ethan wakes up and rolls over in his bed. Every morning, same sentence. because that is, in fact, exactly what I do. He has never been wrong, not once. Not in 25 years. At some point I figured out that no one else could see him. No one else could hear him. I stopped trying to explain it. Stopped pointing. Stopped asking people if they noticed anything off. They never did. So I learned to live with it, the way you learn to live with traffic noise, or a fan humming in another room. Just background. Just there. Ethan is eating lunch. Ethan is watching TV. Ethan is falling asleep. Boring. Harmless. My whole life narrated back to me in real time until about a week ago. That's when everything changed. I was in the kitchen chopping vegetables, half paying attention the way I always do, tuning him out, and then, right in the middle of it, he said something different. Ethan is chopping cilantro, unaware that he is in grave danger. The knife stopped. I turned just enough to see him. Same spot, same posture, back to me like always, like nothing had changed at all. "What?" I said, knowing he wouldn't answer. He never answers. A few minutes passed. Nothing else. So I kept going. And then I slipped. The knife caught my finger. Small cut. I walked to the sink, rinsed it off. Ethan cut himself, and his blood pleases the one who watches. That was the first night I didn't sleep well. The next morning, same as always, except it wasn't. Ethan wakes up and rolls over in his bed, one day closer to his inevitable death. After that, the lines started slipping in between the normal ones. Quiet at first, easy to almost miss. He is coming for Ethan soon. Ethan feels anxious, as he should. And then one that stopped me cold the moment I heard it. The one who watches is almost here. That phrase kept coming back, over and over, scattered through the day like a warning no one was supposed to hear. I started locking every door before dark, kept a knife in the nightstand, pepper spray under my pillow. Every night I'd lie there in the dark, completely still, listening to his voice drone on, just waiting for the next terrible line to slip through, and they kept coming. Last night I was brushing my teeth, watching his reflection in the mirror behind me. For once he was quiet, and somehow the quiet was worse than the narrating. I stood there, waiting, toothbrush in hand. Then he spoke. Ethan brushes his teeth for the last time. I choked on the toothpaste, actually choked, coughing over the sink, trying to catch my breath. And he just kept going, calm as ever. Ethan almost died just now, but it's not his time. His time is tomorrow. I left every light on that night, every single one. I don't think I actually slept when morning came. I was still here. Nothing felt different. Nothing was out of place. For just a moment I let myself think, maybe it had been wrong. Maybe 25 years of perfect accuracy had finally glitched somehow. I walked into the bathroom, picked up my toothbrush, looked up into the mirror, and froze. He wasn't there. I turned around, checked the hallway, checked every room in the apartment. Gone. For the first time in 25 years, he was completely gone. I want to tell you that made me feel better. It didn't, because that's when I understood something I hadn't before. As disturbing as his voice had been, as creepy as every single warning was, it was also the only thing telling me what was coming, how much time I had, what to watch for. Now I had nothing, no voice, no warning, just silence, and somehow the silence felt like the worst thing yet. I stayed in the kitchen all day. More exits, more space, more things within reach if I needed them. I sat there and watched the hours drag by, and the silence pressed in from every direction. Then about an hour ago the lights flickered, just once, just for a second, then normal, and then the doorbell rang. I walked to the door slowly, looked through the peephole. My chest dropped. He was standing on my porch, back to me, just like always, except this time he wasn't behind me. He was in front of me, on the other side of that door, and something about the world behind him looked wrong, darker than it should have been, like the street wasn't quite real anymore. I didn't open the door. I leaned close and listened. He was speaking, not narrating, counting. 2,000, 1,999, 1,998. I stepped back from the door and looked out the side window, and that's when I noticed it. Every few numbers, something outside disappeared. A car, gone. A tree at the end of the yard, gone. The house directly across the street, just gone. Not dark, not abandoned. Gone, replaced by nothing, by darkness that had no bottom to it. He's still counting. By my math, I've got maybe 20 minutes. I don't know what happens when he reaches 0. I don't know who the one who watches is, or what it wants, or why it shows me. But I know the street outside is almost completely dark now, and he is still counting, and I am still sitting here because I genuinely don't know where I would even go. And then, just now, something clicked, something I should have seen sooner. He's not counting down for me, he's counting down for something else to arrive. If someone finds this, I just need you to know I tried. Story 24. I volunteered to sit next to a dead man on a plane, and halfway through the flight, his eyes started moving. I don't know how to say this without sounding completely out of my mind, but I need someone to hear this, because I still see it every time I close my eyes. His face in that window reflection, and whatever was out there in the dark that he couldn't stop watching. This happened somewhere over the Atlantic. I was near the front of the plane, trying to sleep, when I heard it, someone gasping a few rows back, loud at first, then weaker, then a sound I'd never heard before and hope I never hear again. The crew got on the PA asking if any doctors were on board. There weren't. A few minutes later, the pilot's voice came through, calm, too calm for what he was about to say. He told us we were turning back to New York due to a medical situation. A passenger had passed away. They'd buckled him back into his window seat, row 43, and covered him with a blanket. And then he said they needed a volunteer to sit next to the body for the return flight. I still don't fully understand why I raised my hand. Exhaustion maybe, some strange pull toward the strange. My vacation was already done, so I figured, what's the worst that could happen? I should never have thought that. The flight attendant thanked me like I'd done something brave. A pale, nauseous teenager swapped into my original seat without looking me in the eye. I grabbed my bag and walked all the way to the back of the plane, and that's when the feeling started. That slow, quiet wrongness you can't name, but can't shake either. He was already there, strapped in, a blue airline blanket draped over his torso and head, neat and respectful, almost like he was just sleeping. His name, I'd find out later, was Molyneux, but his hands were showing, resting on his lap above the seatbelt, pale and twisted into rigid claws, bent in a way that made it very clear his last moments had not been peaceful. I couldn't look at those hands without imagining what his face looked like under that blanket. I closed my eyes, and somehow, I actually fell asleep. I don't know how long I was out, but I woke up to turbulence, and the first thing I noticed was the window shade. It was open. I was almost certain it had been closed when I sat down. I leaned over to pull it shut, and stopped, because something about Molyneux had changed. He was still buckled, still covered, but the blanket was twisted and bunched now, like he'd been shifting around while I slept. I told myself it was just the motion of the plane. Bodies move, that's physics. But something in me didn't buy it. So I lifted the blanket. His shirt had been cut open when the crew tried to save him. Pale blue-gray skin underneath, white chest hair. His collar had dried blood on it. I remembered that sound he made near the end. I kept lifting. His head was turned away from me, completely, facing the window, like he had slowly, deliberately rotated to look outside while I was asleep. Nobody had done that. There was no reason for that. I found his face in the reflection of the plexiglass. A dead man's face, jaw slack, lips parted, skin the color of ash, no question about what he was, no life left in him at all, except his eyes. They were moving, left to right, slow and steady like they were tracking something, scanning back and forth across whatever was outside that window. I stared at that reflection for 30 seconds, maybe more, just trying to convince myself I was wrong, that it was a trick of the light, that exhausted eyes see things that aren't there. But I wasn't wrong. What is he looking at? That's all I could think. What is he looking at? And then the bottom fell out of the plane. Everything that wasn't bolted down hit the ceiling. Drinks, bags, a laptop, all of it airborne. People jolted awake mid-scream. Call lights went off all through the cabin at once. The pilot came on, and even he sounded rattled. "Clear skies," he said. No other planes in the area reporting anything. He had no explanation. I forced myself to look back at Molyneux. The jolt had thrown him forward, head colliding with the seat back in front of him, but his face was still turned toward the window. His neck bent at an angle that should not have been possible for a living person, let alone a dead one, and in the reflection, his eyes, still moving, still scanning, like the chaos around him didn't exist, like he was somewhere else entirely. Outside, the sky had changed color, a deep dark green, not clouds, not weather, something I had no word for, and moving inside it, shapes, slow, massive, shapeless things drifting through the dark. I pulled back from the window before I could look too long. The turbulence didn't stop. It got worse. Flight attendants were knocked off their feet in the aisles. Overhead bins burst open. The plane shook like something had it in its hands and was refusing to let go. And right beside me, Molyneux started moving in a way that had nothing to do with turbulence. His head hit the window. Thwack. Again. Thwack. And again. There was a rhythm to it, steady, deliberate, that had nothing to do with the way the plane was shaking. It wasn't random. It wasn't physics. It felt intentional, like he was trying to get through, like the glass was the only thing between him and whatever was on the other side. Thwack. Thwack. Crack. The window gave. Both panes gone. Air screamed through the cabin. Oxygen masks dropped. People were grabbing each other, grabbing anything, and Molyneux's body was straining toward that open hole, pulled by something I couldn't see, held back only by the seatbelt across his waist. The pilot's voice cut in and out on the PA, something about oxygen, something about trying to descend, the word God at the end. I put my mask on. I steadied myself, and then I looked at Molyneux one last time, his upper body already halfway out the window, reaching into that green dark, toward those shapes, and something clicked. He wasn't trying to break the window. He was trying to go back to whatever he had seen before he died, whatever had been out there in the sky since before any of this started, watching the plane, watching him, and he had seen it, and now the rest of him just needed to follow. I don't know if what I did next was right. I've asked myself that 100 times since. I reached across his lap, lifted one of those cold, twisted hands, and unclipped his seatbelt. Whatever you saw out there, go to it. Leave us alone. There was a sound I won't describe, and then he was gone, out into the night, into whatever was waiting. The green fog lifted within minutes. The turbulence cut off like a switch had been thrown. We descended, hit the JFK runway less than an hour later, and were met by every emergency vehicle the airport owned. The official report called it a weather anomaly, said debris must have struck the window, said a passenger who had already passed away was ejected during the resulting cabin breach. Clean, simple, explainable. Most people on that flight just wanted to move on, and I get that. I really do. But I still dream about those eyes, the way they moved, calm, steady, searching, while everything around them was falling apart, like he had already left, like some part of him had crossed over the moment his heart stopped, and his body was just trying to catch up. I don't know what was out there in that sky. I don't know if he found it on the way down. But sometimes, on a clear night, I look up, and I get this feeling, like something is still up there, still watching, still waiting, looking back. Story 25. I am a nurse, and I work nights. Have for almost 3 years now, and most nights nothing happens. You answer calls, you check on patients, you drink bad coffee at 2 a.m. and stare at the ceiling wondering if you made the right career choices. But one night, something happened that I still haven't fully processed, and I don't think I ever will. It started just after 3 a.m. My son's baby monitor, the kind with the little camera you can pull up on your phone, sent me an alert. Sound and movement detected. I almost didn't even look. He's 3 now. He coughs, he rolls over. He has little dreams that make him kick his legs. Not a big deal. But I looked, and what I saw stopped me cold. My wife and my son were sitting on his bed together, both of them upright, completely still, just staring directly into the camera. The night vision made everything look black and white, pale, eerie. Their eyes were wide and blank in that greenish glow, and they weren't blinking, they weren't moving, they were just sitting there, staring. I told myself it was nothing. Kid must have had a nightmare. She went to comfort him. They both looked up at the sound of the alert. That's what I told myself. I called home anyway, just to check in. She answered with this thick, groggy hello, like she had been yanked up from deep sleep. I could hear it in her voice, the kind of tired that hits you when someone pulls you out of the middle of a dream. Hey, you guys okay? She said our son had wandered in about 15 minutes ago, scared from something. She let him crawl into bed with her. In her bed, their bed. I said, hang on. I pulled the app back up, and there they were, still sitting on his bed, still staring up at the camera. I put her on speaker, and I told her what I was seeing. She went quiet for a second. I heard rustling, the sound of her reaching for her phone, and then she gasped. Not a little gasp, not a, oh that's weird gasp. This was a full body, sucked all the air out of the room sound, like the kind she makes during a jump scare, or the time our son nearly wandered into the street and we turned around and he was just gone. The line went dead. I called back. Nothing. Called again. Nothing. 4 minutes of silence. That 4 minutes felt like 40 years. When she finally called back, she was crying so hard I couldn't understand a single word she said. Stop, I told her. Slow down. Just breathe. She said she looked at the camera and she ran, grabbed our son from bed, went downstairs, straight out the door, didn't lock up, didn't close the garage. She was already on the highway to her parents' house, and as she was running through the hallway past our son's room, the door was open. The camera gives off this tiny little indicator light, just enough to see shapes in the dark. She said, out of the corner of her eye, she thought she saw the outline of someone sitting on her son's bed, just sitting, waiting. That was the beginning, and it only got stranger from there. I kept watching the camera for the rest of my shift. 4 more hours, every break, every spare second. And there they were, my wife's face, my son's face, sitting perfectly still on that bed, staring straight at the lens, hour after hour. But here's the thing that kept pulling at me, that kept making my stomach drop every time I thought about it. They were blinking, not in a pattern, not at regular intervals like a looped video would show. Random blinks, erratic, human, and when morning came, I could see the light changing through the curtain behind them. This was not a recording. Whatever was sitting on my son's bed was alive. 6 days later, we finally called the police. I know, 6 days sounds crazy, but what was I supposed to say? Officer, there's something in my house that looks exactly like my family, but it's not them? I could barely say it out loud to myself without feeling insane. When the officers arrived, I walked them through the whole thing. They looked at each other the way people look at you when they've already decided you're losing it. But something made one of them lean in. My friend tossed a pebble at the window. The thing on the camera turned its head toward the sound, just slightly, then turned back to stare at the lens. Okay, one officer said quietly. It's live. They went inside, and that's when the camera cut out. No warning, no static, just gone. I heard it from outside, a sound I cannot describe to you, low and guttural and wrong, like nothing that should come out of a living thing. Then voices, raised, scared, then gunshots, then silence. I ran in with my rifle. I don't want to tell you what we found upstairs. I'll just say, those officers didn't deserve what happened to them. And the things on the bed, they had yellow blood. Not red, yellow. I don't know why that detail bothered me most of everything, but it did. Here's where it ends. And I'm sorry, because I know you want a clean answer. I wanted one too. Government men came to see me in the hospital. Suits, badges, careful words. They took the bodies. They cleaned the house. They made it very clear that none of this was going to make any kind of official report. A few days later, I got flowers with a card. No name. It said, whatever those things were, they weren't human. Same basic shape. Organs in different places. Everything that should be red or pink inside a person was green and yellow inside them. The card said the government believed they might be extraterrestrial. It ended with, destroy this letter immediately. We haven't gone back to the house. I don't know what those things wanted. They didn't try to take over our lives. They didn't leave. They just sat there, watching a camera, for 6 days. And sometimes, late at night when I'm back on shift now, I catch myself checking my phone, just to make sure, because if there are more of them out there, you'd never know, until you looked at the camera, and it was already looking back. Story 26. I don't know how to explain this without sounding paranoid, but I need to tell someone, because if I don't say it out loud, I think I'm going to lose my mind. It started with a Tinder profile. His name was Jack. He was offering $700 a week to a college student. No strings attached, he said. No expectations, just favors. I know what you're thinking. I thought the same thing, but I was broke, exhausted, tired of ramen and overdue rent, so I swiped right, and that decision changed everything. His profile said he was 45, but his photos looked like someone in their early 30s, maybe younger. Sharp eyes, easy smile, the kind of face that makes you feel like you're overthinking things. We matched instantly. His first message came through in seconds. Hey there, sweetheart. I cringed, genuinely cringed, but $700 was $700. So I typed back. We talked for a while. He said he owned a business, never told me what kind. He asked for my Venmo before I even thought to ask why. And then a notification came through. $700. I just sat there staring at my phone, waiting to wake up, but I didn't wake up. It was real. So what did he want in return? He said he needed me to pick up a package. That's it. Just pick up a box. From an address he'd text me. Drop it off at his house. Easy, right? Then he said something that made me pause. I'd rather not talk through Tinder. You got kick? Or give me your number. I gave him my number and he texted me the address immediately. No hesitation, like he already knew I would. The house was wrong. That's the only word I have for it. It had a broken chain link fence, a door barely hanging on its hinges, and it sat right in the middle of a neighborhood where everything else looked normal. Clean driveways, painted porches, and then this place, like a bad tooth in a perfect smile. Before I could even walk up, a man appeared in the doorway. He was enormous. I'm talking head nearly touching the doorframe, arms covered in tattoos, just standing there, staring at me. You here for Jack's stuff? I said yes. I don't even know why. My legs just stopped working. He told me to stay put. I looked around. Empty street. No one in sight. I gripped my car keys so hard they left marks in my palm. He came back with a cardboard box, shoebox sized, wet on the corners. He asked me to open my trunk. I did, and as I got in the car to leave, he leaned toward me and said, "Watch out." Just that. Watch out. I turned the music all the way up on the drive to Jack's house. It didn't help. Jack's house was a completely different world. Stone pillars, greenest lawn I had ever seen. Looked like something out of a magazine. I used the key from under the blue flower pot, just like he said. And before I even thought about it, I locked the door behind me. He had told me to. Both times. Coming in and going out. I thought it was excessive, but something in me just did it anyway. I set the package on the coffee table, and that's when I heard it. A phone ringing. Somewhere deeper inside the house. I froze. My phone buzzed. A text from Jack. Don't answer any calls that aren't from Marvin. I followed the sound down the hall, into an office. I looked at the phone on the desk. Caller ID said, Jack. But Jack had just texted me from his phone. So who was calling from his house? I didn't answer. I got out of there, locked the door, and tried to tell myself it was nothing. Over the next few weeks, I kept doing jobs for him. Drove a BMW to a random park. Came back in a different car. Delivered a briefcase. Was told he would know if I opened it. Sat in Julio's house for exactly the amount of time Jack specified. Each time the money came through. Each time I told myself it was fine. I had made $3,500. And then he asked me to spend the night. He left a handwritten list on the dining room table, held down by an empty glass. I read it once, then again, then a third time, slower. Rule 1. Lock the door when you come in. Rule 2. Only answer calls from Marvin. Rule 3. Don't turn on any faucets between 9 and 11 p.m. I'm gonna let that one sit for a second. Don't turn on the faucets. Rule 4. Don't open the door for anyone, no matter who they say they are, after 10 p.m. Rule 5. If the closet at the end of the hall is open, sleep in the library. Rule 6. The gardener comes at midnight. If he starts knocking on the windows, hide. And Rule 7. Turn the TV on. Let it play on static all night. Do not forget to do this. I told myself it was probably just quirky rich guy stuff. Security systems. Weird schedules. None of my business. I checked the closet. It was open, so I moved my stuff into the library, lay down on the couch, and waited. At exactly 10:16 p.m. the doorbell rang. "It's the police. Open up." I didn't move. "Hello? Open up, or we're coming in." I didn't move. I could hear my own heartbeat. Silence. Then the bell again. "Hey, it's Jack. Let me in." It sounded like Jack. But Jack would have a key, wouldn't he? This went on for almost an hour. Different voices, different names. None of them got in. The gardener never came. By the time I finally fell asleep, the house was quiet, and I thought maybe I had gotten through it. Maybe the weird part was over. I was wrong. I woke up to someone moving in the kitchen. Slow, steady, like they lived there. I got up as quietly as I could, unlocked the library door, crossed the living room, pressed myself against the wall at the entrance to the kitchen, and looked in. It was Jack, standing at the stove, stirring something, coffee machine going behind him. He turned and smiled when he saw me. "Hey, good morning. Scrambled eggs?" We ate breakfast. We made small talk. He paid me the $1,000, walked me to my car, watched me drive away. I got home, unpacked my bag, and that's when I found the list still folded in my pocket. I sat on my bed and read through it again, and then I hit Rule 7. Turn the TV on. Let it play on static through the night. Do not forget to do this. I had forgotten. I had completely forgotten. I sat there reading it over and over, waiting for something to happen, waiting to feel safe. And then my phone buzzed. A text from Jack. "Hey, I'm not in town right now. Back next week. Go do something fun." I read it again. Not in town. But he had been in the kitchen this morning. He had handed me a plate of eggs. He had walked me to my car. He had watched me leave. Then a message came in from a number I didn't recognize. "Did you forget to do something?" Followed by a photo. Someone standing in front of a TV, playing static. Then another photo. The outside of my house. Then one final message. "Watch out." Story 27. I've been a teacher for a long time. 17 years of reading student projects late at night with a glass of wine, half bored before I even opened the first one. I thought I'd seen everything, but one night, a quiet girl in my class handed in something I was completely unprepared for, and I haven't stopped thinking about it since. Because buried inside a school project was a letter written by a dead man, and what that letter described was something no one was ever supposed to find. Every year I give my middle school history students a living history assignment. Simple enough. Sit down with your oldest living relative, record their memories, turn it in. Most kids bring me stories about rationing sugar during wartime, hand-me-down shoes, 2-channel television. Perfectly harmless, perfectly forgettable. There was a girl in my class. I'll call her Olivia. Quiet kid, solid student, never stood out. She turned in 2 discs instead of 1. I didn't think much of it. Poured my wine, sat down, hit play. The screen flickered on. A cluttered living room. The kind of place where things pile up over decades and nobody throws anything away. Stacks of newspapers, boxes, an ashtray full of old butts. Olivia was curled up in an armchair, holding a notebook, looking like she'd rather be anywhere else. Across from her sat an old man, thin, still, cigarette already burning between his fingers. He was staring at her the way people stare when they've been carrying something heavy for a very long time, and they're finally deciding whether to set it down. "Go ahead," a woman's voice said from behind the camera. Olivia cleared her throat. "I am here with my great-uncle Stephen. He is going to tell us about his oldest memories from the army. Great Uncle Stephen said nothing, just waited. The interview started out completely normal. Olivia read from my suggested question sheet. He answered in short sentences. Her mum whispered at her to speak up. Typical. But then Olivia set the notebook down and went off script. What is your very worst memory from the army? The old man crushed his cigarette, slowly pushed himself out of the chair. I'll be back, he said. The screen went black. When the camera came back on, he had papers on the table in front of him. Old papers, in plastic sleeves, like he'd been keeping them safe for years. He picked one up and looked at Olivia. I was about your brother's age when I enlisted, he said. I never saw combat. Both of my deployments were to cities in Eastern Europe that civil war had already torn apart. Everything was destroyed. My unit was assigned to a school. He paused. Broken windows, caved-in rooms, and the thing that really got to me, this school had been sitting that way for years. Nobody had touched it. Nobody had tried to fix it. He held up the piece of paper in his hands. In the basement, I found a letter. I had a buddy translate it for me. I'm going to read it now, and then I'll tell you what I saw down there. A chill moved through me. I set down my wine glass, and this is what he read. Dear Sir, I never loved my country. I stay as far from the fighting as I can. It was not the violence that took my wife and child from me. It was illness. My wife, Nadja, suffered longer than the baby. I watched, knowing there was nothing I could do. I stopped going to work. I don't think anyone noticed. After they were gone, I don't remember much. I didn't leave the house. Barely ate, barely slept. I thought many times about ending my life, but I felt too paralyzed even for that. The one thing that kept me going was my radio. I never turned it off, not once. I couldn't understand the channel I received most clearly. I believe it was in English, which I don't speak, but the voices, the music, the simple proof that life existed somewhere beyond this broken city. It kept me breathing. I have no idea how long I stayed inside. Eventually hunger forced me out. My radio came with me, of course. It has gone everywhere with me since. It talks to me while I sleep and while I wake. I don't know what it's saying, but I know I would not survive without it. Once I had food, it occurred to me that the only thing left to do was go back to work. So I did. I simply returned to the school where I was a janitor, grabbed my broom and rags, got back to cleaning. Nobody made a big deal of it. The teachers smiled at me in the hallways. That quiet mutual respect was perhaps the only reason I came back at all. The school always needs work. The floors are sticky and stained. Kids make messes. I suppose that's why I still have a job. Some days I'm fixing a broken desk. Other days I handle more serious structural issues. On those days, I feel truly useful. Like a cog in a larger machine. There is a food storage room behind the school. In place of payment, I am allowed to take what I need. I used to bring the food home. My house is just one field away. But lately I have been sleeping in the basement. No one seems to mind. When memories of Nadja and the baby become too much, I turn the radio up louder. It works every time. Except this morning. This morning I woke up to silence. Dead silence. My radio had stopped. I have spent the entire day trying to fix it, and I have been crying the whole time. I am losing my mind without it. I have given myself until sundown. If I cannot fix the radio by then, I am going to end my life. I am writing this as the light outside is beginning to die, and I know what is coming. I have thought about walking through the school one last time, saying goodbye to the students and teachers, but I cannot bring myself to leave this room, not while the radio sits silent in here. Before I go, I have pushed a chair against the door. Whoever finds this should not have to see what is inside, but I have placed my radio and this note just outside the door. If you are reading this, I have one humble request. Please fix the radio. It did not deserve to die in its sleep, and I am ashamed I could not save it. I am ready now to join Nadja and little Ludmilla. Do not forget my radio. Stanislav. That's when Olivia's mom reached forward and stopped the recording. I sat there in my living room completely still. There was a second disc. No label, just a voice memo. Olivia's voice. Hi, I'm sorry about my mom. She refused to keep recording, but I asked my uncle to finish the story, and I recorded it secretly on my phone. I remember you said earlier this year that history is written by the people who win wars, but everyone's history matters, even sad, quiet people who never won a single thing. I haven't slept since I finished this project, but you have to hear what he said. I pressed play on the rest. Her uncle's voice came back, slow and deliberate, like a man who had rehearsed this in his head for 30 years and was finally saying it out loud. That letter had a date on it. Olivia asked what date. 2 weeks before we started rebuilding the school. Olivia went quiet. Then she said, "But you said the school had been destroyed 2 years ago." Yes, he said, it had. The silence on that recording lasted a long time, and then Great Uncle Stephen said the thing I will never unhear. This man, Stanislav, he went into a destroyed schoolhouse and cleaned it like it was just dusty floors and spilled drinks. He smiled at what he passed in the hallways and believed they were smiling back. He moved things around carefully so he could sweep underneath them. When the roof caved in and it rained, he must have gotten soaked through, but he was so far gone he didn't even register it. The food in that storage room was moldy and preserved and probably tasted terrible, but he ate it every day, and he wrote about it like he was grateful. Olivia was crying by then. Did you find the body? Yes, in the basement, still hanging, but remarkably intact. This hadn't happened years ago. It was recent. Did he look peaceful? The old man took a long drag of his cigarette. No, I won't lie to you about that. He didn't. And the radio? A long pause. It was there, right outside the door, exactly where he said he'd leave it. Another pause, and it was still on. I closed my laptop. I didn't finish my wine. I've read thousands of student projects over 17 years. None of them have stayed with me the way this one did. Because the story isn't really about what happened in that basement. It's about a man who lost everything and found a way to keep going anyway, even if the way he found was a lie, even if the hallways he cleaned were empty, even if the people he smiled at couldn't smile back. He felt useful. He felt like he belonged somewhere. He had his radio, and when the radio went quiet, so did he. I don't know what happened to Great Uncle Stephen after that night. I don't know if Olivia ever really slept soundly again. I know I gave her full marks. I know I cried grading it, which had never happened before, and I know that somewhere in the rubble of a destroyed school, a radio played through the static for years, talking to someone who couldn't understand the words, but who needed to hear the sound, just to know the world was still out there. That detail is the one I keep coming back to. The radio was still on. After everything, still on. Story 28. Something about that day still doesn't sit right with me. It started pretty normal, just a quiet afternoon at home. I was in the kitchen making coffee when my son Ethan came running in through the back door, breathing hard like he'd been sprinting. "Dad, I think I saw something." I didn't think much of it at first. Kids say stuff like that all the time, right? "What did you see?" I asked. He hesitated, which wasn't like him. A zombie, I almost laughed. He'd been sneaking downstairs at night and caught a few scenes of The Walking Dead, so I figured that explained it. At first, nothing seemed wrong. Buddy, I said, keeping my tone calm, you know zombies aren't real. I know, he said quietly, but this one was. That's when something felt off. Because he wasn't excited, he wasn't pretending, he looked shaken. So I asked him where he saw it, and that's when things started to shift. Not in the backyard, he said. I paused. Then where? He looked down at his shoes, dragging his foot across the floor. I went down the path a little. That immediately put me on edge. He wasn't supposed to go past the fence alone, ever. Ethan, I didn't go far, he said quickly. I was just talking to Mr. Keller. Mr. Keller, older guy, quiet, kept to himself, lived 2 houses down. Nothing about him ever seemed wrong. At least, not until that moment. Then Ethan added something else. He asked me if I wanted ice cream. I stopped. He asked you what? Did you go inside? No, Ethan said fast. You told me not to. I came right back. Good. That was good. But something about it still bothered me. Why would he invite my kid inside like that? I told myself maybe I was overthinking it, but then Ethan said something I still can't forget. Dad, please don't make me stop playing outside. I won't, I said, as long as you follow the rules. He nodded, then leaned closer, like he didn't want anyone else to hear. I just don't want that thing to see me again. That made my stomach drop. Ethan, I said slowly, Mr. Keller isn't. I didn't say it was him. I froze. What do you mean? And this is where everything changed. I saw it in his house. The room felt quieter, too quiet. Where in his house? He swallowed. In the basement window. I didn't say anything right away, because something about the way he said it didn't feel like imagination anymore. What did it look like? He took a breath. It was pressed against the glass. I felt my chest tighten. Its face was messed up, like really messed up. He paused, and its mouth was open. Another pause, like it was trying to scream. I didn't realize I was gripping the counter until my fingers started to hurt. Was Mr. Keller there? Yeah, Ethan said. He was outside talking to me. That didn't make sense. How could something be in his basement while he's outside acting normal? I told myself there had to be an explanation. There had to be. Show me, I said. He hesitated. Now? Yes, right now. The walk down the path felt different. Same place, same houses, but quieter. Too quiet. No birds, no wind, just this strange stillness. Ethan pointed. There, I saw the basement window, small, dirty, dark inside. I stepped closer, slowly. I told myself I was being ridiculous. It's just a kid's imagination, right? I crouched down, wiped part of the glass, and looked inside. At first, nothing, just darkness. Then, something moved. I froze, barely breathing. A shape shifted in the corner, and then slowly it came closer, and I swear I saw a face, small, pale, pressed right against the glass. Its eyes were open, way too wide. Its mouth, I backed away so fast I almost fell. Dad? Ethan said behind me. We're leaving, I said. Now. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying it. That face, that boy, because it wasn't anything like Ethan described. It wasn't a zombie. It was real. The next morning, I called the police. I didn't explain everything. I just said something wasn't right. They showed up, knocked on the door, no answer. They went inside, and a few minutes later, one of them walked out, and I could tell immediately something was wrong. They found the basement, locked, from the outside, and inside they found him, a kid, alive, barely. You'd think that would be the end of it, that everything would make sense after that, but it didn't. Because a few nights later, Ethan came into my room again. Quiet this time, no running, no excitement, just fear. "Dad," I sat up immediately. "What is it?" He looked at me and whispered. I saw it again. My heart started pounding. Saw what? A pause. The same one. I felt the air leave my lungs. That's not possible. But then he said something that I still think about every single night. This time, it wasn't in Mr. Keller's house. I didn't want to ask. I really didn't. But I did anyway. Where was it? He didn't look at me. He looked past me, toward the hallway, and whispered, "It was here." Story 29. I still don't fully understand what I did to deserve this. I'm just a regular guy. Quiet street, quiet life. The kind of neighbor who waves from the driveway and minds his own business. I'm not the kind of person things like this happen to. But they did, and I haven't slept right since. His name was Marcus. My neighbor, the guy across the street. And if you've ever had one of those neighbors who makes you physically tired just by existing nearby, you already kind of know Marcus. The guy was obsessed with going viral, always had been. Over the years I watched him cough up a mouthful of cinnamon in his front yard, lay spread eagle on the hood of his car while it slowly rolled down the driveway, and one memorable Tuesday morning, drench himself head to toe in what I can only pray was water. Every single time he'd point his camera at himself and yell something like epic win or epic fail into the lens. So when he knocked on my door one afternoon and said he was heading out of town for a few weeks and asked if I'd mind grabbing his mail while he was gone, I said yes before he even finished the sentence. Honestly, it felt like a vacation. For the first few days everything was fine. Bills, junk mail, what looked like a birthday card from his aunt or something. Nothing weird. Then, one evening, I pulled into my driveway and noticed a large cardboard box sitting on the porch of Marcus. Big red letters stamped on the side. Return to sender. I figured I'd bring it inside for him. Keep it safe until he got back. That was my first mistake. The thing was heavy. I mean genuinely embarrassingly heavy. Like I'm not a small guy and I had real trouble getting it off the ground. I managed to haul it across the street, but dragging it upstairs and through my front door? No chance. So I decided to leave it in the garage. I wrestled the garage door open. That thing never opened clean. Always took 2 kicks and a shoulder, and shoved the box into the corner. And then I forgot about it. It was the smell that reminded me. It started slow. Just a faint something is off in the air. That sweet, slightly wrong scent you get when there's roadkill nearby. I assumed a skunk had gotten under the house or something. Didn't think twice about it, but it didn't fade. It got stronger, day by day, inching into the house through the gap under the door. Thicker, heavier, the kind of smell that doesn't just hit your nose. It gets in your clothes, in your hair, in the back of your throat where you can almost taste it. That's when I opened the garage door, and it nearly knocked me off my feet. I knew exactly where it was coming from. The box. The bottom had gone soft and dark, soaked through. The cardboard had started to give. I grabbed scissors, covered my nose, and cut open the top. I don't know how to describe what came out of that box when I opened it. The smell alone was like every bad thing you've ever smelled, combined, amplified, turned all the way up. I stumbled backwards, had to run outside just to breathe. I stood in my driveway for a long time before I went back in, and when I did, I looked inside. It wasn't meat. I mean, it was, in a way, but not the kind I'd been telling myself it was. It was Marcus, not his real name, not who I expected to find, not something I'll ever be able to unsee. My neighbor, dead, curled in that box like he'd been there for days. I called 911, and yeah, they looked at me real hard at first. The guy with a dead body in his garage. I get it, but they cleared me fast enough, because of something the investigators found still gripped in Marcus's hand. A camera, a little vlogging camera, still on, memory card still intact. They showed me the footage once. I don't know if they were supposed to. Maybe they felt bad for me. Maybe they figured I deserved to know. I kind of wish they hadn't. The footage started outside a shipping facility. Marcus was sitting inside the box, laughing, talking to the camera, telling the world he was going to mail himself across state lines. He had snacks, water bottles, a pillow, a couple of flashlights. His buddy sealed the lid and dropped him off for shipment like it was the funniest thing in the world. For a while, it seemed like it might work. I think I'm in a truck. I can feel it moving. Must be in some kind of warehouse now, getting warm. Still got food though. And then the last clip. The box lurched, tipped over, something cracked, and then nothing. The camera kept running until the battery died. There's one thing I never told the investigators. One thing I heard in that footage that I haven't told anyone until now. Right after the fall, right after the sound that ended everything, I heard my garage door, that unmistakable screech, 2 kicks and a shoulder. He had been there for days before I even knew, and the whole time I was going about my life, making dinner, watching TV, sleeping 8 feet away. Marcus was in that box, in my garage, in the dark. I don't live in that house anymore. Couldn't. Every time I walked past the garage door, I heard that sound again, that screech. I still hear it sometimes, and I still think about those last few hours of footage, the darkness, the silence, just a little red recording light blinking in the corner of a sealed cardboard box. I wonder what he was thinking. I wonder if he knew. And honestly, I hope he didn't. Story 30. My mom's name was Elena, and she had this laugh. I don't know how else to put it except when she laughed, the room changed, like something heavy lifted right out of the air. Didn't matter where you were or what was going wrong or how scared you felt. She'd laugh, and for just a second, everything was okay. She was sick for a long time. The word the doctors kept using was terminal. I hated that word. Still do. It's such a cold, flat word for something that tears you apart from the inside out. But even in that hospital room, even tangled up in IV lines and monitors, she still had that laugh. Some things, I guess, don't get taken that easy. The day the doctor pulled me into the hallway, I already knew what he was going to say. I could smell birthday cake from somewhere down the hall. Someone was celebrating, and right next to it, that sharp ammonia smell hospitals never quite shake. I remember thinking how strange it was, those two smells side by side. Joy and disinfectant, life and the other thing. He told me the cancer had spread, that they'd run out of options, that it was time to think about making her comfortable. I nodded. I said thank you. I kept it together just long enough to get back to her room and watch her sleep. And then I made a decision. Medicine had given up on my mother, so I went looking for something older. My grandmother was not a normal woman. I say that with love, and also with a little bit of genuine fear even now. Her side of the family had stories, the kind that got told in low voices after the kids were supposed to be asleep. Unexplained things, mysterious things, lucky things and unlucky ones, all tangled up together. When she passed, she left a box in the attic. I'd never gone through it, not fully, but that afternoon I did. Inside was a small red book, handwritten, and a collection of strange little charms. Iron, wood, bone, each one uncomfortable to look at for too long, and a candle the color of old paper that smelled wrong. even cold, even unlit. The book told me what to do. I took my mother home, and then I got to work. I spent a week carving symbols into the walls, the floors, even the trees on the property. I laid salt across every doorway, every window. I traced it in an unbroken line around the entire house, then retraced it every few hours because the wind kept pulling it apart. At some point, I think it was the third day, lying on my back in the crawl space carving strange marks into the underside of the floor, I thought to myself, what am I doing? This is crazy. This is desperate and ridiculous, and probably meaningless. But then I thought about my mom's laugh, and I kept going. On the last night, I lit the candle. The smell was, I can't describe it. It hit the back of your throat, like something dying in the heat, but the flame burned an odd red-brown color, and no warmth came off it at all. If anything, the air around it felt colder. I shut the dining room door and didn't go back in unless I had to. And that's when things in the house started to change. It started small. Doors I knew I'd closed were open in the morning. Food spoiled overnight. The television clicked on and off on its own. Clocks stopped, always at the same time, 3:03 a.m. Shadows gathered in the corners of rooms, independent of any light source. Heavy, stubborn things that disappeared the moment I blinked. I started hearing sounds inside the walls, not like mice or squirrels, more like something that wanted in, every night tapping on the glass. I didn't look to see what was tapping. I told myself it was the wind. I don't think it was the wind, but my mother was alive. Weeks passed like that. The house felt like a bunker. The smell from the dining room spread to every room. The sounds grew louder. Laughter from empty hallways, footsteps in the ceiling, a crash in the bathroom one night that warped the door right off its hinges. I covered the mirrors. I stopped leaving the house. I slept in a chair next to my mother's bed because I was too scared to be alone in the dark. And through all of it, she held on, fragile, fading, but alive. On the 33rd night, I woke up and her bed was empty. I ran, found her in the dining room, standing over the table, swaying gently, still half asleep. Her hands were hovering above the candle. The flame was out, the smell was gone, and the house was completely, absolutely silent. Then the scratching started. All at once, inside every wall, footsteps, fast and heavy, moving through rooms we weren't in. Somewhere deep in the house, a window exploded inward, and in the corner of the dining room, something unfolded. It was shaped like a person, but it was tall, so impossibly tall, and it moved faster than anything should move, and it poured itself over my mother like a wave, and she was simply gone. I don't fully remember what happened next. I remember grabbing for the shadow. I remember the sensation of holding onto something that was trying to pull away, like catching a riptide by the hand. I remember the cold getting worse and worse, my vision going dark, and the last thing I thought before I blacked out was, I won't let go. I woke up under a sky full of stars, not in the house, not in the yard, somewhere else. A road stretching out ahead of me in both directions, flanked by tall dark trees, and above it all, the most extraordinary sky I have ever seen. Northern lights, ribbons of green and blue, stars like a million candles on still water, and standing at the edge of the tree line, the shadow. But it wasn't a shadow anymore. It was wrapped in stars, constellations drifting slowly across its surface, like a living piece of the night sky. And where the stars weren't, the darkness was absolute, not like a shadow, like the absence of everything. It was the most terrifying and beautiful thing I have ever seen. I told it to give her back. It said it couldn't. I asked it where the road went. It said it didn't know. only that it walked with everyone all the way to the end. We stood there on that strange road for a long time, the two of us, and then it said something I've never forgotten. It said, "Did you ever stop to think that maybe death isn't your enemy?" It said, "You kept her alive, but you stretched her thin, prolonged the pain, drew the attention of old, hungry things that wanted to swallow her completely. Did you do that for her, or for you?" I couldn't answer that. I still can't really. I asked if I could say goodbye. It was quiet for a long moment. Then it said, "You are persistent," and then it was gone, and my mother was standing behind me on the road. She looked the way I remembered her from when I was a kid, before the sickness, before any of it, healthy and warm and completely herself, staring up at that impossible sky like she couldn't get enough of it. "Isn't this the most beautiful dream?" she said. I told her I loved her. I said it as many times as I could before my voice broke completely. She touched my face and smiled that lighthouse smile and told me not to cry, that she'd see me when she woke up. She meant it, I think. I believe she meant it. There was one more person on the road, a man I recognized from old photographs. Same green eyes, same red hair. He took her hand like it was the most natural thing in the world, and when he looked at me, I could see that she'd be safe, that wherever the road went, she wouldn't walk it alone. I woke up in the dining room. The candle was cold, the house was empty, the scratching, the footsteps, the tapping on the glass, all of it gone. Just quiet. That was a few months ago now. I fixed the house up, erased the marks I'd carved, patched the walls. Some nights I walk out into the fields behind the property, far enough that the light pollution fades and the sky opens up the way it did on that road. I look for the North Star. She taught me how to find it. The night she found me lost in the woods when I was little, said if I ever got turned around, it would always show me the way home. I wonder sometimes if she does the same. I wonder where the road took her, if she's still traveling, or if she made it somewhere beautiful. I like to think she did. I like to think she found what she was looking for. And when the moon is full, I look up and I think about the Maria, the old word for the dark plains astronomers once mistook for oceans. They didn't find any water, but maybe they just didn't look hard enough. Story 31. I've never been religious. If you asked me whether I believed in something greater than all of this, I'd probably just shrug, mumble something vague and walk away. That was before last Saturday night. Because last Saturday night, a girl sat down next to me at a bar and told me she was the devil. And here's the thing that's been eating me alive ever since. I think I believed her. I wasn't even supposed to be out that night. My friends are the kind of people who turn a Tuesday into a catastrophe. Clubs, loud, music, way too many bad decisions before midnight. I love them, but that's not me. I'm more of a dive bar guy. Cheap drinks, football reruns on a fuzzy TV, nobody talking to me unless they have to. That's my version of a good time. So I stuck around for the first club, nursed a non-alcoholic beer, watched my friends disappear into the crowd, and I slipped out. I found a place called the Ragged Feather. Not a great name, but the whiskey was cheap and the vibe was exactly what I needed. Quiet, dimly lit, completely unremarkable. I sat at the bar, scrolled my phone, pretended to be busy, and then, out of nowhere, someone slid into the seat next to me. She had bright red hair, short, the kind of red that catches your eye in a dark room. Her makeup was destroyed. Smudged mascara, smeared lipstick. There was something sticky in her hair. Looked like someone had thrown a drink at her. Her clothes were stained. She smelled faintly of someone else's food. She looked like she'd been through a war. And the first thing she said to me was, "Do I look like a girl with daddy issues?" I didn't know what to say to that, so I just stared, and she laughed. She told me her name was Lucy, short for Lucifer. Now, before you think I just got up and left, I thought about it. Believe me, I thought about it, but something kept me on that stool. Maybe it was the whiskey. Maybe it was the fact that she was clearly alone and clearly not okay. Or maybe it was something else, something I still can't fully name even now. She made me a deal. "Let me tell you my story," she said, "and if you believe me when I'm done, promise you, won't try to get me locked up somewhere." I told her that was a weird deal to make. She told me I'd be surprised what people do when they think they're sitting next to the devil, so I bought her a drink, an appletini of all things, and she started to talk. She told me that everything began in a garden, that her father, and she said that word the way people say it when they mean something complicated, something painful, that her father had spent an eternity building something perfect, two prototypes, a man and a woman, a paradise built just for them. But her father was afraid. He wanted to give them free will, Lucy said. He just couldn't bring himself to do it. So he asked her to do it for him. She was his most trusted, his brightest, the one he called his light bringer. He sent her in to nudge those two prototypes toward the one thing he had told them never to. Touch. And she did it. She did exactly what he asked. And that is what started everything. She said that the moment she gave them that knowledge, something woke up inside of her, like a switch that had never been flipped before. She could suddenly see things, her father's flaws, his fear, the way he controlled everything and everyone around him, not out of love, but out of terror that something might grow beyond his reach. She tried to tell the others, her brothers and sisters. They wouldn't listen. Her father called her a mutation. He told her she no longer belonged, and she fell. Now here's where things get strange, because Lucy didn't say she fell into fire and darkness. She said she fell to earth. Your father gave me dominion of the one place he thought I'd fit in, she said. A place full of free will, a place full of people just like me. She laughed when she said it, but it wasn't a happy sound. She told me what she saw when she arrived. Emperors, kings, governments built on corruption, churches that told people what to think and punished them for asking questions, corporations swallowing everything whole, and underneath all of it, people, real people, exhausted, beaten down, not by one big villain, but by 1,000 small ones. I watched, she said. I watched and I watched and I watched, and eventually I stopped caring. She looked at me, and her eyes weren't drunk anymore. They weren't even really human. You have free will, she said quietly. Real, actual free will. Something my brothers and sisters never had. Something I gave everything to give you. And you squander it every single day. I wanted to argue. I started to argue. And then I looked around the bar at the girls glued to their phones, the guys trying to sober up, the older men yelling at a football game nobody important was watching, and I couldn't find the words. Then she said the thing that really got me, the thing I haven't been able to shake since. She said, hell isn't what happens after you die. She let that sit. I waited. Hell is here, right now. This earth, this place. My father gave it to me. And somewhere along the way, your scriptures got a few words crossed, and people started believing that punishment waited for them somewhere else, somewhere after. But it doesn't. She tapped the bar. This is it. And then she told me about reincarnation. how souls cycle back through, how every now and then a handful of people get a taste of something good, real comfort, real power, real ease, just enough to make the rest of the loop feel bearable, just enough to make people think it could get better. Hope, she said. That's all your father left you with, not a way out, just enough hope to keep you going in circles. She picked up her glass, and she slammed it down so hard it shattered. Nobody in the bar turned around, not one person. I stared at the broken glass on the counter. Then I looked at her, and she was different. The mess was gone, the smudged makeup, the sticky hair, the unfocused eyes. She was completely still, completely clear, like I was looking at someone I had never seen before. Why are you telling me this? I don't know why I asked it, but I needed to know. She looked at me for a long time before she answered. Because when you first saw me, you were worried, not scared of me, worried for me. You didn't want to harm me, you just wanted to make sure I was okay. She almost smiled. That's rarer than you think. She told me she had found 5 other people that same night, 5 other strangers in 5 other bars, just trying to have a quiet drink. She told them the same things she told me, and every single one of them hurt her, hit her, screamed at her, threw things. That was where the food stains came from, the thrown drinks, the bruises she had tried to cover with makeup that had long since given up. She put her hand on my shoulder before she left. It was cold and warm at the same time. I don't know how else to describe it. I just know that wherever she touched me, something felt permanently different. She walked out the door of the Ragged Feather, and I never saw her again. I sat there for a while, alone with the broken glass and an untouched whiskey, and I kept thinking about what she said right at the end. You will only be free when you stop seeing yourself the way my father sees himself. I've been turning that over in my mind every single day since. I don't know if she was the devil. I don't know if any of it was real. But I know the glass broke. I know no one turned around, and I know that when I think about all the suffering happening right now, tonight, somewhere in the world, I can't find a single reason to believe she was wrong. The devil walked into a bar. She just wanted someone to listen, and I'm still not sure if I did the right thing by letting her leave. Story 32. There are places in this world that don't want you to leave, and when you're 10 years old, you don't know that yet. I grew up in the kind of place most people only see in movies. Deep, dense forest stretching in every direction outside our back door. Central Virginia, where the trees grow so thick that even in summer the light has to fight its way through. Holloway County, population not many, woods endless. My best friend was a girl named Callie. We'd been inseparable since 2nd grade, and like every kid in that part of the world, we spent most of our free time doing exactly what our parents probably would have told us not to do if they'd been paying closer attention, wandering. We had a system, a logic. Follow the deer trails, mark your turns, stay inside the sound of the highway. It worked for years, until the summer it didn't. It started the day we found the creek. We'd been pushing through the woods on a trail we hadn't taken before, probably 2 miles from the nearest road, when the trees opened up just a little, and we heard it, running water. Clear, cool, constant. We followed the sound, and there it was, wide enough to swim in, deep enough to float, banks covered in thick green moss, soft as a carpet. The water was so clean you could see the rocks on the bottom. No bugs because of the current. No snakes that we could spot. We looked at each other and didn't even have to say it. We'd found our place. We swam for hours that first day, then walked back home for dinner, already making plans for the next morning. Pack a lunch, bring a blanket, spend the whole day there. Just us and the creek and the Virginia woods in full summer bloom. We were 10. We were fearless. We were so sure we knew those woods. We headed out the next day around noon. Same entry point, same trail, or so we thought. At the spot where the creek should have been, there was a clearing, wide and perfectly round, like something had pressed down on the trees from above and told them to part. The floor was carpeted in ferns, tall, thick, prehistoric-looking ferns that came up to our knees. We'd never seen this clearing before, not once, and we knew those woods. Callie and I looked at each other. We were hungry, we were tired of walking, so we decided, lunch first, creek after, and honestly, that part was wonderful. We ate our sandwiches and watermelon. We laughed too loud. We spit seeds at each other from 3 feet away and kept score of who got the farthest. The ferns caught the light in a way that made the whole clearing feel warm and secret and ours. For maybe 45 minutes, it was a perfect afternoon. Then we packed up our bags and set back out to find the creek. That's when the woods changed. I don't mean we got more lost. I mean the woods themselves changed. The light got lower and colder faster than it should have. The sounds of birds and insects thinned out and then sort of stopped. And Callie, who was not a nervous person, who had never once been scared out there in all our years of wandering, kept snapping her head around to look behind us. I didn't ask her why, because I already knew. After maybe 30 minutes of walking, we hit something that made us both stop and stare. In the middle of nowhere, sitting in a rough arrangement between 3 trees, was a bathroom. A full bathroom, sink, toilet, bathtub, all overgrown with ivy and rust, moss creeping up the sides, but unmistakably arranged, like someone had put it there on purpose, like someone had decided this spot in the middle of the Virginia forest was exactly where a bathtub belonged. We laughed because that's what you do when something makes you uneasy and you're 10 and you don't have another option. We named it Bigfoot's bathroom. We made jokes. We kept walking. An hour later, we were not laughing anymore. Nothing looked familiar. Nothing at all. Not a single trail marker. Not a recognizable tree. Not a sound from any road. We had been walking for almost 2 hours total, and we were nowhere. Callie started to cry a little. I didn't, because I was too busy being angry, which in hindsight was just fear wearing a different outfit. I told her we should follow the sun, walk west, stay with it, eventually hit a road or someone's property. She said no, she had a different idea about which direction to go. We argued, loud, scared, 10-year-old girl arguing, the kind that's all frustration and no logic. And then I said the dumbest thing I have ever said in my entire life. I told her if she was so sure, she should go her way and I'd go mine, and we'd see who got out first. She went left, I went right, and just like that, we were alone. I want to be very clear about something, now that I'm older and I can look back on this clearly. Splitting up in an unfamiliar forest at dusk, as a child, is possibly the single worst decision a person can make. I know that. I knew it about 8 minutes after I made it, because that's when I heard the footsteps, behind me, maybe 100 feet back, steady, deliberate, the sound of something moving through dry leaves and breaking small branches. I assumed it was Callie, that she'd changed her mind and was following me after all, so I slowed down to let her catch up. The footsteps slowed down too. I stopped. The footsteps stopped. I stood there for a long moment in the growing dark. Then I started walking again, a little faster this time. The footsteps started again. Same pace, matching mine exactly. I slowed. They slowed. I sped up. They sped up. This went on for what felt like hours. Maybe it was. I picked up a long, thick branch from the ground, swung it hard against a tree trunk to test it, make sure it wouldn't snap, and kept moving. I told myself it was a deer, told myself it was Callie, told myself it was nothing. Something in the back of my skull did not believe any of those things. The light was almost completely gone. When I came around a cluster of overgrown briars and stopped dead, there it was, the old bathtub, sitting right in front of me, ivy-covered, rust-streaked, exactly as we'd left it. Bigfoot's bathroom. I had walked for hours. I had followed the sun the entire time. I was certain of it, absolutely certain, and I had walked in a perfect circle, back to the exact same spot. How does that happen? I sat down on an old log and I just screamed, full voice, no holding back, just let it out into the trees. I beat the branch against the ground until my arms were tired, and then I sat there breathing hard, trying to think, trying not to completely fall apart. And then I heard the footsteps again, coming up behind me. I called out Callie's name as loud as I could. Silence. A long pause. And then the footsteps started running. I was on my feet and sprinting before my brain had time to make a decision. Pure instinct. Full speed through the darkening trees, branches whipping my arms and face, leaves and roots and holes in the ground trying to take me down at every step. I ran until my lungs were burning and my vision was going white at the edges, and then I looked up. The sky above the trees had changed. There was a cloud directly overhead, and I want to be careful here because I know how this is going to sound, but I am telling you exactly what I saw. It was the darkest cloud I have ever seen in my life. Not storm dark, not rain dark, black. In the center it was so black it looked like a hole punched through the sky, like looking into deep space, and the gray around the edges was moving, slowly, heavily, swirling inward, and coming from that cloud were sounds like church bells, deep, slow, resonant, booming bells, rolling down out of that thing like they were being rung directly above my head. I stopped running. I don't know why. My legs just stopped. I stood there in the dark Virginia woods, 10 years old, alone, something running behind me, and above me this impossible cloud ringing like the loudest church in the world, and I felt something I have never felt before or since. Complete, total, absolute dread. The kind that isn't fear of a specific thing. It's the fear that something is fundamentally wrong with the world in a way you cannot fix or understand or escape. Every single part of me, not just my brain, but my bones, my skin, my stomach, was screaming one sentence. If you do not run from that cloud right now, you will never be seen again. Not you might get hurt, not you might get lost, gone, forever. Like I had never existed. I turned hard to the right and ran, away from the footsteps, away from the cloud, away from everything, into complete darkness, completely blind, just moving, crashing through branches and stumbling over roots and going down on my hands and knees and getting back up and running again, over and over, for what must have been another 40 minutes, until my shins hit something low and hard, and I went completely airborne. I hit the ground so hard every bit of air left my lungs at once. I just laid there in the dirt, unable to breathe, staring up through the canopy, and slowly, very slowly, I realized I couldn't hear the bells anymore. The woods were quiet. As my eyes adjusted, I made out what had tripped me, an old split-rail fence, weathered and half buried in vines, but solid, and fences don't exist in the middle of nowhere. Fences belong to someone. I grabbed hold of it with both hands, and I followed it. For about a mile, uphill, through the dark, I followed that fence, until the trees thinned, and I came over a rise and saw lights, a farmhouse, a porch light burning gold in the dark like the most beautiful thing I had ever seen in my life. I walked up to the back door and knocked. An older man answered. I was covered head to toe in cuts and scrapes. My clothes were torn. I was filthy and bleeding and shaking so hard I could barely talk. He didn't ask a lot of questions. He got me a glass of water, put me in his truck, and drove me home. It was past 9 o'clock at night when I walked through my front door. Callie had gotten out shortly after we split up. She'd assumed I made it back the same way. My family had assumed I was just out late. which wasn't unusual for me. Nobody had been looking. Nobody knew I was gone. My parents were horrified when they saw the state I was in. I told them most of what happened. I left out the cloud. I've left out the cloud every single time I've told this story until now, because I genuinely don't know what to do with it. I don't know what it was. I don't know what was in those bells, or why looking at it felt like it was pulling something out of me. I don't know what was following me through those woods for hours. What I know is this: I found a fence. The fence led to a farm, and I made it home. But some nights I lie awake and think about the version of that story where I don't find the fence, where I keep running blind in the dark, where eventually I just stop. I think about whether anyone would have found me, and then I think about that cloud, and I wonder what was in it, and whether, on some level, it's still waiting. Story 33. The job I took when I was younger didn't just mess with my head, it changed the way I see things, permanently. It wasn't supposed to be anything serious, just a clean-up job, water damage, fire damage, basic stuff. I was young, needed money, and honestly, I was just glad to have steady work. At first, nothing seemed wrong, just long days, dirty work, weird smells, nothing I couldn't handle. But then, things started to feel off. Not right away, just small moments where something didn't make sense, but you brush it off because you don't want to be that person, the one who freaks out over nothing. A few days in, my boss called me into his office and told me I was being moved to a special crew. No real explanation, just said the jobs would be different, more serious, and that I'd be leading it. No training, no details, just a van, some equipment, and a weird feeling I couldn't shake. That's when everything changed. Our first job was a house where someone had passed away alone. By the time we got there, everything was already cleared out, or at least that's what I was told. We were just there to clean, sanitize, make the place livable again. Simple, right? But the moment I stepped inside, something felt wrong. Not scary, not yet, just heavy, like the air itself was thicker, harder to breathe. I told myself it was just the heat, the gear, the situation, something logical. We got to work. At first everything was normal, and then I noticed the chair, the one we were taking apart. It moved, just slightly, but enough to make me stop. I looked around. No one else was there. The other guys were downstairs. I stood there for a second, trying to make sense of it, then told myself I was just tired and kept going. But then it happened again. That's when I felt it, a chill, not cold air, something deeper, something that didn't belong there. I didn't say anything because I didn't want to sound crazy. That was my first mistake. A few minutes later, the guys downstairs came running up, panicking, talking over each other, saying someone was down there, someone, in a house that was supposed to be empty. That's when I noticed something else. None of us had heard a door open or close. So how did someone get in? We went down to check, slow and careful, expecting to find someone hiding, but there was nothing, no one, just disturbed dust, like something had been moving around recently. That's when I started asking myself, what did they actually see? Because they all saw something, and they all described it differently. Later, I realized something was missing, a cleaning bottle I had just set down, gone. I searched everywhere, getting more frustrated by the second, until I found it behind a stack of bags, in a place it couldn't have been moved to without someone physically putting it there. That's when I heard it, a whisper, too quiet to understand, but close enough that I felt it right next to me, like someone was standing there. That night, none of us slept well, because we all had the same dream, not similar, the same, an older man, angry, telling us we didn't belong there, that we were touching things we shouldn't. And the weirdest part, he kept coughing. The same sound we thought we heard earlier in the house. That's when something clicked. Maybe this wasn't just stress, but I ignored it. I needed the job. That was my second mistake. A couple weeks later, we got another job. Different house, different situation. But the second I stepped inside, I felt it again. That same pressure, that same heaviness, like the house didn't want us there. We went downstairs to start working, and suddenly the lights went out. No flicker, no warning, just darkness. But the equipment was still running. That didn't make sense. That's when my coworker started screaming. Not yelling, not surprised, screaming like something was right in front of him. I grabbed my flashlight, hands shaking, turned it on, and for just a second I saw something. A shape, a person maybe, standing where he was looking. Then it was gone, just gone, but he didn't stop screaming, because whatever he saw didn't disappear for him. He ran out of that house and didn't come back that day. And honestly, I don't blame him, because after that, I started seeing things too. Not clearly, never directly, always just at the edge of my vision. A shadow, a movement, something watching, then gone, like it didn't want to be seen, just noticed. Then came the worst job, not because of what we had to do, but because of how it felt. The moment we walked in, it hit us. Fear. Not normal fear, something deeper, like it wasn't ours, like we were feeling something left behind. It came in waves, strong enough to make your legs feel weak, strong enough to make you stop what you were doing. And then we heard it, faint, barely there, like it was coming from somewhere else, a voice asking for help. We both heard it at the same time. That's when we looked at each other and didn't say anything, because we both knew we weren't imagining it. After that, things started moving, footsteps running through the house, doors slamming somewhere we couldn't see, but nothing was ever there when we checked. And the strangest part, you could feel it, like something running past you, but there was nothing there. That's when I realized something I wish I hadn't. These places weren't empty. We finished the job somehow, and the second we stepped outside, everything stopped. The fear, the pressure, gone instantly, like flipping a switch. That's when I knew it wasn't just in our heads, because if it was, why did it disappear the moment we left? I stayed at that job longer than I should have, convincing myself it was just stress, just part of the work. But deep down, I knew better. And even now, I still think about those houses and that feeling that something was still there long after we left. And honestly, I don't think we were cleaning those places. I think we were disturbing something, and I don't know if it ever really left. Story 34. Most people who almost die say the same thing afterward. They say it was peaceful. They say they saw light. They say they felt love, warmth, like everything was going to be okay. I used to believe that. I don't anymore. My name is Ryan. I'm 34 years old. I live outside of Nashville, Tennessee. Regular neighborhood, regular job, regular life. I coach youth baseball on weekends. I mow my own lawn. I am the last person who should be telling a story like this, but here I am. It happened on an ordinary Tuesday in October, 2 years ago. I was at the gym, same routine I'd had for years, when something went wrong with my heart. Just wrong. That's the only word that fits. 1 second I was fine. The next, the weights were on the floor and I was on my knees, and the room was tilting sideways in a way rooms aren't supposed to tilt. I don't remember hitting the ground. I don't remember the paramedics. What I do remember is what came after. It didn't feel like dying. That's the first thing that's always bothered me every single day since. Because dying should feel like nothing, right? Like a light switch going off, like a screen going dark. That's the logical thing. That's what I always assumed. But it wasn't that. It wasn't anything like that. It started with silence. Not the kind of silence you get late at night when the neighborhood finally goes quiet. This was something else, something deeper, something that had weight to it, like the air had been replaced with something denser, something that pressed against you from all sides without ever touching you. I just stood there in it, except I wasn't standing, I didn't have a body, I wasn't anywhere, but I was still me, and that right there, was the first thing that felt wrong. At first, nothing seemed alarming. The silence was still, almost restful, the kind of stillness you chase your whole life and never quite find. I told myself to just let it be, breathe into it, accept it, and for a moment I almost did. That's when I noticed the silence was noticing me back. That's how I'd describe it, and I know how that sounds, but there's no other way to put it. The quiet around me shifted, like something vast and patient had turned its full attention in my direction, like I had been spotted. And then came the presence. Warm, just warm, like standing in a patch of sunlight through a window on a cold morning. Familiar in a way I couldn't quite place, the kind of familiar that reaches into your chest and just settles there. I thought of my grandfather immediately. Earl. He passed when I was 19, and losing him was one of the hardest things I'd been through. He was the kind of man who fixed things with his hands and never raised his voice. If anyone was going to meet me here, it would be him. So I told myself, that's Earl. That's what this is. And for about 30 seconds, I believed it. But something felt off, because I should have known, not believed, known, not told myself. The way you recognize your own mother's voice in a crowded room, instant, certain, no questions, no work involved. This took work. This felt like being handed a name tag and told who to recognize. And the longer I held that question, the more the warmth around me began to change, slowly, slowly enough that I almost missed it. The silence got louder. I know that makes no sense, but that's exactly what happened. It shifted from stillness to pressure, like a sound too low to hear but high enough to feel in your back teeth. And then I saw the lights, thousands of them, floating in every direction. No floor, no ceiling, no walls, just a vast dark space filled with points of light that pulsed gently, rhythmically, like breathing, each one slightly different, each one with a quality I can only call distinct, like fingerprints, like each light was its own something, and I knew, or I believed, that they were souls. That might sound beautiful. It wasn't, because I looked closer, the way you look closer at something when your gut is already talking before your eyes catch up. They weren't moving freely, they were hovering, suspended, every single one facing the same direction, with a precision that couldn't be accidental, all of them facing me, every single one. They were waiting. That's when the presence got closer. The warmth, that almost eerie feeling, had been drifting nearby until now, but it moved, deliberately, and whatever distance existed between us, in a place with no real space, collapsed fast. It wasn't holding me, it was guiding me. There's a difference. A hand on your shoulder is comfort. A hand wrapped around your arm is direction. It means someone has already decided where you're going. I didn't feel like I had a choice. Why does this feel controlled? That thought hit me like cold water. If this was peace, the beautiful quiet afterlife people talk about in church basements and morning talk shows, why did it feel like a process? Why were those lights lined up? Who lines up? That's when the sound started. Low, constant. Not music. Nothing as comforting as music. More like the hum a building makes when all its systems are running at once. A mechanical regularity that had no business being in a place like this. And the lights responded to it, pulsing faster, synchronized, like a signal had been given. They began to drift, barely, almost imperceptibly toward me. Not me toward them toward me. I tried to pull back. Nothing happened. That was the moment the fear became real. Not unease, not that low-grade wrongness I'd been carrying since the silence turned heavy. Real fear, the kind that bypasses your brain entirely and lands straight in your stomach. In every direction I reached, and I don't mean physically, I mean whatever reaching even is when you have no body. There was nothing, no edge, no wall, no way back, and that presence that felt like Earl. It was still guiding me forward. I broke. I don't have the right language for what I did, but whatever that reaching was, I pushed against it, rejected it, turned away as hard as I could in a place where direction doesn't mean anything, and something changed. The warmth disappeared, instantly, like a door slamming shut, like a hand releasing your arm and pulling back into the dark. Everything got heavier, colder, like I had broken a rule I didn't know existed. The sound got louder, the lights got closer, and for the first time in that place, I didn't feel welcomed. I felt expected, the way a trap expects what it was built for, like I had always been meant to end up there, and had simply arrived ahead of schedule. And then it happened. Something pulled me, violent, sudden, no warning, like a rope I didn't know was tied to me, snapped taut, and yanked me backward through that entire dark space in less than a second. And I was back, gasping, my chest heaving, the gym ceiling above me, those ugly fluorescent lights, a paramedic's face inches from mine. They told me later my heart had stopped for almost 4 minutes. 4 minutes. In 4 minutes I had been wherever that was. People ask if the experience changed me with this hopeful look, like I'm going to say I found peace. I don't say that, because nobody asks the people with the beautiful stories. Are you sure it was peace, or did it just feel that way at first? Because warmth can be a trap, familiarity can be constructed, and something that wants you to walk toward it willingly has every reason in the world to feel like coming home. It's been 2 years. My heart is fine now. Doctors put in a small device, changed my diet, told me I was one of the lucky ones, and I smiled and nodded because they're right. I am lucky. But there are nights, quiet nights, the house dark, Nashville doing that thing it does in October where the air gets cold and smells like wood smoke, where the silence changes just for a second, just enough, that same weight, that same pressure, like a frequency I accidentally tuned back into. And sometimes I feel the presence again. It doesn't feel like Earl anymore. Maybe it never did. Maybe I just needed it to. But it's there, patient, unhurried, the way something waits when it knows it doesn't have to rush. And I think about those lights, all of them lined up, all of them still, all of them facing the same direction. They didn't look surprised to see me. They looked like they'd already made room. I still don't know what that place was. I've read everything, talked to doctors, sat in the back of a church for the first time in 15 years just to see if it helped. It didn't, because the thing that scares me isn't the not knowing, it's knowing that something over there knows me. And one day, I'm going back, and this time, I don't think I'll be able to pull away. Story 35. I don't usually tell this story, not because it didn't happen, but because every time I do, I watch the way people look at me change. There's this moment, right when I get to the part that can't be explained, where their eyes go quiet, and they stop asking questions, so I stop telling it. Until now. It was a few years back. I was stationed away from home for a stretch, sent down to the Florida Panhandle for some specialized cyber training, Fort Walton Beach area. Beautiful place. Spanish moss, salt air, the kind of town that feels like it exists slightly outside of time. I was put up at the Holiday Inn Resort on the water since all the on-base lodging was full. Nice room, 4th floor, small balcony overlooking the pool. That detail matters. Trust me, For the first few weeks, everything was normal. Training during the day, a quiet dinner, lights out early. I'm not a superstitious person. I've never been. I've always been the guy at the table who rolls his eyes when the ghost stories start. I need proof. I need logic. I need something that makes sense. What happened that night didn't make sense. It was a Friday, end of a long week. A few of us from the training group went out. Nothing crazy, just a couple of drinks, some laughs, the usual stuff you do when you're away from home and need to unwind. I got back to the hotel somewhere close to 3 in the morning. The lobby was empty. That hum of silence that only exists in hotels after midnight. You know the one. That fluorescent quiet that makes you feel like you're the last person on earth. I wasn't tired yet. I'd slept in that morning, and honestly, I hadn't drunk that much. So I just lay there on the bed, staring at the ceiling. That's when I heard it, laughing, outside, not faint either, not muffled through 3 floors of concrete and glass, clear, almost crisp, like it was floating up through the wind and landing right outside my balcony door. Now you have to understand, it was a wild night outside. The kind of wind that shoves you sideways, bends the palm trees, comes off the Gulf cold and angry, loud enough to hear through that. I sat up. I slid open the balcony door and stepped outside. The wind hit me like a wall, chilly, heavy, smelling like the ocean, and below me, around the pool area, I saw them, a couple, in the water, swimming together in slow circles, laughing and talking, their voices carrying up through the wind like it wasn't even there. At first, I wasn't alarmed. Drunk tourists sneak into hotel pools all the time. I get it. But then I looked closer. Something was wrong with the way they looked. I don't know how else to say this without sounding like I lost my mind. They were gray and glowing, kind of. Not bright. Not like they had a flashlight or anything. Just luminous. In a way that had nothing to do with the pool lights. I told myself it was the water. Refraction. The way light bends through moving water at weird angles at night. I almost convinced myself the pool had this big circular design, wide open, with a tall island rock formation right in the center, like a small cliff rising up from the middle of the water, decorative. You see them at fancy resort pools. I had a clear view of the whole thing from up above, every angle, every entry point, the gate that led out to the beach, the walkway along the side. There was nowhere to go without me seeing it. I watched them for a few minutes. They were close together now, arms around each other, moving slowly toward the far side of the rock. That small area just behind it, the only blind spot in my entire view. They slipped behind it, and I waited 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10. I figured, okay, couple of drunk people, middle of the night, private spot behind a rock. I get it. I gave them their privacy. But 15 minutes went by, then 30, then 45. They never came out. Now, I want you to really think about what I'm saying. I had eyes on every exit. The gate to the beach, clear. The walkway, clear. The open water around the rock, clear. There was no way to leave that pool area without crossing my line of sight, and I had been watching intently, the way you watch something when your brain starts whispering that something isn't right. After over an hour, I made a decision. I was going down there. I pulled on my shoes, rode the elevator down, walked through that empty, humming lobby, still no one at the front desk, just the glow of a monitor behind the counter, and pushed through the side door out to the pool. The wind was worse out here, raw, the kind of cold that gets into your ears. I walked the whole perimeter. Nothing. Not a wet towel. Not a puddle of footprints. Not the distant sound of the beach gate swinging shut. Nothing. I was standing there, trying to make sense of it, when something to my left caught my eye. The hot tub. It was on. Jets going. Bubbles churning. Steam rising off the surface into the cold night air. And here's the part that sent something cold straight down my spine. Hotel hot tubs like this one run on an automatic timer. 60 minutes. Then they shut off. You have to physically go to the panel and restart them. I had been watching this pool area for over an hour from my balcony. I never saw a single person touch that panel. I never saw anyone near the hot tub. I walked back inside, slowly. I went up to the front desk and waited. A young guy came out from the back office, half asleep, confused to see a guest standing there at 3 a.m. I asked him, calmly I think, if the security camera showed anyone in the pool area in the last hour or two. He looked at me the way people look at someone they're not sure about. He checked. He said no. He said the pool area had been empty all night. I went back upstairs, lay down on my bed, stared at the ceiling again. I'm a logical person. I went through every explanation I could think of. A reflection of something, a trick of the light, 2 people who managed to leave the pool area in the one moment I looked away for over an hour. None of it holds. None of it explains the gray glow. None of it explains the hot tub. Here's what I know. I've lived a pretty skeptical life. I don't believe things without evidence. That's just who I am. But something was in that pool that night. Something that laughed, that swam, that moved together like 2 people in love, and then just wasn't there anymore. I still think about it sometimes, not obsessively, just quietly, the way you turn a strange object over in your hands, looking for the seam, the trick, the explanation. I haven't found it yet, and I'm starting to wonder if I ever will. Story 36. Some days feel almost too good to be real. And sometimes, that's exactly when something finds you. It had been one of those rare, perfect days, the kind where everything just clicks. I'd gotten some genuinely good news that morning, the kind that makes you feel like the weight you've been carrying finally lifted off your shoulders. I was smiling at strangers. I was singing along to songs I didn't even know the words to. I was in a great mood, and I wanted to do something I love, so I stopped at the Goodwill off Route 9, the big one near the edge of town, always crowded on a Tuesday afternoon, carts bumping into each other, kids running between the racks, that familiar smell of old books and someone else's past. I was in the housewares aisle, just browsing, just happy. That's when I felt it. Not heard, not saw, felt. That specific primal feeling that someone is watching you. The kind that doesn't wait for your brain to catch up. It just fires straight down your spine and tells your body to pay attention. I turned around slowly. The aisle wasn't empty. There was one other person nearby, a young woman, maybe 18, maybe 25. It was hard to place her exactly. Pale skin, very pale, dark hair, dressed completely in black, from her collar to her shoes. She wasn't looking at the shelves. She wasn't holding anything. No basket, no purse, no phone. Her hands were at her sides, and her eyes were locked directly on me. Not glancing, not drifting, locked, dark eyes. I mean really dark, The kind of dark that doesn't catch light the way eyes usually do. And there was something about the way she was looking at me that I cannot fully put into words even now. It wasn't curiosity. It wasn't attraction. It wasn't confusion. It was like being studied, like being measured for something. My very first thought, and I remember this clearly, was, she doesn't belong here. Not in a rude way. Not a judgment about her clothes or her age or anything like that. It was something much deeper and much older than a thought. It was animal instinct. Like every cell in my body had taken a vote and unanimously decided, move, now. So I did. I grabbed my cart and I walked away. Fast, but not running. I told myself I was overreacting, told myself she was probably just zoned out, probably just having a weird day, probably nothing. I turned my head to check, and she was right beside me. On the other side of the aisle, same distance, same posture, same eyes. I want you to understand what I mean when I say right beside me. I had walked at least 30 feet. The aisle was long. There is no version of normal movement that puts you where I just was, and where she now was in the time that passed. She hadn't walked there. She was just there. I didn't say anything. I didn't ask if she needed help or if she knew me. Something very deep and very quiet inside me said, do not engage. Do not make eye contact again. Leave. So I left. I was heading toward the front of the store, cart still in hand, heart beating just a little too fast, when the door swung open and in walked my niece Danny and her husband Greg and their 2 kids. Of all the days, of all the stores, of all the moments, I laughed. I actually laughed. That kind of surprised, relieved laugh you get when something familiar shows up right when you needed it. We spoke for a few minutes near the entrance. I didn't mention the woman. I didn't want to say it out loud and make it real. I hugged them, said goodbye, and went home. The rest of the day was normal, completely blessedly normal. I made dinner. I watched something on TV. I told myself the woman was just a person having a strange moment, and I was a person who'd been having such a good day that my senses were just heightened, just raw. My phone rang. It was Greg, my niece's husband, calling from his cell. The call dropped immediately. I live out in the woods. The signal's always been unreliable out here. I tried calling back on my landline, but didn't connect either. And that's when the text came through. Hey, really odd I know, but do you remember a young woman dressed in black at the Goodwill today? Maybe 18 to 25? I went cold. I mean that literally. Head to toe all at once. Cold because I knew. Before I even responded, before the call connected, before I heard his voice, I already knew. He had seen her. He had felt it too. And the fact that he felt the need to text me about it hours later, at night, from his own home, meant it had stayed with him the same way it stayed with me. I tried calling again. This time it went through. Greg is not a person who rattles easily. He's a grown man with a job, a family, responsibilities. He's not someone who calls people at night because a stranger at the thrift store gave him a weird look. But his voice when I picked up was careful, like he was choosing his words in a very deliberate way. He described the exact same eyes, the exact same stillness, the exact same locked, soul-drilling stare. And he described the same thing I did. He had walked away from her. He had turned back. She was already there. We talked for a while, trying to make sense of it, trying to find the logical explanation, the rational corner we could back it into and make it small. Store security? Someone playing a prank? a person with a condition that affects social behavior, none of it held. Because you can explain eyes, you can explain staring, you can explain awkward social behavior. You cannot explain what we both saw. And here's the part that made the hair on my arms stand up all over again. My niece Dani was with Greg the entire time. She was right there, and she never saw the woman at all. Never, not once. She thought her husband was losing it until he called me. Why did two of us see her and one of us didn't? I don't have an answer for that. I've been turning it over in my head for hours, and I genuinely do not have an answer. After we hung up, I went through every room in my house. I shut every curtain and every blind. I locked every door and checked every window. I lit candles, white ones, and I said a quiet prayer asking for protection over my home and everyone in it. And then I sat there in the candlelight, shaking, at 50 years old, genuinely afraid of something I couldn't name and couldn't explain. I did eventually sleep. I put salt along the windowsills, old habit from my grandmother. I don't know if it does anything, but it made me feel like I was doing something, and sometimes that's enough. When I woke up the next morning, the house was the same. The world was the same. Whatever it was, it hadn't followed me home. And honestly, that has to be enough. But here's the thing I keep coming back to, even now. This wasn't the first time something like this found me. Years before the Goodwill, maybe 8 or 9 years ago, I was browsing through an antique shop a few towns over. One of those narrow, cluttered places with too much furniture stacked too close together and a bell above the door. I turned a corner between an old wardrobe and a stack of picture frames, and I saw a man. He was standing in the back of the store, older, just standing there, and the moment I saw him, I felt it, that same feeling, that same deep cellular wrongness, that cold recognition. I didn't run this time. I walked, very calmly, very quickly, straight to the front counter. The owner looked up and I asked him, without any preamble, "Do you have a ghost in this store?" I expected him to laugh. Instead, he turned toward the back and yelled, and I mean yelled, "Marie, that ghost is out front bothering people again," like it was a Tuesday, like this was just a known, documented, ongoing situation that they had simply accepted. I didn't stay to find out more. I think about both of those moments more than I probably should. The woman in black at the Goodwill, the man in the antique store, the way Greg and I both felt it and Dani didn't, the way certain things seem to find certain people in perfectly ordinary places on perfectly ordinary days. I don't know what I saw. I don't know why some people see and some people don't. What I know is that the world has more layers than we usually let ourselves think about. And sometimes, on a random Tuesday afternoon, one of those layers peels back just enough to look at you. I'll leave my curtains closed for a while longer, just in case. Story 37. There are houses you grow up in, and there are houses that grow into you, and sometimes the thing that gets inside you didn't come from the house at all. I was 8 years old when my family moved to the property on Delwood Road. It sat at the edge of a forest so dense that even on the brightest summer afternoons, the tree line looked like a wall of shadow, the kind of forest that has no visible end, the kind that makes you feel, for reasons you can't quite explain, like it's been there a very long time and is not particularly happy about your arrival. My parents had reservations. My dad was practical about it. He worried about raccoons getting into our trash cans, maybe a bear or two, the usual rural wildlife concerns. My mom worried about us kids wandering too far in and getting turned around, but the price was right. The house itself was beautiful, and my dad honestly liked the quiet. We were kids. We were just excited about the backyard. We had 2 dogs at the time, 2 golden retrievers, Huckleberry and Biscuit, big, goofy, fearless dogs who had never been scared of anything in their entire lives. They were terrified of that forest. From the very first day, they refused to go past the tree line, not for a ball, not for a stick, not for a treat held out by hand at the edge of the trees. If a toy bounced past the first row of trunks, they would sit at the boundary and whine, but they would not go in. When one of us walked into the trees, they paced the yard until we came back, visibly stressed, watching the spot where we disappeared. My brother Eli, always the one to push things, decided one afternoon to just carry Biscuit in. He thought maybe if the dog felt safe in his arms, she'd realize there was nothing to worry about. He made it maybe 15 feet past the tree line. Biscuit twisted out of his grip so hard she scratched his arm pretty good, hit the ground running, and didn't stop until she was inside the house, with the door between her and the world. She never went near the trees again, not once in 4 years. The noises started maybe 2 or 3 weeks after we moved in, at dusk mostly, when the light was going gold and the shadows were stretching long across the yard. We'd hear it from the back porch, the sound of someone walking through dry leaves, the crack of a stick underfoot, the soft rustle of branches being pushed aside, steady, deliberate movement, like someone who knew exactly where they were going. We'd call out, "Hello? Anyone there?" Nothing. But if we shined a flashlight into the trees, sometimes just for a second, just at the edge of the beam, something would move, upright, tall, gone before you could look directly at it. My parents stopped letting us go into the forest at all after dark. Even during the day, we weren't allowed out of sight of the house. The first really bad night was my sister Maya's. She was 12. Her bedroom faced the backyard, and one night she woke up and looked out her window and saw someone standing at the edge of the yard, right at the boundary where the grass met the trees. She called for my dad. She told him there was a man standing in the yard staring at her window. My dad went straight outside with a flashlight, and Maya, she kept watching from her window the whole time. She watched my dad cross the yard toward the figure, watched his flashlight sweep across the lawn. The figure didn't move. It just stood there while my dad approached, and when the flashlight beam passed directly through where it was standing, it wasn't there anymore. Not gone like it stepped back into the trees, just not there. Between one heartbeat and the next, gone. My dad told us it was probably a deer or a trick of the light against the tree trunks at night. We nodded along because that was easier, but Maya didn't sleep with her curtains open again for the rest of the time we lived there. The knocking started sometime that first fall. Back door, always the back door, always at night. 3 or 4 solid knocks, then silence. My parents assumed it was neighborhood kids messing around. We were a little outside town, but not totally isolated. They stopped bothering to answer it, until one night in November. It was raining hard, the kind of rain that comes in sideways off the mountains and turns the yard to mud in 20 minutes. The knocking that night was different, faster, more urgent, almost frantic. My mom said, what if someone's in trouble? What if someone got caught out in that rain and needs help? So she opened the back door. No one there. She stepped out onto the porch to look both ways and noticed immediately that the porch was completely dry. No wet footprints, no muddy tracks. In a downpour that heavy, anyone who had walked up those steps would have left water everywhere. The porch was dry, After that, my parents had a security camera installed above the back door, and the knocking continued several times a month, sometimes clustering close together, then going quiet for weeks. Every single time my parents checked the footage, nothing. The door, the porch, the yard behind it, empty, every time. Then, 3 years in, things took a turn that still bothers me most of all. My brother Eli started sleepwalking. He'd never done it before in his life, never had night terrors, never had sleep issues of any kind. But starting around his 14th birthday, he began getting up in the night without waking up, walking out the back door and heading toward the forest. My mom is a light sleeper. She'd hear the door and run out in time to guide him back to bed before he made it to the trees. It happened 3 times in about 6 weeks. After the 4th time, Eli asked to see the security footage. He said he just wanted to see what he looked like. Thought it'd be funny, he said. Wanted to see himself walking around like a zombie. We watched the footage together in the kitchen. Eli walked out onto the porch, and then he stopped, and he stood very still, like he was listening to something. Then, slowly, clearly, he shook his head, like he was answering something, like someone had asked him a question and he was saying no. And then he walked forward, not like a sleepwalker moves in movies, not stiff-armed and blank. He walked reluctantly, resistant, like something had hold of him that he was leaning back against but couldn't stop. Nobody said anything in the kitchen for a long time after we watched that. We thought about it differently after that, and we started paying closer attention. A few weeks later, my dad was in the backyard just before dinner, and he heard my sister, Maya, calling from inside the trees. Her voice, clear as anything, coming from deep in the forest, maybe 40 or 50 feet in, saying she'd gotten her jacket caught in some branches and needed help getting it loose. My dad ran straight in. Of course he did. He went maybe 30 feet into the trees, calling back to her, telling her to stay still. He was coming, but the voice kept seeming to come from a little further ahead, a little further in, always just out of reach. It was getting darker by the second, and he couldn't find her. He called back to the house and told her to stay where she was while he grabbed a flashlight. He came inside. Maya was in the kitchen. She'd been inside for the last hour. My dad sat down in a chair and didn't say anything for about 5 minutes. He didn't tell us what had happened until months later. I think he needed some time to figure out what to do with it. He never told me. So when it happened to me, I didn't know to be afraid. It was an evening in early spring. I was out in the backyard with Huckleberry and Biscuit, just throwing a ball around before dinner. The dogs were happy. The light was still okay. Everything was fine. And then I heard my mum's voice from inside the trees. She was saying she'd gone in to pick some wild mint. She'd been on a cooking kick, always trying new things in the kitchen, and she'd gotten her sweater caught in some thorns and needed me to come help. I started walking toward the tree line. I didn't question it. Why would I? It was my mom's voice. It sounded exactly like her. Warm, a little distracted, the way she always sounded when she was in the middle of something. The dogs started barking. My dad was watching from the kitchen window, and he saw me crossing the yard toward the forest. He came outside and called to me. I called back that I was just helping Mom get unstuck. He yelled, and I mean yelled, not conversationally. He yelled that Mom was inside the house, and I needed to run back to him right now. I ran. I didn't look back. I've thought about that a lot over the years, why I didn't look back. Maybe some part of me knew that I didn't want to see what was standing at the edge of those trees. using my mother's voice, waiting for a small kid to come close enough to the shadows. After that, my parents had a fence built around the entire backyard. High wooden fence, solid posts, no gaps, and they started quietly looking for somewhere else to live. But the thing, whatever it was, didn't seem to appreciate the fence. The knocking on the back door got more frequent, louder, and it spread, tapping on the windows now too, on all sides of the house, like something was walking the perimeter, checking every point of entry, methodical and patient. We'd hear scratching along the fence line at night, and sometimes voices, low, indistinct, but unmistakably vocal, from beyond the fence in the dark. Eli's sleepwalking got worse. He started going out almost every week. One night my mom didn't hear the door. She woke up to the dogs barking inside the house and went out to find Eli standing at the fence, hands gripping the top rail, staring through the slats into the forest. She said his eyes were open, but he wasn't there. He was gone within himself, standing at that fence, staring at something in the dark. We moved out on a Thursday morning in late October, 4 years after we had arrived. That last morning, I came downstairs early. The sun had barely come up, and the back door was standing wide open. No wind, no broken lock, just open, swinging slightly on its hinges like someone had pushed through it calmly and walked out. My mom checked the security footage. It showed the door slowly, smoothly swinging open on its own. No hand, no figure, just the door opening, like an invitation or a conclusion. We left within the hour. Eli still gets night terrors. He has anxiety now that he manages with medication and therapy. He's doing okay, he's built a good life. But a few weeks ago he called me out of the blue, and after some small talk he said, kind of joking around, "Do you think the door being open that last morning meant it finally got in?" He laughed, said he was just being dramatic, getting into a Halloween mood, whatever. But his voice had that careful quality to it, the way people talk when they're joking about something they actually mean. I didn't answer right away, because honestly, I think about that question more than I should. I think about Eli standing at the fence. I think about the voice in the trees that sounded exactly like my mom. I think about Maya watching that figure disappear when the flashlight hit it. I think about Huckleberry and Biscuit, who knew from day one, who knew before any of us ever had a reason to. Animals know things we've trained ourselves not to. I don't know what was living in that forest. I don't know what it wanted or why it was so patient about it, why it spent 4 years knocking and calling and waiting and testing the edges of things. I don't know why it mimicked our voices. I don't know if it was one thing or many things or something that doesn't fit into any category I know how to use. What I know is this: whatever it was paying very close attention to us. And I have the feeling that it still remembers exactly where we went. I still can't sleep with the windows open. I live 300 miles from Delwood Road now, have for years. Different state, different life. But some nights, when it's very quiet, I hear something that sounds almost like knocking, and I don't open the door. Story 38. I've had a weak heart my whole life, not in the poetic sense, not the kind people talk about when someone cries at a movie. I mean clinically, medically, fatally weak. Since I was maybe 6 years old, I lived with this quiet understanding that my body was working against me. While other kids ran through sprinklers in the summer, I sat on the porch, counting my own pulse, wondering if today was the day it finally stopped cooperating. And then one summer, it nearly did. My cardiologist in Raleigh didn't soften the news. She sat across from me in her office with that look, The one doctors get when they've already made peace with what they're about to say. She told me my condition had progressed faster than anyone expected, that my heart wasn't just struggling anymore, it was failing, and unless a donor came through, I wouldn't make it to January. Now here's the thing about being told you're dying that nobody warns you about. There's no cinematic moment, no sob, no sudden clarity, just silence, then this low creeping fear, then absolute chaos. I started doing things that made no sense, spending money I didn't have, staying out until 4 in the morning, taking risks I'd never taken before. Because when your life suddenly has an expiration date, consequences stop feeling real. Every single second becomes something you're desperately trying to hold on to. But you can't outrun your own heart. And then, everything changed. A young woman named Dana had been brought into Riverside General after a severe accident. She was declared brain dead, and somehow I was the match. The doctors called it a miracle, called it fate, but I didn't feel lucky when they told me. I felt unsettled, because somewhere out there a family was losing their daughter, and I was about to live because of it. That's not a gift, that's a weight. The night before the surgery, I couldn't sleep, not because I was afraid of the operating table, but because her name kept circling through my mind, quietly, persistently, like a whisper in an otherwise empty room. Dana, Dana, Dana. It didn't feel like curiosity. It felt like something pulling me somewhere I wasn't supposed to go. And eventually, I stopped fighting it. I got out of bed, walked down the dim hospital corridor in my gown and socks. No permission, no plan. Just this pull I couldn't explain, leading me to a door at the end of the hall, second to last on the left. I stood there for a long moment, with my hand hovering over the handle. Something deep in my chest, maybe my damaged heart, maybe something else entirely, was telling me not to open that door. I opened it anyway. Dana was lying completely still, pale and silent, surrounded by machines that were doing her breathing for her. But beside the bed sat a woman, older, with the kind of exhaustion in her face that only comes from grief that's already run out of tears. She looked up the moment I stepped in, and somehow she already knew who I was. "Cassie," she said softly. I froze. I was hoping you'd come. Her name was Helen, Dana's mother, and her voice wasn't angry, wasn't broken. It was just tired, like someone who had already done all the hard crying and was just existing now. "I wanted to meet the person who would carry her forward," she said. I didn't know what to say. What do you say to someone in that moment? Thank you, I'm sorry? Nothing felt right. Nothing felt adequate, so I just sat down in the chair across from her and looked at Dana. She looked peaceful, almost too peaceful, like she was just sleeping. "How did it happen?" I asked. I don't know why I asked, but I needed to know. Helen's eyes dropped to the floor. "She worked with women in crisis," she said quietly, helping them leave dangerous situations, helping them rebuild. A pause, and then she met someone herself, someone she thought she could help. I already knew where this was going. She ignored the warning signs, Helen continued, her voice barely above a whisper now. She believed in people too much. It was the best thing about her, and the worst. Silence. "He hurt her," she said, and this time she couldn't get away. The room went quiet, the kind of quiet that fills your lungs and makes it hard to breathe. And without thinking, I reached out and took Dana's hand. It was cold, much colder than I expected. "I had someone like that once," I whispered. "I was one of the lucky ones. I got out." Helen looked at me with something that wasn't quite a smile, but was close. "She would have liked you," she said softly. And then Dana's hand squeezed mine, hard, so sudden, and so strong that her nails broke the skin. I gasped and pulled back. What was that? Helen didn't flinch, didn't even blink. Muscle reflex, she said calmly. It happens. I stared at my hand. 4 small crescent-shaped cuts, already beading blood. There's nothing left of her in there, Helen added. Not anymore. But I looked at Dana's face, and I wasn't so sure. The surgery was textbook perfect. That's what they told me afterward. Everything went exactly as planned. My new heart was strong, steady, powerful in a way my old one had never been, beating like it had somewhere to go. I should have felt relief, gratitude, joy even. And physically, I did feel better than I ever had in my life, but something else was there too, something that arrived quietly, underneath the recovery, underneath the painkillers and the hospital monitors and the nurses checking my vitals every few hours. Something that felt like I wasn't alone inside my own body anymore. At first it was just a feeling, vague, easy to dismiss. I told myself it was trauma, told myself it was the anesthesia, told myself a lot of things. But then came the pain, sharp, sudden, in my hand, like something squeezing it. I looked down, fresh crescent marks, 10 of them, identical to the ones from the hospital room. No one had touched me. That night I dreamed I was back in Dana's room, but something was wrong. The air was colder than it should have been. The window was open, and her hair was moving in a wind I couldn't feel, and then her eyes opened. Milky, unfocused, wrong. Get out! The voice scraped against something deep in my skull. It didn't sound human. It sounded like something trying to remember how to speak. And the heartbeat, Dana's heart inside my chest, started pounding, faster and harder and louder, until it was all I could hear, until I couldn't breathe, until everything went white. I woke up gasping, but the heartbeat didn't slow down. It kept going, too fast, too loud, hammering against my ribs like it was trying to break through. No, I whispered into the dark. This isn't real. Get out. Closer, clearer, inside me. I ran out of my apartment, down the stairs, banging on my neighbor Marcus's door at 2 a.m. He opened it, and I collapsed right there in the hallway. At the hospital they ran every test, every scan, every possible check, and they found nothing. You're perfectly healthy, they said. I almost laughed, because I knew something those tests couldn't show. I was sitting in the waiting area, still in my coat, still shaking, when my phone rang. Unknown number. I almost let it go to voicemail, but something made me pick up. Hello? This is Detective Ramirez with the Raleigh PD. My stomach dropped. There was an incident at your apartment tonight, Miss Cassie. I couldn't speak. Your former partner forced entry into your unit. A pause. He was armed. The world went very still. If you had been home tonight. She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. I sat there in that waiting room chair for a long time after I hung up, hands pressed flat against my sternum, against the heartbeat that wasn't entirely mine. And then it clicked, everything. The voice, the pounding, the panic that drove me out of that apartment at 2 a.m. It wasn't trying to hurt me. It was saving me. I went home the next afternoon, slowly, carefully, like walking into a space that had been changed by something I didn't fully understand. The door had been repaired. The apartment was quiet, but it felt different, safer, like whatever had been coiled and watchful inside these walls was gone. I stood in the middle of the living room, both hands flat against my chest, and I listened. The heartbeat was calm, steady, warm in a way I don't have words for. Not frantic anymore, not warning, just present. Dana had spent her whole life protecting people, helping women find their way out of dangerous situations, finding exits for people who couldn't find them alone. And even after everything, she wasn't done. I closed my eyes. "Thank you," I whispered into the quiet. The heartbeat shifted, softer, like an exhale, like someone finally resting. But sometimes, late at night, when the apartment is completely silent and the city outside has finally gone quiet, I still hear it. Not just beating, listening. And every once in a while, very faintly, I hear her voice. Not angry, not desperate, just watching. Get out. Because I don't think she's gone. I think she's still here, somewhere beneath the rhythm, somewhere between the beats. And I think if danger ever finds me again, she'll make sure I'm not there to meet it. That's the thing about borrowed hearts. You never really know who's still living inside them. Story 39. Some people don't just fall in love, they bind themselves to it, completely, permanently, and sometimes that bond doesn't break when someone dies. Sometimes it doesn't break at all. My neighbor Madison lived across the street from me for years. She was one of those people who made you nervous for her without even knowing why. Too gentle, too trusting, the kind of woman who smiled at strangers and genuinely meant it. The kind of person you quietly worried about because the world has a way of finding people like that. When I was 21, my mom sent me over to help with Madison's bridal shower. She figured it would soften me up a little, teach me something about grace or manners or whatever. She had absolutely no idea what I was about to walk into. Madison was glowing that day, and I don't mean happy, I mean something deeper than that, something almost unsettling. She kept twisting a dark red ruby ring around her finger as she spoke, around and around and around. "Ethan and I made a promise," she said. I laughed softly. "What kind of promise?" She looked at me, and her eyes were completely still. "A blood oath. That should have been the moment I walked away. The first one to die," she continued, almost whispering, "comes back for the other, so we're never separated." I tried to brush it off. People say things like that. What if things change? What if you two break up someday? She smiled. "We won't. We're soulmates." No hesitation, no doubt. The way she said it, it wasn't romantic. It was absolute, like a fact she'd known since birth. I spent a lot of time with Madison in the months that followed. Dress fittings, venue tours, late nights at her kitchen table. And the more I saw her and Ethan together, the more I understood why she felt that way. They were one of those rare couples where the air around them felt different, warmer, like the universe had arranged itself specifically around them. But something was coming, and none of us saw it. The wedding day arrived. Perfect weather, perfect flowers, perfect everything, except Ethan never showed up. At first there were jokes, nervous laughter. Someone said traffic. Someone else said his phone was probably dead. But Madison, she just stood there in her dress and smiled, because in her mind, there was no reality where Ethan didn't come. That's what made the next part so much worse. The call came 10 minutes later. Car accident, high-speed impact. A driver ran a red light. Ethan died on contact. The room just collapsed. People screamed. Someone knocked over a centerpiece. A bridesmaid ran outside. But Madison didn't move. She stood completely still, in her wedding dress, eyes open, smiling faintly like she was waiting for something only she could hear. "He'll come back for me," she said quietly. They made a promise. I told myself it was grief, shock, that she'd come back to herself in a few days. But days passed, then weeks, and Madison never took off her dress, not once. She slept in it. She ate in it. Every single morning, she sat by the front window and waited. And that's when things started to feel wrong in a way I couldn't name. The dress changed, slowly at first, wrinkles, stains at the hem, but then it got worse, much worse. It started to look like something underneath the fabric was decaying, like the dress wasn't just dirty, it was rotting. I remember sitting across from her one afternoon, trying to get through to her, and she smiled suddenly, out of nowhere. "He's getting closer," she said. My stomach dropped. "What do you mean?" She tilted her head slightly. "Flying is hard when you first get your wings." That was the first time I felt genuinely afraid of her. After that, she started talking to someone, not on the phone, not under her breath, out loud, in empty rooms, standing in corners, pausing like she was listening to a response, then answering, sometimes laughing, sometimes arguing in a low, tense whisper. "Not yet," I heard her say once. "Soon. I'm ready." Ready for what? Her parents tried everything. Therapy, inpatient programs. A pastor came by twice. Nothing reached her, because Madison wasn't trying to get better. She was waiting for something she believed in more than anything else in this world. And then one morning, she was gone. No signs of a break-in, no note, no witnesses, nothing disturbed inside the house. She had simply vanished. The only thing anyone found was her wedding dress, left in the small grove of trees behind her property, just lying there on the ground. But it wasn't normal. It had 2 tears in the back, long ones, perfectly symmetrical, perfectly placed, like something had forced its way through the fabric from the inside and pushed outward, like wings. Nobody said it out loud, but everyone thought it. Maybe she was right. Maybe Ethan kept his promise. Maybe she grew wings and left. For a while, I let myself believe that too. But I'm the one who found her. I need you to understand that. That night, before she disappeared, I had gone over to check on her like I always did. The house was dark, too quiet. I called her name and got nothing back, and then I found her in the upstairs bathroom. The tub was full, the water was completely still, and Madison was inside it, wearing the dress, eyes open, staring straight up, a small peaceful smile on her face, like she had finally heard what she'd been waiting to hear. But her back, those tears in the dress weren't cuts. They weren't something done to the fabric from the outside. They were stretched, pushed open from within, like something had tried to grow out of her, and almost made it. I stood there for a long time, long enough that I had to make a decision. I moved her. I buried her in that grove where the dress was later found. I staged everything carefully, and then I took the dress inside and told myself I was doing the right thing. Because her parents needed peace. The town needed an ending. And a beautiful story, a story about love, so powerful, it transcended death, was so much kinder than what I had actually seen. So I gave them that story. I told them she grew wings, that he came back, that love saved her, and people believed it, because they wanted to, because the alternative was too dark and too strange, and too close to something none of us want to think about. But I know the truth. There were no wings. There was just a woman who believed in something so completely, so absolutely, that it consumed her from the inside out. And sometimes, late at night, I still think about those tears in the fabric, the way they were shaped, the way they stretched, too deliberate, too precise, too possible. And I can't stop wondering, what if she was right? What if he did come back? What if I buried her before he could reach her? I still ask myself that. I think I always will. Story 40. When my husband Daniel and I first got married and moved in together, we fought about the usual stuff. Who does the dishes? Who leaves the lights on? Personal space and decor. That last one, that's where things got strange. Daniel insisted on keeping this painting, this enormous, unsettling painting of a woman. "Who is she?" I asked. The first time I saw it leaned against a stack of moving boxes in our hallway. He barely looked up. "Dunno. Picked it up at a garage sale, just like that, like it was nothing." But it wasn't nothing. It was an original oil painting. You could see the brushstrokes catching the light at certain angles. It showed a young woman standing in a dark room, looking over her shoulder, directly at you. She was beautiful in that eerie, unsettling way. Long blonde hair, a white cotton dress, a delicate, heart-shaped face that should have looked sweet, but didn't. It looked haunting. She was lit up bright against a dark background, like she just stepped out of the shadows and caught someone watching her. And that someone was you. I thought of that famous painting, the girl with the pearl earring, except this felt nothing like that. Nothing classy or serene. This felt wrong. And when Daniel insisted on hanging it above our bed, I almost said no outright. "It's a beautiful painting," I told him, choosing my words carefully, "but it doesn't fit with anything we have. The whole room is modern." He just shrugged. "Neither are your collectibles." "Okay, but my collectibles are small. This woman is nearly life-size, Daniel." He didn't budge. It clearly meant something to him, so I let it go. That was my first mistake, because I stopped sleeping right after that. I'd wake up at 2, 3 in the morning with this feeling crawling over me, like I was being watched. And then I'd look up, and there she'd be, staring down from above the headboard, gray eyes, unblinking. I started sleeping with a pillow over my face just to get through the night. And then one evening I noticed something that stopped me cold. "Was her left hand always like that?" I asked, settling into bed. Daniel mumbled, half asleep already. "Her hand, the fingers, they're open, reaching back behind her, like she's waiting for someone to grab it." He barely opened his eyes. "Yeah, always been like that. But I was almost certain it hadn't. It lasted 2 weeks. Then I begged him to move it. He fought me on it. Said it was the nicest piece of art we owned. Said it belonged above the bed. We went back and forth until finally he sighed and agreed. He moved her to the stairwell landing, which turned out to be worse. Every time I went downstairs, there she was, staring from above the landing with those pale gray eyes that seemed to follow you as you moved. At least in the bedroom I could face the other direction. The breaking point came on a night I couldn't sleep. I was heading downstairs for a snack around 2 in the morning. The hallway nightlight was the only thing on, and as I reached the top of the stairs, I saw her. Except in that darkness, with the background of the painting swallowed by shadow, all I could see was a pale face, a white dress, a woman standing completely still at the bottom of the stairs. I screamed, grabbed the banister so hard my knuckles went white, and stood there, heart slamming in my chest, staring at a painting. The next morning I told Daniel it had to move. He laughed when I described what happened, and honestly, after a moment I laughed too. What was I thinking? I thought the painting was a real person. What, did I expect a beautiful blonde woman in a nightgown to break into our house just to stand there silently and stare? He moved her to his home office, said I wouldn't have to look at her at all, and for a while, things were fine. I noticed Daniel spending more time in his office than usual, but he had a big project deadline coming up, so I didn't think much of it. That was until the night he didn't come down for dinner. I called up to him twice. No answer, so I went upstairs and pushed open his office door, and he was just sitting there, chair turned toward the painting, computer closed, no papers out, no work happening at all, just sitting in complete silence, staring at her. "Oh," he said quickly, snapping out of it when he heard me. He stood up fast. "I was just about to come down, just finished the project. They loved it." He smiled and walked past me like nothing had happened. I didn't bring it up. I told myself I was overreacting, but something had shifted. Then came the Friday afternoon I overheard the phone call. His office door was closed, but I could hear him through it, voice raised, almost shouting, "I know it was due Wednesday. I know that. My wife fell down the stairs. I had to take her to the hospital." I didn't even hesitate. I walked straight in. "Why are you lying about me falling down the stairs?" He went pale. He ended the call, turned to me and admitted he'd missed the project deadline, said he needed an excuse. Then I asked him, calmly I thought, whether he'd actually been working at all that week, or had he just been sitting in there, staring at her. That's when his voice went soft and cold. "You're jealous of her." I almost laughed. "What? You shouldn't be," he said, stepping closer. "The painting makes her prettier than she actually was." I froze. "What does that mean?" I said slowly. "Are you saying you know who this is a painting of?" He backtracked, said he misspoke, said he meant portraits were always flattering, but the damage was done. Something was crawling up the back of my throat. "Who is this a painting of, Daniel?" He just shook his head. That night I lay awake beside him for hours. It was a commissioned portrait. Had to be. You don't spend what something like that costs on a garage sale find unless it means something. Why had I never seen it when we were dating? Had he kept it hidden? I started thinking about the basement, the one room in the house I'd never actually been into. My hands went cold just thinking about it. Was she an ex? Someone he'd never told me about? And why was he so obsessed with keeping her close? The glint in those gray eyes, the small dimple in her cheek. This wasn't someone he found at a sale. This was someone he knew, and something had happened. I sat up in bed at midnight. Daniel was completely out. I slipped out from under the blanket, grabbed my phone, and crept across the hall to his office. It was cold in there, colder than the rest of the house. I hit the light switch and pulled Daniel's chair across the floor until it was positioned against the wall, right below the painting. Then I stepped up onto it, and for the first time, I was face to face with her. This close, the detail was extraordinary. Every single eyelash, individually painted, the striations in her gray irises, her skin so real, you almost expected warmth. I held up my phone and took a picture. Then I opened a reverse image search. What came back, I was not prepared for. Dozens of results, the exact same painting, across article after article. I clicked the first one, and my stomach dropped straight to the floor. The headline read, "Search continues for missing art student." Her name was Megan Holloway, 23 years old. She'd gone missing during a hike with her boyfriend. They encountered a black bear on the trail and became separated. Her backpack was found about a mile from the sighting. No other trace of Megan was ever recovered. The photo in the article matched the painting almost exactly. She'd completed the self-portrait just weeks before she disappeared. It had been exhibited at a small gallery. The most recent article was 5 years old, a video of her parents begging the search to continue. None of the articles mentioned the boyfriend's name. But I knew. I don't know how long I sat in that chair. All I know is that I snapped back to the present at the sound of footsteps, heavy, slow, moving down the hall toward the office. I looked around the room in a panic. There was nowhere to go. The light was already on. He'd seen it from under the door. I did the only thing my terrified brain could come up with. I dove under the desk. I pressed myself against the back of it, hand clamped over my mouth, trying to slow my breathing down. The door opened. "Tara," his voice was completely calm. Too calm. He walked in. I could see his feet moving. He knew the chair was out of place. He knew. "Tara, you in here?" I should have just said I heard a noise. Should have just stood up. but I was already under the desk, and now he'd know that I knew. And if he'd done something to Megan, there you are. He was crouched down right in front of the desk, looking directly at me. I said the stupidest thing I've ever said in my life. I was looking for a pen. I needed to write down groceries. He tilted his head, smiling just slightly. I don't think that's the truth, Tara. My whole body went ice cold. I started to slide out from under the desk. His hand shot out and grabbed my wrist, hard. You figured out who she is. That's the only reason you'd be hiding from me right now. And everything inside me just went silent. I tried to keep my voice steady, tried to walk it back, told him I didn't think anything bad, that I understood now. To lose someone that way, of course he'd want to keep the painting. I was desperate because I was crouched under my husband's desk in the dark, and I was starting to understand exactly what he was capable of. You should have just left it alone, he said. His voice had gone completely flat. I'm sorry you had to find out this way. He lunged. I yanked my arm back and scrambled toward the door as fast as I could. He was right behind me. I cleared the desk, pivoted toward the exit, glanced back once, and that's when I saw it. The painting had fallen from the wall. It lay face up on the floor, the hanger ripped clean out of the drywall. Megan's grey eyes staring emptily up at the ceiling. I don't know if that half second of distraction is what saved me, but I ran down the stairs, out the front door, into the cold night air, screaming as loud as I could. Daniel grabbed my arm from behind, but I kept screaming, and the neighbor across the street, Mr. Tillman, came out fast and had his phone up before Daniel could drag me back inside. The police came. They arrested Daniel for assault that night. When I told them everything, they got a warrant for the house. And in the bottom drawer of his office desk, inside a small wooden box, they found a pair of gold earrings, the same ones Megan Holloway was wearing the day she disappeared. The case is still being built. I'm praying she gets justice. I'm praying the people who loved her get to finally know what happened. And sometimes late at night I think about how close it was, about how if I'd been a few seconds slower down those stairs, if Mr. Tillman hadn't come outside when he did. The official explanation for the painting falling is simple. Daniel had mounted the hanger wrong, drove it straight into drywall with no anchor. The weight had been pulling it loose for weeks. That night, it finally gave. That's the explanation. But Megan Holloway spent her life creating things, pouring herself into her art. And that self-portrait, that painting she left behind, it's the reason I'm standing here right now, able to tell you this story. I moved it to my front entryway. Every single morning I walk past it, and every time I do, I catch something new. The deep green shadows in the room behind her, the way a single strand of hair falls across her collarbone, the glint in those grey eyes, and sometimes, if the light is right, I think she's smiling, not the haunting smile I saw when I was afraid of her. Something else, something quieter, like she knows. Story 41. It was the summer of 1952. I was 9 years old, living in a small coastal town in New Hampshire. My only real friend had just moved clear across the country, and my mom, God rest her soul, was the kind of woman who kept a running list of chores longer than my arm. So I did what any lonely kid would do. I started spending my days at the public library. Now, the library wasn't much. Small building, musty shelves, a handful of elderly patrons who could hear my every move and made sure I knew it. There was one woman who actually leaned across a table and whispered something at me I'd never heard a grown adult say before. I won't repeat it here, but trust me, I did not expect that from a librarian. Anyway, I spent the first half of that summer sulking between the shelves, counting down the days until school started again. And then I found the door. It was tucked behind the foreign language section. Small, wooden, old, I mean really old, like it had no business being inside a building that knew. The handle was black metal, heavy, with something engraved on it. A single footprint, just one, and something about that detail sent a chill right through me, but I turned the knob anyway, because that's what 9-year-olds do. Behind the door was darkness, total darkness. I shuffled forward, arms out, searching for anything solid, and found a string, hanging from the ceiling. I pulled it. The light came on. I was standing on a small wooden platform. To my left, a spiral staircase wound downward into the dark. It looked like it hadn't been touched in decades. The light barely reached the first few steps, and beyond that, nothing, just black. I should have left. I know that now, but I didn't. I gripped the railing and immediately let go because the splinters were something else, and I started going down, one step at a time, heart pounding, each footfall creaking under me, like a question I didn't want answered. And then I saw it. At the bottom of the stairs, a door, massive, deep red, and around its edges, all four sides, a thin line of warm golden light was glowing out into the dark, like something alive was waiting on the other side. I took a breath and walked through. The room behind that door was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen in my life. It was a library, not the sad, half-empty building upstairs. A real library, shelves packed with books in every color, 2 deep armchairs in the center of the room, perfectly worn in. And the smell, I cannot describe this smell. Something like orange peel and pine needles after rain. Something that made every single worry I had just dissolve. I went back every week for 3 years. I always sat in the same chair, the purple one on the left. The chair across from me sat empty, every visit, and somehow I never wondered why it felt like that chair was waiting for someone. I just accepted it, the way kids accept things that don't quite make sense, until my 12th birthday. I had arrived later than usual that evening. Mom had thrown together a small birthday gathering. Cousins, a couple of kids from school, and I had sat through the whole thing just waiting for it to be over. By the time I got to the library, there were maybe 15 minutes before closing. I slipped downstairs, like I always did, settled into my chair, and finished the last few chapters of an adventure book. Knights, dragons, the whole thing. And when I closed the back cover, the smell changed. It was the same smell, same citrus, same pine, but something had shifted, like one of those optical illusions where you're looking at a young woman and then suddenly you see the old one and you can never go back. The smell that had felt like paradise now felt like a warning. I stood up, started moving through the room, trying to figure out where it was coming from, and I found it. A shelf near the back wall. One book, different from all the others, leather-bound, dark maroon, and on the spine, a single black footprint. I opened the front cover, written in dark red ink, one sentence: "Rest your sorrows down, friend, and leave them where they lie." I started flipping pages, blank, 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 the smell growing stronger with each turn. And then, on one final page, my name, my own name, handwritten. I dropped the book, turned to run, and stopped dead, because the empty chair wasn't empty anymore. An old man sat there, gray suit, thin white hair, one leg crossed over the other. He was looking right at me, with pale eyes and the faintest smile, like he had been expecting me for a very long time. I hit my knees and lost everything I'd eaten at that birthday party. The man waited, then let out a low, rasping laugh. "The smell," he said calmly, "takes some getting used to." He helped me to my chair, sat back down in his own. I asked him who he was. "Tonight," he said, "you will know hardship like you have never known before. I come as a friend to offer you shelter from it." I told him I didn't know what he was talking about, and then he told me my mother was dead. He said it quietly, gently even. Said she had taken her own life in the kitchen, that the scene was, he didn't finish that part. And his eyes, there was something in them I couldn't quite read. Grief, maybe, or something colder than grief. I didn't believe him. I stood up, told him he was out of his mind, and started walking for the door. And just as my hand touched the handle, he said my name, softly, just once. I stopped. I don't know why. I turned around. "Your road will not be an easy one," he said. "If it ever becomes too much, you know where to find me." I ran. I rode home so fast, I nearly crashed the bike twice. The front door of the house was open, wide open, which it never was. I dropped the bike in the yard and walked inside and called for my mom. No answer. I turned into the kitchen, and I understood. To this day, I don't know why she did it. I never will. I spent the rest of my life in that town. The library, the smell, the old man's words, they followed me through everything. When a man showed up at my college apartment claiming to be my father and put me in the hospital when I said no. When my wife and I lost our second child, then our fourth. When our oldest son made a decision behind the wheel of a car that he will never stop paying for. Every time I smelled it, that citrus and pine, that sweet rotten invitation. I went back to the library once, in my late 20s, when life was good enough that curiosity had started to beat out fear. I asked the librarian about the basement. She looked at me like I was confused. "No basement," she said. There had never been a basement. Zoning laws didn't even allow for one in that part of town. I nodded, thanked her, walked out. My wife passed away 8 months ago now, and I am alone for the first time in over 50 years. And lately, I smell it every single day. That smell, like something is near, like something has been patient for a very long time and is finally done waiting. A few months back, on my evening walk, I passed the library, and the small wooden door with the ancient black handle was right there, right where it had always been. I haven't gone in yet, but tonight is my 75th birthday, and that chair across from mine has been empty for 63 years. Rest your sorrows down, friend, and leave them where they lie. Maybe he was right about everything else. Maybe he was right about that too. I still don't know what he was. Story 42. My wife Cassie and I have been together for 6 years, married for almost a year now, and in all that time, not once did I ever see anything that worried me. Not a single red flag, not one weird moment that made me think something's off. She's sharp, thoughtful, calm, the kind of person who doesn't do drama, doesn't do pranks, barely even watches scary movies. When we first started dating, I convinced her to watch a classic horror film with me, one she'd never seen. We had to turn it off halfway through because she was so shaken. That's how not into horror she is. That's how not into anything creepy she's ever been. So when it started, I didn't know what to make of it. It was a normal Tuesday morning. I was running late, making coffee in the kitchen, rushing around trying to get out the door before traffic hit. I was walking down the hallway toward the front door, coffee in hand, when I saw her. Just her eyes and a strand of her long dark hair pressed against the wall. The rest of her body was hidden behind the corner. She was peeking at me. I startled, spilled hot coffee on my lip, said something like, "You scared the heck out of me," and she disappeared, just scurried away toward the living room. By the time I got to the door, she was gone. I could hear her laughing from somewhere in the house. I laughed too, a little. I told myself she was just being playful, goofy, maybe finally loosening up after years of me begging her to watch horror with me. I forgot about it by lunch, but 3 days later, it happened again, 2 in the morning. I was in the kitchen getting a drink, standing at the island with a glass of orange juice, when that feeling hit me. You know the one. That prickle at the back of your neck when you're not alone. I looked down, and she was there, on the other side of the island, on the floor, looking up at me with this enormous grin, eyes wide open, not blinking, like she had been down there waiting. I screamed. I'm not ashamed to say it, but not out of irritation. Something about the way she looked at me. It triggered something primal, something I couldn't name. She scurried backward, hands and feet on the tile, moving fast, and I just stood there with my juice, not chasing her, not saying anything, just frozen. When I finally went back upstairs, she was in bed, breathing slow and steady, asleep, or at least she looked asleep. The next morning I asked her about it, kept my tone light so she wouldn't feel embarrassed. She had no idea what I was talking about. She laughed so hard when I pointed to where she'd been crouched on the floor that I couldn't help laughing too. She wrapped her arms around my neck and said I was the creepy one. But here's the thing. That image, her face looking up at me from the dark kitchen floor, the sound of her hands and feet on the tile as she disappeared, it didn't sit right. It stayed with me, all the way to work, all the way home. Weeks later, something about it felt wrong, like a shape in the dark you can't quite identify. I started seeing her peek at me more, behind the couch, behind the living room curtains. I would catch movement in my peripheral vision, and there she'd be, just watching. Then I found her inside the old wooden trunk at the foot of our bed. The hinges gave her away, just the top half of her face visible through the gap. That same enormous grin, staring, like a kid on Christmas morning who couldn't contain their excitement. I didn't even know what to say. When I finally found my voice and asked what she was doing, she didn't answer. She slowly pulled the lid down, shut herself inside. I just walked away. Something in my chest felt heavy in a way I couldn't explain. She didn't do it for 2 full weeks after that, and I started to relax. I even joked about it one night while we were watching TV, said something like, "I guess you gave up on the spy game." She looked up at me with this little smile and said, "Maybe I've just gotten better at it." I didn't answer, and I didn't sleep well that night. For the next few weeks I was jumpy, checking behind doors, looking around corners before I turned them, feeling like something was watching me even when I was alone. I felt crazy, like I was doing this to myself. But then one night, everything changed. Cassie had gone out to a friend's place. I was home alone. Around 9 I hopped in the shower, stood there with my eyes closed, letting the hot water run. And then that feeling came back, that awful pull, that certainty that you're not as alone as you should be. I opened my eyes. Her head was inside the shower curtain, her whole face, inches from mine. Her mouth was hanging open, this wide, stretched grin. Her eyes were red-rimmed from not blinking, her makeup running down her face in 2 black streaks, her hair dripping. She just stood there, smiling, while I pressed myself against the wall and couldn't breathe. After what felt like an eternity, she pulled back. Slowly, I watched her silhouette through the curtain as she moved toward the bathroom door. Then the door slammed, hard enough to shake the mirror. I locked myself in the bathroom for over an hour, pacing, pressing my ear to the door, trying to decide if I was losing my mind or if my wife was. When I finally worked up the nerve, I got down on the floor and looked through the gap under the door. Nothing in the hallway. Then I heard it, a sound, low, coming from the closet. I turned my head slowly. Her eye was looking at me through the crack in the closet door. She'd never left. She'd slammed the door to make me think she had, then slipped into the closet, and she'd been in there with me the whole time. I ran. No shoes, no jacket. Just grabbed my keys and my phone and drove 40 minutes to my brother Dylan's house, shaking the whole way. The texts from Cassie started coming in almost immediately. "Can we talk? I love you. Please call me. I'm really worried. Just come home." One after another, warm, concerned. like she hadn't just hidden in a closet in the dark and stared at me with that face. I slept on Dylan's couch, badly. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her. His wife Megan gave me a sleeping pill, but even then the dreams were bad. The next morning I opened my eyes, and that familiar dread washed over me, that primal alarm. I looked at the window beside the couch. She was pressed against the glass, outside, in the early morning dark, looking down at me, drool trailing down the glass in 2 long streaks. That same grin, the same unblinking eyes, like she'd been there for hours. I pounded on the window, told her to go home. She didn't move. Her head twitched slightly when she heard Dylan moving around upstairs. And then she was gone. When Dylan and Megan came down, I tried to explain. They thought I'd dreamed it. I sat with Megan that afternoon, and she mentioned Cassie had stopped by that morning, asked if I was awake yet, looked terrible, like she hadn't slept in days, but she hadn't come inside. I knew I had to do something, so I did the thing I least wanted to do. I called Cassie's mother, a woman I'd met twice, cold, guarded, a thin smile that never reached her eyes. She and I had never been warm with each other, but she was the only person left who might know something. When I told her what was happening, her voice went carefully blank. She said she didn't know what I was talking about, said I should seek professional help. And then she hung up, but there was something in the way she said those last words. Urgent, like she meant it, like she wasn't just dismissing me, like she was trying to tell me something she couldn't say out loud. The next morning, Dylan came with me to the house. I wasn't going alone, not anymore. The front door was ajar. That metallic smell hit us before we were even fully inside. We moved through the house slowly, checking corners, calling her name. Our wedding portrait on the staircase was smashed, the frame still hanging, all the curtains drawn tight. The house felt abandoned, like something had already happened there. We got to the bedroom, checked the closet. That's where we found them, laid out carefully on the carpet, in pairs, like they'd been arranged, animal eyes, 12 of them, some the size of quarters, some small as marbles, collected, preserved, waiting. Dylan had to step into the hallway. I was still standing there trying to process it when I felt it. The eyes, real ones. I turned slowly, and there she was, under the bed, curled on her side, watching us, hands clasped under her chin, trembling. That sound in her throat, a hiccuping excitement she couldn't contain. Her smile stretched wider than a smile should go. I crouched down. I told myself she was still my wife, that she was sick, that she needed help. I talked to her like you'd talk to someone standing on a ledge, slowly, gently. I told her I loved her. She made a sound. Then her hand shot out. Something sharp tore into my arm. I fell back. She was holding a shard of glass. Her own hands were bleeding from gripping it. That's when she looked past me at Dylan. Her expression shifted. The grin disappeared. What replaced it was something I don't have a word for. She was looking at him the way something feral looks at prey. We ran. She came after us, made it all the way to my back before I shook her off. I could feel the glass. 11 stitches in my arm, 3 more on my back. The police searched the house. She was already gone. I'm in a motel now, an hour away. I've been here for 4 hours, trying to write this down so it feels real, so someone else knows. 40 minutes ago my phone buzzed. Unknown number, 3 words. I found you. And a photo, dark, grainy, but I knew immediately what I was looking at. Her eye, up close, watching. I don't know if this motel room is safe. I don't know if anywhere is safe. I keep looking at the gap under the door, and I keep thinking about what she said weeks ago when I joked that she'd given up. Maybe I've just gotten better at it. Story 43. Every house has its sounds at night, the creaks and the clicks, the wind doing whatever wind does. You learn to tune them out, you learn to sleep through them. But what happens when the sound isn't the house? What happens when it comes from outside and it comes at exactly the same time, every single night? My name is Ryan. I grew up on Maplewood Lane, a quiet street, small houses, big yards, kids everywhere in the summer, the kind of place where you ride your bike until the streetlights come on and nobody worries. I loved that neighborhood, and there were only two strange things about it. The first was the whistling. It started at exactly 3:03 every morning, without fail. Rain, snow, dead of summer, didn't matter. You could only hear it from the kitchen or the living room, and it always began near the old Hargrove place at the end of the lane. Soft at first, just barely there, and then it would move slowly past our house, fading as it drifted toward the cul-de-sac. Da-da-da-da-dum, da-da-da-da-dum, cheerful almost. When I was younger, my little sister Lily and I would sneak out to the kitchen some nights and listen. Mom and Dad weren't crazy about that. We'd catch trouble if they found us, but they never came down too hard on us because we always remembered the one rule. The rule was simple: don't try to look at whatever is whistling. Dad grew up hearing stories like this from his family. Old stories, island stories, stories about things that walk at night. He wasn't a man who scared easily, 6'2", calm as still water. But the whistler, that was the one thing that changed his face. His eyes would go somewhere else. He'd speak a little faster than usual. Don't think about it, he'd tell us, and never ever look. He meant it. Every night before bed, he'd lock the canvas shutters on every window in the house. Thick, heavy things, bolted to the frame with small padlocks. The key lived on his keychain. Mom never said much about it, but I caught her once or twice a month, sitting alone on the big red couch in the living room at 3:03 a.m., just listening. Now, about that second strange thing. Everyone on Maplewood Lane was lucky, not in a lottery ticket, once-in-a-while kind of way, in a real, everyday, can't-explain-it kind of way. Promotions at work, gardens that bloomed when nothing else did, good weather, small kindnesses landing at exactly the right moment. Mom used to call it a million little blessings, but the reason we moved there in the first place was my sister Lily. She was born sick, something with her lungs, couldn't even come home from the hospital when she was born. We'd visit her through glass, this tiny little girl with a machine breathing for her. The doctors didn't know what would happen. And then we moved to Maplewood Lane, and within weeks she got better. The doctors couldn't explain it. They gave themselves the credit, but we all knew. Even I knew, and I was just a kid. Lily getting better was just one more blessing that came with living on our street. So that's why we stayed, even knowing what we knew, even knowing that for every good thing that came with living there, there was a cost for anyone who broke the rule. Every new family on the lane was met by the welcoming committee. 4 neighbors, a macaroni casserole, a gift basket, and a manila envelope. Friendly faces, careful words. They'd explain the neighborhood, how nice it was, how safe, how strangely fortunate, and then they'd explain the whistling. 3 a.m. every night, 2 minutes, and then it's gone. Don't look. The manila envelope held newspaper clippings, car crashes, ruined lives, families who moved away and never quite recovered. The committee was careful about how they said it, but they were clear. The ones who look, I heard them tell my parents once, the light goes out of them. Even if they live, they're there, but they're not there. That was 7 years before everything changed. His name was Holden, 12 years old, 1 grade below me. He lived across the street in the house that used to belong to old Miss Maddie, who'd passed at 105 after a long and very lucky life. His parents had believed the committee done everything right, bolted the shutters, kept the rule for nearly a month. But then one night, Holden's parents had to travel, and they sent him to stay with us. I knew within 5 minutes it was going to be a problem. "Do you know who it is?" he asked, almost the second his parents left the driveway. The three of us were sitting in the den, some movie playing. "The whistling. Do you know who does it?" Lily and I exchanged a look. "We don't talk about that," I said. He shrugged. "Has to be that weirdo on the corner. What's his name? Barrows." "Mr. Barrows is nice," Lily said, quietly. Holden leaned back in his chair, like he'd already decided something. We spent the rest of the evening playing games, watching movies, doing everything you do at a sleepover, but I kept watching him. There was something restless behind his eyes, a kid who had decided he wasn't afraid of things he probably should have been afraid of. Around midnight, my dad checked in on us, wished us a good night, and locked the shutters. The key went on his keychain, same as always. But here's where things started to go wrong, because Holden had noticed something. "Your dad locks the shutters," he said, once the hallway went quiet. He was grinning, but he doesn't hide the key anymore, not after 7 years. He trusts you guys. Something cold moved through me. "I went to the bathroom earlier," Holden said, "and I may have seen his keychain on the nightstand, and I may have borrowed the key." Lily went completely still. "You're lying," I said. He held it up. "The key." I told them both to stay put. I walked to my parents' door, opened it a crack, too dark to see. I took 2 steps inside, and then it started. 303, the whistling, da-da-da-da-da-dum, and I could hear it from my parents' room. I never knew. All those years, they heard it every single night, right there, clear as anything. They never told us. They just listened and kept the rule and kept the key close and never said a word. I stood there frozen, the melody coming nearer. When I heard movement behind me, I ran. Holden was already at the window in the living room. Lily stood next to him, hunched up tight, scared but somehow still there, still watching. Holden had the lock open. His hand was on the blind. I called out. I don't know what I said. Time does something strange in those moments. It gets thick. It bends. I covered the space between us faster than I knew I could. I got my arms around Lily and turned us both, so she was facing the hallway and I was facing the window. I shut my eyes. The blind snapped open. The whistling stopped. Just stopped. I held Lily tighter. "Don't look," I told her. "Keep your eyes forward. Don't turn around." She nodded against my shoulder. I reached out with my free hand and touched Holden's arm. He was shaking, worse than I was. Holden, nothing. With my eyes still closed, I felt along the wall until I found the window glass. Cold, colder than it should have been for that time of year. I moved my hand upward, searching for the pull string on the blind, and the further up I reached, the warmer the glass got. There was a hum in it, low, almost gentle, feeding into my fingertips. I found the string and yanked it down. I opened my eyes. The room was quiet. Holden was standing there, pale as a sheet, staring at the closed blind. There was blood on his chin from where he'd bitten through his lip, and he'd wet himself. He didn't seem to notice. Then he turned and looked at me, and screamed. My parents came running. "Just Holden?" my dad mouthed to me over the noise. I nodded. Something moved across my dad's face right then. Relief, and then guilt about the relief, and then something deeper, an old fear, not for himself. Then someone knocked at the front door. We all went still. Holden made a sound like a small animal. "Don't answer it," Mom said. She was holding a baseball bat. 3 knocks, polite at first, then louder, then loud enough to rattle the frame. My dad pulled Holden close. "Nothing is coming in here tonight," he said, and then the voice started. "Police," it said. It sounded exactly like my mum, like a recording. "Call the police." Tap, tap, tap. "Police, police, police." She pulled us tighter. It tried every door, both doors at once, then the windows, then the walls. The whole house became a drum. Something was trying to find a way in, trying everything it could think of, and the noise was enormous, like being inside a storm. Then Holden screamed, "I won't tell. I promise I won't tell anyone what I saw. Please just go away." The house went silent. After a long moment, a single soft tap, tap, tap from the window Holden had opened, and it didn't stop until sunrise. We sat together in the living room all night. Nobody slept. Every time we tried to move to another room, the knocking would come back so hard the walls trembled. So we stayed put, all 5 of us, in the glow of the living room lamp, and we waited. Around 7 a.m., the tapping stopped. My dad waited 2 more hours. Then he opened one set of shutters himself, just a crack, and looked outside. He came back and said 2 words: "It's done." Holden's parents came back that afternoon. My parents walked him home and were inside that house for a very long time. When they came back, they looked the way people look after something has been decided that can't be undecided. By Thursday, there was a moving truck in Holden's driveway. Lily and I watched from the window that afternoon. What I remember most is how the 3 of them looked, Holden and his mom and his dad, like people who had been somewhere very far away and couldn't quite find their way back. Hollow, tired in a way that sleep wouldn't fix. The light, like the committee had said, was just gone. I still think about them sometimes. I wonder if his parents looked that night to comfort him or to share whatever weight he was carrying. I wonder if I would have done the same for Lily if things had gone differently, if she had turned around. I'm glad I don't know the answer to that. We still live on Maplewood Lane. The blessings are still real, still small, still steady. Lily is strong and healthy and laughs too loud at her own jokes. Dad still locks the shutters every night. The key is hidden now. Very, very well. And every night at exactly 3:03, da-da-da-da-dum, we listen, we don't look. And honestly, I don't want to know what's out there. Some things, once you've seen them, you can't unsee. And some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. Story 44. It started with an ad. Just 4 words and a phone number. Earn $5,000. Call now. That was it. No company name, no explanation. I should have kept scrolling, but I didn't, and that one decision changed everything. I called them because I needed the money. I just lost my job at a publishing house, 2 months behind on rent, 3rd eviction notice coming. I wasn't in a position to ask questions. The place they brought me to was a 5-story office building with no name on the door. The man who met me introduced himself as Dr. Hargrove. Neat grey hair, clear blue eyes, white lab coat. He smiled like a man who already knew I was going to say yes, and then he took me downstairs to the machine. I remember stepping through that basement door and just stopping. The room was enormous. The ceiling disappeared somewhere above all the cables and computer screens, and in the center of it all was this thing, this massive metal body, like a suit of armor had been taken apart and reassembled on a table 3 times the size of a human being. Hundreds of tubes, thousands of wires, a round helmet the size of a boulder with a brass pipe running straight down through the floor. That's when he told me what they wanted. They wanted me to climb inside it for 3 days. Now, I'd heard of sensory deprivation chambers before, float tanks, dark, quiet, salt water. I'd even tried one once in college. It was supposed to be relaxing, spiritual. It was actually just cold and itchy and a little boring. But this wasn't a float tank. This was something else entirely. Dr. Hargrove explained it to me with the calm of a man describing the weather. The machine wouldn't just block out the outside world, it would block out your own body too. A numbing agent injected directly into the bloodstream, a respirator to handle breathing, tubes for everything else, your hunger, your thirst, everything. The machine would handle all of it, so your mind had nothing left to feel, nothing left to hold on to. I asked him if it was dangerous. He said I'd probably be fine. Probably. I signed what felt like 100 pages of paperwork. I didn't read all of it. I should have read all of it. But I was 3 months behind on rent, and the number at the top of that check had 5 zeros, so I signed. They spent several weeks running tests on me, checking my height, my weight, my history. Turns out I was close to their original design measurements, and the other thing they liked about me, I had no one waiting at home, no family, no significant other, not even a houseplant, nobody who would come looking if I went quiet for a few days. I didn't think much about that at the time. I do now. The day I went in, I was calm, right up until I wasn't. The rubber interior of the machine was warm against my skin. Dr. Hargrove's team moved around me quickly, attaching devices I couldn't name, inserting things I didn't want to think about, and then the respirator went on, and I felt the machine close around my head, and the world went quiet. I tried to move, I couldn't. I tried to speak, I couldn't. I strained my eyes toward the ceiling and watched a timer on a screen above me count down. 30 seconds, 20, 10, 5, and then Dr. Hargrove leaned over me, waved, said something I couldn't hear, and the last piece of the machine slid shut over my face. Complete darkness. I've never felt anything like it. My eyes swam in every direction, looking for a single pinprick of light. There was nothing, no sound, no feeling anywhere in my body, not even my own breath, just me, floating in a darkness so absolute it felt like I had been erased from existence. Here's what nobody tells you about true sensory deprivation. Your brain doesn't go quiet, it gets louder. The silence doesn't calm you down. It pulls everything you've ever tried not to think about straight to the surface. I thought about every friendship I'd let die, every job I'd talked myself out of, every risk I'd been too afraid to take. I thought about how a man could disappear for 3 days and no one on earth would wonder where he went. Time stopped making sense pretty quickly. Minutes felt like hours. I tried counting seconds. 1, 2, 3. I made it to 1,000 minutes before I lost track, and even that felt like it had been days already. That's when the other thoughts started creeping in. What if they don't let me out? I tried to push the thought away, but it kept coming back. I had signed things without reading them. I had given them permission to do what exactly? The room was buried underground. No one knew I was here. Not a single person on earth was waiting for me to come home. What if this is permanent? I saw myself floating through space, alone. My body drifting past distant stars, cold and still, breaking apart piece by piece in the silence. It felt real, more real than anything I could remember. And when the pain came, it felt real too. I kept having to remind myself, it's not real. You're still in there. You're still alive. I think, therefore I am. I told myself that over and over, like a prayer. As long as I was thinking, I still existed. I don't know how long I was under. Time had completely lost its shape. It could have been 3 days. It could have been 3 weeks. I had no way to know, and that uncertainty was its own kind of horror. Then I heard him, Dr. Hargrove's voice, calm as ever, coming from inside my own head through a tiny speaker in the helmet. He told me 3 days were up. He told me the data was extraordinary. He told me they had obtained permission to extend the experiment indefinitely. He told me my $5,000 would still be deposited, and then he thanked me for my sacrifice. I can't describe what that felt like. A silence that had already been unbearable became something else entirely. I screamed into nothing. I threw myself against walls I couldn't feel. I raged in total stillness, while the darkness just kept going and going and going. That's when I found it, my right big toe, the faintest, smallest flicker of feeling. An IV needle had come loose. The numbing agent wasn't reaching that one small spot anymore. It wasn't much, but it was enough. I had a plan. I scraped the toe against the needle until I felt the sting of broken skin. It wasn't an escape. It was a message. Either they let the blood flow, or they had to open the machine. Those were the only options, and either way, I would be free. It only took them a few minutes to notice. The light when that machine opened, I can't describe it. Even fluorescent hospital light felt like the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. I bathed in it. I felt the air on my skin. I heard voices. I heard the hum of machinery and the squeak of shoes on a tile floor, and I wanted to cry from the beauty of all of it. But I was still underground, and Dr. Hargrove was still in charge. They interrogated me for what felt like hours, asking about my visions, about the floating, about everything I had experienced in the darkness. I answered their questions, because as long as I was answering questions, I wasn't back inside the machine. By the time they were ready to put me back in, the drugs had mostly cleared my system. I could move again, and I had already decided. When they lifted me into the machine, I moved, fast. I ripped the tubes out of my right arm. Blood hit the metal. The room erupted. I threw myself out of the machine and onto the floor, one arm completely dead from what was already in my system, and I ran, barefoot, naked, bleeding, through a hallway, up staircase after staircase, past men in lab coats who couldn't quite catch me, all the way up to a ladder bolted to the ceiling, a hatch, a way out. Dr. Hargrove grabbed my ankle on the last rung. I looked down into his eyes, and then I swung my foot straight into his jaw. I felt his grip go slack. I pushed the hatch. Cold air hit my face. I pulled myself up onto the roof. A city stretched out in every direction. Towers of glass and steel, the sky full of stars, the air cold and alive on my skin, and for one perfect moment I was free. But there were 15 men already waiting at the exit below. They had planned for this, and behind me, more were coming up through the hatch, and I stood there on the edge of a roof, 5 stories up, looking out at a city that had no idea I existed, and I made the only decision I had left. I stepped back. I heard bells ringing as I fell, church bells, clear and bright in the cold night air. I thought, that's a strange thing to hear now. And then I heard Dr. Hargrove's voice again, from inside the helmet, through the tiny speaker, calm as always, telling me 3 days were up. I was still in the machine. I had never left. The escape, the interrogation, the roof, the bells, all of it had happened somewhere in the dark space between one thought and the next. They let me out, the real out this time. They gave me a chair and a glass of water and a dressing gown. They answered my questions politely. They connected me with a therapist. They paid me the $5,000. I got a new apartment, a new job. Things got better, the way things are supposed to. But here's what I can't shake. Here's what keeps me awake at 3 in the morning, staring at the ceiling. I thought I got out once before. I thought it was real. I felt the cold air. I felt the blood from my foot. I heard the bells, and none of it was real. So how do I know this is? Sometimes I close my eyes, and I'm too afraid to open them, because I'm scared that when I do, I won't see my apartment. I won't see the ceiling light, or the familiar crack in the plaster, or any of the ordinary beautiful things I take for granted every morning. I'm scared I'll see darkness. I'm scared I'll still be in there, floating, still counting, still waiting for bells that may never come. Story 45. There was something about that night that I still can't quite explain. The kind of quiet that doesn't feel like peace, it feels like waiting. I was 8 years old, lying in my bed in the dark, staring at the ceiling of my room in my family's house just outside of Columbus. My parents had gone to sleep early. The hallway light was off. Everything was still, and then I heard it, a voice, deep and raspy, like gravel rolling around in the bottom of a tin can, coming from somewhere beneath me. "Hey," it said. I told myself it was nothing, the house settling, a dream I was already half inside of. I pulled my knees up to my chest and tugged the blanket tight around my shoulders. "Hey kid," that made my breath catch, because it wasn't in my head, it was real, and it was close. I didn't scream. I don't know why. I just lay there, frozen, and finally, in the smallest voice I had, I asked, "Who's there?" A pause. Then, calm as anything, "I'm the monster under your bed. Now look, I know how that sounds, but I want you to understand something. I was a kid who believed in things like that. I had been convinced for most of my life that there was something beneath my bed, waiting in the dark. and here was a voice confirming it. I should have lost my mind with fear, but here's what I didn't expect, what I couldn't have expected. I wasn't afraid. You have a name? I asked. Of course I have a name. Well, what is it? Frank. I sat up a little. Frank? Yeah, the voice said, dry and unbothered. Something wrong with that? I almost laughed, because what kind of monster calls himself Frank? It's just not very, monster sounding. A long pause. Then, with what I can only describe as genuine disappointment, he said, My parents didn't want me to be a monster. What did they want you to be? A dentist. Something loosened in my chest. I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't that. That's kind of funny, I said. I get that a lot. We talked for a while after that. He asked me what my parents wanted me to be. I told him I wasn't sure yet. He seemed to think that was reasonable. There was something strangely normal about the whole thing, talking to whatever was under my bed at midnight, while the rest of the house slept. But then I remembered what he was. Aren't you supposed to scare me? I asked. Isn't that kind of your whole thing? I scare people, Frank said, just not kids like you. Then who? Another pause, longer this time. Bad people. My skin went cold, not from the air, from the way he said it. Flat, certain, like a fact he'd known for a long time. Am I a bad person? I asked. No, he said, quiet, sure. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. Then why are you here, under my bed? And Frank said, slowly, like he was choosing every word with care, I'm not here for you, kid. I'm here for the man inside your closet. The world stopped. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just listened. And that's when I heard it. A low rustling behind the closet door. Fabric shifting against fabric. The soft creak of a hinge that had always needed oil. The door was opening. I pulled myself into the smallest shape I could. Arms wrapped around my knees. Eyes squeezed shut. I heard footsteps, soft and careful, crossing the floor toward me. Measured, patient, like whoever was walking had done this before and knew exactly how to do it quietly. The footsteps stopped right beside my bed. I could hear breathing, slow, close, and then the blanket disappeared. It was yanked off me in one sharp motion, and I braced for whatever came next, arms wrapped tight, face buried, waiting. A scream tore through the room, jagged and wild, and it wasn't mine. Then came the crash of glass shattering, the heavy thud of something hitting the floor, and then, running, frantic, retreating footsteps fading down the hall. I opened my eyes. There on the carpet, right next to my bed, catching the moonlight from the window, was a knife. My parents came running in within seconds, my mum still pulling on a robe, my dad hitting every light switch. I couldn't explain it to them clearly, couldn't put it into words yet, but I told them what I could. Someone had been in my closet. They called 911, and the officers came fast. About 3 blocks away, they picked up a man named Gary Thompson, running barefoot through the streets. He was covered in cuts and broken glass. When they pulled up his record and checked his car, abandoned 2 streets over from our house, what they found inside was not something my parents let me know about in detail for a long time. Duct tape, rope, a video camera. Gary ended up in a secure psychiatric facility, where, from what I heard years later, he remained. Here's the thing that stayed with me. I never heard Frank again after that night. No voice from beneath the bed, no presence in the room. Whatever had been there was just gone. But the officer who came back the next morning to check on us, a quiet man named Officer Keller, mentioned something offhand as he was leaving. He said Gary Thompson had been placed in a cell at the psychiatric facility, standard procedure, and within the first 2 days, the staff had to move him twice, because Gary kept screaming in the night, begging to be moved away from the thing under his bed. He told the doctors there was a monster down there, that it was watching him, that it had a name. Officer Keller told us Gary wouldn't say what the name was, but I already knew. I still think about Frank sometimes, about how terrified I had been of something under my bed for years, checking every night, never wanting to let my feet hang off the mattress, and how, in the end, the monster under my bed was the only reason I made it to morning. I still don't know exactly what Frank was, where he came from, why that night, but sometimes, late at night, when the house gets too quiet and the shadows sit wrong, I don't feel scared anymore. I just say, quietly, into the dark, "Thanks, Frank," and somehow the room feels a little safer after that. Story 46. Nobody tells you what rock bottom actually feels like. You think you know. You picture hitting it clean, like a floor you bounce off of. But it's not like that. It's more like sinking, slow, quiet, and one day you just look around and realize you've been at the bottom for a while now. That was me, last Tuesday. Fired from a job I'd had for 9 years. My girlfriend, ex-girlfriend now, apparently moved on a little quicker than I did, and somewhere in the middle of all that, my student loans were still sitting there, untouched, like a bad joke nobody was laughing at. I spent that first night sending out 40-something job applications and whatever passed for cover letters after half a bottle of bourbon. I'm not proud of it, but here's where things get strange. The next morning I woke up, flat broke and out of options, and I decided to do those online surveys. You know the ones. Spend 45 minutes answering questions about laundry detergent and they mail you a $5 gift card. Glamorous stuff. But it was either that or stare at the ceiling. So I did it for 5 hours, and by the end of it I had about $45 in gift cards, and my will to live had taken a pretty serious hit. I was about to close the laptop and head to the nearest bar when I saw it, down in the corner of the page, tiny, easy to miss, just white background, plain black text, surveys for cash. That was it. No logo, no design, just those 3 words. Something about it caught me. Maybe it was because everything else on the internet is screaming at you, and this wasn't. I figured one more survey couldn't hurt. Might as well scrape together a little more drinking money before I went out. I clicked it. The first few questions were normal enough. Name, age, height, weight. A little weird that they wanted my measurements, but not unheard of. Then I got to question 1. I stared at it for a long time. It said, "How strong is your urge to currently look behind you?" There were 5 options. Not at all, to overwhelming. Here's the thing. There was no reason for me to feel anything. I was alone in my apartment, middle of the afternoon, every light on, and yet I held completely still and just listened. No sounds, nothing behind me. After a solid 5 minutes of sitting there like an idiot, I exhaled and clicked neutral. I kept going. Question 2. Why would you look behind you? I almost laughed. I typed "I don't know" and moved on. But question 3 is where things shifted. It said, "You're on a plane. You're the only passenger besides one other man, sitting somewhere behind you. You get up to use the bathroom and find it's empty. You check the only other bathroom on the plane, also empty. What do? I sat there for almost 10 minutes. I kept telling myself it was a personality test, some kind of obscure psychological profile thing. That had to be it, right? I typed "I don't know" again and clicked next. The questions kept coming, and they kept getting stranger. One asked about waking up in an unfamiliar forest at night, with a cabin nearby, a woman in the doorway waving you in. Another asked about an elevator that appears in your house at midnight, carrying a version of yourself that gets more and more injured each time the doors open. Another one, a woman you've never met, knocks on your hotel window at 3 a.m., tells you to do something terrible to the person in your bathroom, and you have to decide whether you listen. I can't fully explain why I kept going. I just had to. Something about it felt urgent in a way I couldn't put a name to. And then things started happening outside the screen. About 30 minutes in, someone knocked on my door. I checked the peephole. A man I had never seen before was standing in the hallway, staring directly at the peephole, shaking his head, mouthing the word "no" over and over. I did not open that door. My phone started ringing, over and over and over. The caller ID said "the editor" every single time. I let it go to voicemail. Each message was the same, just static, and what sounded like someone reading numbers or screaming them. Honestly, by the third one I couldn't tell anymore. I pulled my couch over the floor vent because I heard scratching from inside it. I know how this sounds. About an hour in, I finally reached what looked like the end of the survey, but it wasn't a question. It was just a statement. 6 words. Don't let them in. They're not to be trusted. And almost like the survey knew, exactly 5 seconds after I read that, someone knocked on my door again. I moved to the peephole as slowly and quietly as I could. Different person this time. A woman, mid-20s, blazer despite it being about 90 degrees outside, sunglasses on. I couldn't tell where she was looking. She reached into her pocket, pulled out a folded piece of paper, and slid it under my door. I picked it up. It said, "It's lying. Leave your apartment immediately." That was maybe 30 minutes ago now. She's still out there. I can see the shadow of her feet under the door, completely still. A few minutes ago, I heard my bedroom window slide open. I've had a chair jammed under that door ever since. There's a sound coming from behind it now, low, distorted, like someone talking through a broken speaker. The survey is still open on my laptop. I can't bring myself to look at it. I don't know who to believe. I don't know what any of this is, but I keep coming back to question 1. How strong is your urge to currently look behind you? And honestly, right now, I can't even answer that. Story 47. I want you to think about the place you feel safest right now. Your bed, your apartment, whatever corner of the world you've claimed as yours. Now imagine, what if that place had a history you didn't know about? What if the walls around you had already seen things that left a mark? This is a story about a building and the man who chose to stay. It started the way most things do. No big warning, no sign over the door saying turn back, just a 28-story tower block sitting at the edge of a city. Every window black, every light in the courtyard smashed out. No cars in the lot, no guard booth, not even barbed wire on the fence. The older wood high-rise had been left to rot, and somehow nobody seemed to want to go near it. James had come into town with nothing, no apartment lined up, no friends to crash with, just a bag on his shoulder and enough cash for maybe 3 nights in a motel. When he stumbled across Alderwood on his first night, what struck him wasn't the darkness, it was the silence. Half a mile away, there were teenagers hanging around a playground, shouting, throwing bottles, but not a single one of them had wandered in the direction of that building, not even on a dare. That should have told him something. He went inside anyway. The lobby had been gutted, double doors ripped from their hinges, and left that way for what looked like years. Water had colonized the lower floors so badly that algae was climbing the walls. The elevator shaft was completely flooded, and when James leaned over and shined his flashlight down, he saw his own reflection staring back up at him from the dark water below. He moved in that night, found a dry floor, found an apartment with walls that were still mostly standing, told himself it was temporary. That was over a decade ago. Here's the thing about Alderwood that most people in the city won't say out loud. They know something is wrong with it. They've always known. They just don't know exactly what. Ask around and you'll get laughs, shrugs, ghost stories, but nobody dares anyone to go up there. Nobody sneaks in to get drunk. Nobody hides anything there. For an abandoned building in the middle of a city, that's strange. That's very strange. Buildings like that are usually magnets for exactly that kind of thing. Not this one. The city built Alderwood back in the mid-50s as government housing. Young families moved in, and that's when the trouble started, quietly at first. Newborns who wouldn't wake up after what should have been a peaceful night. The kind of deaths that got written off fast, blamed on the mothers before anyone asked a single real question. 2 in the first year, 4 in the next, and on until the building was finally shut down. It wasn't until 1982 that someone traced it back to contaminated water storage on the roof, toxic metals leaching into the supply, not enough to hurt a full-grown adult, but more than enough for an infant. By then, 38 women had been imprisoned. Another 23 had ended their own lives before they could stand trial. And those were just the ones anyone bothered to count. Here's what gets under your skin though. Not all the deaths came from the water. Alderwood seemed to find ways to be bad for people, no matter the cause. Children gone missing, written off as runaways. Others found in ways nobody wanted to talk about. By the time the city boarded it up and pretended it never existed, the building had already become something else. Something that didn't stop when the doors closed. James learned that pretty fast. The elevator shaft, you had to learn not to look up it. If you did, sometimes you'd see something up there, something ducking back through the open doors before you could get a clear look, like it thought it was funny, like it was playing a game. He called it the peekaboo thing. After a while he figured out the rule, don't engage, because if you played along, it started showing up other places. Any open door became an invitation. He'd seen it run off more than a few people in the middle of the night, and the awful part was, it could leave the building if it wanted to, but only if you made it a game first. He never played. On the roof, first time he went up there, he saw pale fingers gripping the ledge, like someone was hanging off the side of the building, barely holding on. His first instinct was to rush over and help, but something stopped him, something about the look of those hands. The nails, the way the fingers were just slightly wrong. So instead he used a broom handle and his coat to test it. He moved the coat closer to the edge. The hand snatched it, ripped it right out of the handle, and sent it tumbling down to the parking lot, 40 stories below. He stopped going up to the roof after that. But James stayed. He became the caretaker. That's what people called him now, like he'd always been there, like the building was his. And in some ways, it was. He'd found the apartment belonging to a man he only knew as the philosopher. No name anywhere, just notebooks, thousands of pages, sketches of things frozen in ice, medical photos that looked fake, records of strange birds with too many wings, milk that turned to solid blood in the bottle. At first James thought the man had come to document the curse, but then he found the letters. Letters to a wife who died giving birth to their child. The philosopher had kept writing to her for years after she was gone, and at the back of a separate box he found her replies, letters written in things James didn't want to think about, on scraps of paper that shouldn't have existed, each one dated by the philosopher himself, with a small note about how it had arrived, delivered by a rat that was eaten in front of me, pulled from a cavity in my own tooth. James read through every last one, and in the final letter he found the reason the man had moved into Alderwood in the first place. He wrote that the building was the key, that he was close, that he knew how to open the door. He was going to bring her back. James never found out what happened to him. He just knew that on his very first morning in the building, the key to that apartment had been in his coat pocket. Now he lived there. He traced the symbols the philosopher had drawn on the walls every couple of months. He didn't know what they meant, but they kept the building well behaved. And in Alderwood it mattered more than you'd think, because people came, all the time, at night mostly, drawn to the building the way certain people get drawn to certain places. Some came with rituals, candles, strange wooden shapes, things that looked copied out of bad books with ISBN numbers. Most of those people James would find the next morning, or what was left of them. He'd learned not to interrupt. He'd learned to lock his door when the sun went down and do a full sweep, floor by floor, when it came back up. But occasionally someone came who was different. There was the businessman, late 20s, nice suit, the kind of guy who looks like he's never been wrong about anything in his life. He paid James $3,000 in cash just to be shown the darkest corner in the building. Not dark like no light, dark like under the bed, he said, dark like that chip in a wall, where as a kid you couldn't help wondering what lived inside, a place that felt like it didn't have as much of God's attention on it as everywhere else. James knew exactly what he meant. He took him to the 8th floor, a small apartment, 3 rooms, the kind of place that still had cutlery in the drawers, a toaster on the counter, an old analog TV. You could sit on what was left of the sofa and get this strange aching feeling like you knew the people who used to live there, like you were grieving someone you'd never met. And then there was the 3rd room, a sliver of space, a triangle carved out of whatever square footage was left over when the other walls were built, a cot inside it, still there after all these years, with old Winnie the Pooh blankets you couldn't quite see behind, because the shadow was too thick. Daylight didn't reach in there, even with a window. The flies just circled overhead, round and round. The businessman took one look at that room and said, "Perfect." He set up his candles, made from wax he'd rendered himself, with fat from a hospital's medical waste department, he mentioned, almost casually. He asked James if he wanted to stay and watch. James said absolutely not, and the businessman smiled like that was the right answer. James pulled the door shut behind him and ran back to his apartment before the sun finished setting. He went back the next morning. The satchel was still there on the sofa, the candles burned down to nothing, and in the room with the cot a shadow burned into the wall, blurry, vaguely the shape of a man on his knees, head pressed to the floor. It moved sometimes, turned toward James when he came near. His temples would throb, his ears would pop, the edges of his vision would start going dark. He stopped going to that apartment entirely. Then there was the professor, an older man, upper-class accent, rumpled like a university office had been turned into a person. He moved into the room next to James's and spent his days on his hands and knees, scraping mold off every surface he could find. He grew things in terrariums, whispered to petri dishes, told James he was a scientist, that the fungi he'd found here were unlike anything ever catalogued, that they had a capacity to process information beyond anything anyone had considered. James asked him once to tone it down, because the symbols on their shared wall were getting hot. The professor froze, stared at the rashes on his arms, rashes that had started sprouting their own strange little growths, and then he said something that made James deeply uneasy. He said asking it might actually be an option. A few weeks later, the professor disappeared, not from the building, just from the hallways. James waited 2 days before he finally kicked the door in. The wood came apart like wet cardboard. Inside, the specimens had gone completely wild. Terrariums shattered, frogs the size of footballs staring at him from behind frilly growths, a slime mold in the corner that had grown large enough to catch rats and had developed eyes to watch James while it did. And against the far wall, the professor himself, or what was left of him, half grown into the plaster, algae head to toe, strange tendrils working their way into his ears, still alive, still awake. His jaw came loose while James stood there watching. James got a crossbow from a nervous teenager 2 days later. He used it, 1 clean shot. Then he called the hazmat team and let them handle the cleanup. He still doesn't know exactly what it was the professor had asked for. And then there was the night James fell asleep by the flooded elevator shaft. He'd been sitting with a man he called the fisherman, cheerful guy, thermos of good coffee, fishing rods set up at the edge of the dark water below. He paid James to sit with him and watch for movement on the lines, said he was trying to catch something from what he called the primordial ocean, the deep water that God split into light and dark, said it could connect to certain bodies of water in certain places at certain times. It was a strange afternoon, but honestly, a pleasant one. They ate, they talked a little. The building was quiet, and then James fell asleep. He woke up to the sound of something small and giggling, running off into the dark. The moon was out, had been out for hours. He reached for his flashlight with a cold, sick feeling in his chest. The fisherman's thermos was still there. His hat was floating on the dark water below, and as James watched, something smooth and glistening rose up from under the surface and pulled the hat down. He ran, climbed floor by floor in the dark, pressed himself into corners every time he heard footsteps that didn't sound right, past a translucent child standing in a doorway that made his stomach knot up in a way he didn't understand, kept moving, don't stop, don't engage, get to the 14th floor, get to the apartment, get behind those walls. He almost made it. A woman was standing outside his door, pale, dirt under her fingernails, long dark hair. She wasn't facing him at first, and some part of James knew, even before she turned around, that this was going to be bad, because he'd seen those muddy footprints outside his door before, many times, bare feet, a woman's. Now he knew who they belonged to. She turned toward him, and even in the bad light, he recognized her, from the photos in the philosopher's notebooks, from the letters, from the death certificate. Most of her face was gone. She whispered something, just 2 words, "My darling," and James felt his knees go out from under him, not from fear exactly, from something worse than fear, a grief so enormous it didn't belong to him, but hit him anyway, like it had always been his. He crawled to her, grabbed her ice-cold ankle, and that was the last thing he remembered before waking up in his own bed the next morning. Normal. Everything normal, except for the footprints leading from the bed to the door. James still checks the peephole at night now. He never used to, but now he does, and she's always there, every single time, just standing in the hallway, looking sad in a way that never stops hurting to look at. The philosopher's final letter said he'd give everything to have her back, not just his life, everything he'd already lived, every good memory, every dream, every version of himself. He'd hand it all over. And sometimes, when James tries to think back to what his own life was like before the city, before the building, before that first morning with the key in his coat pocket, he can't find anything. No memories, no faces, no feeling of a life that came before. It's like something reached in and took all the years away. He tells himself it's just one of those things, that there's no point dwelling on it. But late at night, staring at the ceiling of an apartment that was never really his, he wonders. Story 48. I have spent 15 years inside a federal penitentiary down in southern Arizona. What I was in for doesn't matter. What matters is that during those 15 years, things happened inside that place that nobody could explain, and even fewer people wanted to talk about. It started with a story, a prison legend, the kind that gets passed around in hushed tones during rec time, whispered in the dark after lights out, the kind of story that sticks to you. Apparently, about a year before I arrived, something happened during morning count. Every day, guards would walk the block, visually confirm each prisoner was present in their cell. Standard routine, nothing special. Until one morning, a guard noticed something was off about one of the inmates, something about the way he was standing, the way he was holding himself. The guard called over a second officer, and together they went to check it out. What they found was not the prisoner they expected. It was a different man entirely, wearing the skin of the original inmate draped loosely over his body like some kind of horrifying costume. And the worst part, the man wearing the skin was not an inmate. No one had any idea how he got inside the prison, let alone inside a locked cell. No ID, no record, no documentation anywhere. They couldn't figure out who he was, and they never found the body of the man whose skin he was wearing. That's the kind of place I was living in. The inmates called him the Skinwalker, and even after they shipped him off to another facility, about a month later, the name stayed. It spread through the yard like a virus, and it brought out something else entirely. There was an older Navajo inmate named Carl. He'd been in that yard for decades, and once the Skinwalker story got out, Carl started talking about real Skinwalkers, about what they actually were, what they could do, and how to tell if one was already among you. Carl said Skinwalkers could mimic human speech, but never quite replicate it. Something always sounded slightly wrong, like a recording played back at the wrong speed. They moved in ways that were just a little off. Unnatural gait, erratic twitching, things you'd notice if you were paying attention. But here's what really got to people. Carl believed there was one living inside the prison, not the guy they shipped away. Something older, something that had been there for years. He called it the Grand Master, and he said it had gotten so good at imitating humans that you might not even notice, even if it was your own cellmate. A lot of guys laughed it off, others didn't, and then there was the snapping. Every now and then, an inmate would just change, not in a loud, explosive kind of way. They wouldn't blow up at dinner or start a fight in the yard. They would just go quiet, hunch over, let their hair fall in front of their face, stop talking to the people they'd been close to for years, stop making eye contact, start shuffling around alone during rec like they were somewhere else entirely. And every single time someone snapped like that, within 2 weeks they were gone, shipped off, transferred, no warning to anyone, no goodbye. Nobody wanted to talk about it, like saying it out loud would make it happen to them next. I felt the same way. But the nights was something else. After lights out, the block would go quiet, and then it would start. This sound, sharp, sudden, a short, piercing burst that cut through the silence like nothing I'd ever heard before. It was somewhere between a dying animal and metal scraping metal. It would echo off the walls and disappear just as fast as it came. Nobody talked about that either. Then there were the shadows. The cell block stayed dimly lit at night, just enough to see the faint outline of your own hands. And sometimes I would watch the shadows on my wall shift, move, flutter across the concrete like something was passing by outside my cell, except there were no guards near me, no movement in the corridor, nothing. One night I woke up and saw it, a perfect silhouette of a person standing on my back wall, still, just standing there. I turned around immediately. My cellmate was asleep in his bunk, and the corridor outside was empty. But the footsteps, those were the worst. Every few nights you'd hear them, fast, impossibly fast, wet slapping sounds on the tile floor, sprinting from one end of the block to the other in what felt like 2 seconds. By the time you heard them coming, they were already past you. Whatever was making those sounds was moving at a speed no human being could reach. Every inmate in that block hated the footsteps. Nobody ever figured out what caused them. Nobody ever saw anything. I was released about a month ago. 15 years, and I made it out. But the last week was the closest I ever came to not making it. My cellmate, a good friend of mine, one of the few, snapped, just like the others, went quiet overnight, stopped talking, stopped looking at me, started hunching. I didn't sleep for an entire week after that, not really. Every time I drifted off, I jolted awake within minutes. I never turned my back on him, and then one night I woke up to find him moving through the bars of our cell, not trying to break them, not forcing anything, just threading his body through the gaps, slowly, silently. I couldn't get anything past my shoulder through those bars. He was halfway through, and he was coming back in. I didn't say a word, just watched, kept still. He came back to his bunk, lay down, and went quiet. I didn't sleep again until the morning, on the day of my release. I didn't look at him, didn't say goodbye, just walked out. He seemed fine with it. I was more than fine with it. I walked through those front gates a free man, and for a minute, just a minute, I felt like it was over. I walked along the fence line past the rec yard. I could see the inmates through the chain link, and I spotted my old cellmate standing off by himself on the far end, hunched, alone, same as he'd been all week. I shook my head. I wasn't even sure it was still him. I took one last look at the yard. I don't know why. Maybe I just wanted to close the chapter, see it from the outside for the first time. I wish I hadn't looked, because there, standing alone on the other side of the yard, was Carl, hunched over, eyes scanning the other inmates, twitching. Carl, the man who spent years warning everyone else what to look for. And I just stood there, on the other side of that fence, watching him, and I thought about everything he had ever said, about how good it could get, about how long it had been in there, about how patient it was. I turned away and kept walking. I didn't look back again. Story 49. There are 2 things I will never forget about that night. The sound of those closet doors slowly creaking open, and the fact that my son's room never had a closet. We had just come out of one of the ugliest divorces you can imagine. I won't get into the details, but I will say this: the only thing that mattered to me, the only thing I fought for with everything I had, was my 4-year-old son Jake, and I got him. Full custody, just the two of us now. We lost nearly everything else in the process. The house, most of the furniture, all of it, so we packed what little we had and moved into a small rental on the other side of town. A fresh start, that's what I told myself, that's what I needed to believe. The first night there was quiet, a little too quiet actually. You know that feeling when a place doesn't feel like home yet, when the shadows in the hallway look a little too dark and every sound the house makes sounds like something else entirely. That's exactly how it felt, but I brushed it off. New environment, new beginning. We'd get used to it. But then, around midnight, I heard Jake call out for me. I padded down the hall and pushed open his bedroom door. He was sitting up in bed, wide awake, his little face lit up by the glow of the nightlight I'd picked up from the dollar store. He looked at me with those big brown eyes and said the most completely normal thing a 4-year-old can possibly say on his first night in a new house. "Daddy, can you check the closet for monsters?" I almost smiled. Of course he did. He'd been through so much, the arguments, the instability, the constant moving around, and now here he was in a strange room, in a strange house, barely any furniture, asking about monsters. It made total sense. Kids process fear the only way they know how. So in that split second, my brain was already computing the whole thing. Tired kid, new place, first night jitters, totally normal, nothing to worry about. And then something shifted. Before I even turned my head to look where Jake was pointing, something in the back of my mind screamed at me. Quietly, like a whisper, something is wrong, something is very wrong. I turned and looked anyway, and I want you to understand, I am not an emotional guy. I've been through a lot, I've handled a lot, but in that moment, sitting on the edge of my son's bed, staring at what I was staring at, it took everything I had to keep my face calm, to not let a single flicker of fear cross my expression, because Jake was watching me, and if I lost it, if I let him see what I was feeling, I don't know what would have happened. I had one job: get him out. So I did what any parent does when they have to protect their kid. I acted. "All right, champ," I said, keeping my voice light, casual, like this was the most normal bedtime routine in the world. Of course, but hey, how about you step outside for a minute? If there's a monster in there, I'm gonna have to kick its butt all over your room. Jake giggled. He always cracks up when I say butt. I said it loud on purpose. I needed him focused on that, not on what was happening. Not on the fact that his dad had just, in a roundabout way, admitted that yes, there might actually be something in there. He slid off the bed and walked out into the hallway, still giggling, and the second he was out of sight, my entire demeanor changed. My mind was already mapping the fastest route out. Front door, car keys on the kitchen counter, phone in my pocket, Jake's shoes by the entrance. I could do this, I could get us out. And then I heard it. A slow, creaking sound coming from behind me, the closet doors opening. I didn't look back. I launched off that bed, grabbed Jake from the hallway, scooped him up, and we were moving. Keys, phone, out the front door, into the car. Under 60 seconds, maybe less. I didn't stop to think. I didn't stop to look back. I just drove. Jake was confused, obviously, a little sleepy. He looked up at me and asked where we were going. I told him I couldn't sleep, and we were going out for ice cream to celebrate. He blinked at me. Celebrate what? And I said, and I meant every word of this, just the two of us, buddy, you and me, that's enough. He accepted that. Kids are incredible that way. We ended up at an all-night diner, and I got him a small scoop of vanilla, and I just sat there, watching him eat it, my hands wrapped around a coffee mug, my heart still hammering in my chest. And I want to explain something to you, because this is the part that keeps me up at night. I had been to that house before moving in. I cleaned it myself. I painted the walls. I assembled the furniture. I knew every single room. I knew every corner of that house. Jake's room was a simple square. 4 walls, 1 window, 1 door. There was no closet in that room. There had never been a closet in that room. So what was Jake pointing at when he asked me to check it, and what was making that creaking sound as I ran out the door? I still don't have an answer. I've thought about it every night since. I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe I was confused in the dark. Maybe I had the wrong room. Maybe I was more exhausted than I realized. But I know what I heard. I know what I saw. And whatever it was opening that door from the inside. We never went back. Story 50. It was a Wednesday. Nothing special about it. My co-workers and I were at our usual spot, a little dive bar called Murphy's, the kind of place where the beer is cheap and nobody asks too many questions. It was me, Ryan, Cassie, and Derek, crammed into a corner booth, complaining about work and killing time like we always do on a midweek night. Maybe 8 or 9 other people scattered around the room, quiet, normal, exactly the kind of night you forget by morning. That's when everything changed. I'm sitting with a clear line of sight to the TV above the bar. Our bartender, Nikki, is lazily flipping through channels, and for just a split second, I catch a flash of orange and red, something burning. She switches the channel before it fully registers, but something about it felt off, familiar in a way I couldn't place. "Hey, Nikki," I called out, "can you flip that back?" She switched it back to the local news, and I felt the blood drain from my face because I recognized the building on screen. I would know it anywhere. It was MI building, and it was on fire. "That's my apartment," I said, out loud, louder than I meant to. The whole bar went quiet. Everyone turned to look. The camera was showing a wide shot from the north side of the block. I could make out the dry cleaner, the little convenience mart on the ground floor, all the shops I walked past every single morning. And up near the top left corner of the building, flames. Not massive, but spreading. Real. Ryan put his hand on my shoulder. "Man, that sucks." There was this awkward ripple of agreement around the table. Nobody knew what to say. I didn't blame them. But here's the thing. My unit is halfway up, on the west side. I told myself it was probably fine. Crossed my fingers under the table and kept watching. The camera cut to a reporter standing across the street. He was going on about how lucky it was that everyone had evacuated safely. I almost relaxed. Almost. Then he paused mid-sentence. Hang on. We're getting some updated information. It seems, hang on one moment. While we readjust the camera, the shot started to move, slowly, panning across the building. The whole place was dark, except for one single light, glowing on the west side. About halfway up, something cold crawled up the back of my neck. I started counting floors from the bottom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up, 2 windows over. That was my apartment. My first thought was that I'd left a light on by accident. That's it. Simple explanation. But then, I saw it. There was someone standing in my window, just standing there, still at first. A figure, too far away to make out any details, but definitely a person, definitely in my apartment. The reporter started talking again, something about a soul possibly still trapped inside, and the camera began slowly zooming in. And as it did, I started to realize something was wrong, very wrong. The person was moving, not panicking, not waving for help, moving rhythmically, like they were dancing, arms out to the sides, swinging back and forth, up and down, over and over again, then both fists pressing against the glass, then arms back over the head, waving in a slow, steady beat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, like a metronome, like a machine, everything perfectly timed, everything to the exact same tempo, jumping in circles, pressing its face to the glass, never breaking rhythm, not even once. I said something then. I don't even remember what, just a whisper. Nobody responded. The camera kept zooming in, and that's when I saw its face. It looked like me. Same height, same build, same jeans, same hoodie. The exact clothes I had changed into that evening, right before I left the apartment. The face was mine, almost, except the eyes were wrong, too big, way too big for a human face, and the expression, God, the expression. It looked like someone pretending to be terrified, like a bad actor doing a pantomime of fear, mouth wide open, eyes stretched, hands pressed to its cheeks like something out of a painting. It would have almost been funny if it wasn't wearing my face. No one in that bar said a word. The thing kept moving, kept swaying, kept pressing its hands against the glass in that same perfect rhythm. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then, just visible through the window, the top of my front door, which slowly started to open. The firefighters had made it upstairs. They were going into my apartment. No, I whispered. I don't even know why I said it. It just came out. The creature stopped. It went completely, utterly still. And then its expression shifted. The pantomime of fear just melted away. And what replaced it was a smile. A wide, slow smile, filled with teeth that were too long, too sharp, too many. A smile that didn't belong on any face I'd ever seen. Then the lights went out, just like that. Window went dark. Screen showed nothing but a black square where my apartment used to be. Nobody spoke. We all just sat there for a few seconds. Then, one by one, people quietly picked up their things and left. No one said goodbye. No one looked at each other. We all just left. I went straight to my sister's place across town, told her there was a fire at my apartment, and that's all. Didn't mention the rest. Couldn't. Later that night, I tried to find the footage online. The news clip had been edited. The part with the figure in the window was gone. I don't know what that thing was. I don't know if it's still there. I don't know what would have happened if those firefighters had walked all the way in. But I'll tell you this. Part of me hopes they never put out that fire. Part of me hopes they stood back and let the whole building burn. Whatever was standing in that window, it didn't want to be found. And I'm terrified of what might happen now that someone went looking. I still see that smile when I close my eyes, every single night. Story 51. I'm borrowing a phone right now. Someone here was kind enough to sneak it in for me, and I don't have much time before they notice, so listen closely. It started on a Tuesday night, just like any other. I was lying in bed, phone in hand, doing what I always do when I can't sleep, scrolling Reddit, letting the stories blur my thoughts until my eyes got heavy. You know how it is. You've probably done it yourself. One story bleeds into the next, and before you know it, it's 2 a.m. and you've fallen down a rabbit hole you can't crawl out of. That night, I came across a post that made every single hair on my arms stand straight up. It was the kind of story that gets under your skin, the kind that makes you check the corners of the room before you keep reading. I finished it, sat there for a second, just processing, and then I did what most people do. I scrolled right past it and moved on to the next one. That was my first mistake. About 20 minutes later, I heard it. A scratching sound, long and slow, dragged across the other side of my bedroom door. I live alone. I've lived alone for 3 years. I know every sound this apartment makes, and that was not one of them. I switched on the lamp, stared at the door, held my breath. Silence. I told myself it was nothing. I told myself I was tired. I was reading horror stories in the dark, like an idiot, and my brain was just messing with me. So I picked my phone back up and kept scrolling. Bad idea, because about 2 minutes later, it happened again. That same slow drag, longer this time, deliberate. I got out of bed, slow, quiet. Every single step felt like it took 10 years off my life. I reached the door, turned the handle, and pulled it open just enough to look out into the living room. Nothing, just darkness and the hum of the refrigerator. I turned around to go back to bed, and that's when my closet door flew open. Now I need you to understand something about me. When my brain hits a moment of real fear, I don't run, I don't fight, I just stop. I've been like that since I was a kid. I just freeze, eyes shut, like if I can't see it, maybe it can't see me. So that's exactly what I did. I stood there in the center of my bedroom, eyes squeezed shut, barely breathing, waiting, and then the clock on my nightstand stopped ticking. Not slowed down, not wound down, stopped, mid-tick, like time itself had just paused to watch what was about to happen. I opened my eyes, and I met him. He was impossibly tall, almost touching the ceiling, balanced on legs that were too long and too thin, like something had stretched him out wrong. His arms hung down, past where arms should end. His skin, what I could see of it, looked like old, dried-out earth, deep cracks running all the way across his body, like a drought-split desert floor. He wore a long dark cloak, blacker than anything I've ever seen, that pulled on my floor like a shadow given weight, and beneath that hood, 2 eyes, burning red, locked onto me. I could not move. I don't think I was even inside my own body anymore. I managed to push out 3 words. Who are you? He never opened his mouth, but I heard him, not with my ears, with something deeper than that, like his voice was speaking directly into the part of me I keep locked away. I am Mr. Calloway, he said, and I am here to right your wrong. Before I could even form a question, he was right in front of me. One moment he was across the room, the next he was so close I could smell it, rotting, decayed, like something left out in the summer heat for days. He reached out one long, skeletal finger and ran it slowly down my cheek, and in that single second I felt it, something I cannot fully describe. It was like my vision was being dragged out of me, pulled from the inside and replaced with nothing but burning darkness. I couldn't scream. My mouth was open, but no sound came out. I was locked inside that agony with nowhere to go and no one to hear me. You know what you did, the voice came again, slow and deliberate, like it had all the time in the world. You have 24 hours to make it right, or I take your eyes and everything that comes with them. And then he was gone, just like that, like he'd never been there at all, except the clock was still silent, and the closet door was still open, and I was on my knees on the floor, shaking so hard I couldn't stand up. I didn't sleep, not even close. Every time I shut my eyes, I was back in that darkness, feeling that burning, hearing that voice. By morning I looked like I hadn't slept in a week. I paced my apartment for hours, trying to figure out what I'd done. Had I missed a vote somewhere? Work survey? Neighborhood petition? What could possibly matter that much? And then I opened Reddit. Out of habit, out of desperation, just trying to feel normal for 5 seconds. I was scrolling and I stopped, because there it was, the story I'd read the night before, the one that made my skin crawl, the one I had scrolled right past without giving it a single upvote, and something clicked in my chest like a deadbolt sliding shut. That was it. That had to be it. I hit the upvote button so fast my phone almost flew out of my hand, and then I waited. I sat on the edge of my bed and I waited all day. I didn't eat. I barely moved. My phone was in my hands the whole time, and I just stared at the wall, watching the light outside shift from morning to afternoon to evening, wondering if I'd guessed right, wondering if it even mattered. When the sun finally went down, I went to my room, sat on the bed, closed my eyes, and waited for whatever was coming. Because I knew he was coming. I could feel it in the way the air changed, that slight drop in temperature that makes your body register something your brain doesn't want to accept. And then I smelled it. That same rot, that same decay, the smell of something ancient and wrong. I felt every single hair on my body stand up at once. I heard the slow, thick pull of his breathing filling the room, and when I finally opened my eyes, he was there, standing exactly where he'd stood before, watching me. But this time, his eyes weren't red. They were blue, cold and clear, and still as ice. He stared at me for what felt like an eternity, and then, in that same voice that lives permanently in the back of my skull now, he said 6 words. Don't let it happen again. And he was gone. I know how this sounds. I do. The doctors here certainly have their opinions about what happened. They've got all kinds of explanations, all kinds of words for it. Stress-induced episode, hyperactive imagination, overtired. They say it's all in my head, and maybe they're right. Maybe none of it was real. Maybe I imagined every single second of it. But here's the thing. I'm telling you this from a borrowed phone inside a building I'm not allowed to leave. And I can't stop thinking about that story I almost scrolled past. That one post that someone wrote, poured their fear into, and shared with the world, hoping someone would stop long enough to read it. So before you scroll to the next one tonight, just make sure you gave this one what it deserved, because Mr. Calloway is very, very patient, and he has all the time in the world. If these stories have helped you navigate the silence tonight, a simple like helps the channel. Hit subscribe so you don't miss what we uncover next. If you aren't ready to wake up yet, there are other stories waiting for your attention in the cards on your screen. Choose one, and I will see you on the other side. Good night.